A 17 or 18-year-old teenager was playing chess with an old man. Before long, the teenager said checkmate. After saying that, he stood up, leaving the old man with thinning hair sitting blankly. The teenager said calmly, no need to struggle. He walked directly into the counter of the supermarket next door, took out his 20 yuan. The old man saw this. Cursed, every day I lose 20 yuan to you. I just won 20 yuan from old Zhang this morning, and you took it away. You've got me figured out, haven't you? The teenager said helplessly. It can't be helped, they won't play with me. Anyway, I'll teach you chess so you can win back face. When you calculate it like this, you're not a loss. The old man muttered, but what you've taught these past 2 days is all useless stuff. The teenager said, don't talk about yourself like that. The old man looked puzzled. Afterwards, the two began to review the game. At this moment, the teenager suddenly lowered his head. The time that had passed seemed to rewind in his mind. The scenes of him playing chess with the old man earlier echoed in his mind. Everything that happened, the teenager had not forgotten. The teenager was called Kyung Chen. This strange memory was Kyung Chen's innate talent. It was as if there was a library in his mind storing memories. He could extract memories from it and read the scenes. After finishing reading, Kyung Chen endured the dizziness in his head and picked up a chess piece on the board. The old man immediately stopped talking. This was their gambling agreement. Kyung Chen was responsible for teaching him to play. The old man would learn chess after losing money. Kyung Chen quietly said, the chess you played with the old man in Wangqing Park the day before yesterday, I saw that he likes to open with a pawn advance. Learn the 13 horse moves I teach you within a week, and you can win back your face. The old man suddenly laughed. If I can beat him in a week, how long will it take me to beat you? Kyung Chen seriously thought about it. The fortune teller said you can live to 78. Then there's not enough time. The old man's expression changed. You should be in evening self-study right now. Why did school end so early today? Chen said calmly, I'm waiting. The old man continued, Kyung Chen, you're so good at chess. Why don't you go participate in a competition? Aren't you short on money? Kyung Chen shook his head and said, I can't. I just have a good memory. It doesn't mean my analytical skills are strong. I'd show weakness if I met a master. The rain slowly stopped. The old man suddenly noticed Kyung Chen pause. He followed the teenager's gaze and saw a couple walking over, holding a little boy by the hand. The middle-aged woman's face also showed a slight surprise when she saw Kyung Chen. She softly called out Kyung Chen's name. Kyung Chen, watching their happy appearance, only smiled silently and turned to leave. The person Kyung Chen was waiting for had arrived, but he didn't want to wait anymore. The woman asked Grandpa Zhang nearby, why is Kyung Chen coming to play chess with you again? It seemed the two parties knew each other. The old man wasn't so polite. You asked me about your own son. He has no living expenses and can only rely on playing chess to earn some pocket money to eat. It turned out the woman was Kyung Chen's mother, Zhang Wanfeng. Zhang Wanfeng was stunned for a moment. But I give his dad money for Kyung Chen's living expenses every month. And shouldn't he be in evening self-study right now? Zhang Wanfeng said, no, I have to go take a look. But the man next to her suddenly said, Hao Hao has a birthday today. We still need to take her to see a movie after we eat. Zhang Wanfeng was caught in a dilemma, but decided to celebrate Hao Hao's birthday first. Meanwhile, Kyung Chen, who had returned home, called his father but was met with an impatient response from a gambling addict. Kyung Chen didn't say anything upon seeing this and silently hung up the phone. Afterwards he leaned against the table and looked at a countdown timer that had appeared on his forearm, showing 5 hours 58 minutes and 12 seconds left. He didn't know what the end of the countdown was. It could be danger or it could be another kind of life. After that he went to hardware stores, pharmacies, and supermarkets etc., spending all his savings to buy some supplies. When night came, he sat on the bed and began to ponder whether to find helpers. But who could he find? Being only 17 years old, his first instinct was to seek help from his parents. But then he rejected the idea. His mother had a new family, and his father was a gambler. Actually, he didn't blame his mother. His father gambled, committed domestic violence, and had affairs. He supported his mother's initiative to divorce. In order to avoid affecting his mother's remarriage, he himself had proposed to live with his father. Kyung Chen tried to use his phone to take a photo of the countdown on his arm, but found that the phone couldn't capture the countdown. Then, with 2.5 hours left on the countdown, he thought of something he dared not do. He quickly got on his bicycle, went to the mahjong parlor where his father was, and then took out his phone and called the police. Hello, officers. I want to report that there are people gambling in a certain residential area. Then he turned around and rode his bicycle home. When King Chen returned home, there were 52 minutes left on the countdown. 30 seconds later he finished writing his will and quietly waited for the end of the countdown. As the countdown reached 0, King Chen quietly looked at himself. The time around him seemed to have stopped. The time on his mobile phone seemed to have frozen at 12:00 forever. Suddenly, the frozen time shattered like a mirror. Then King Chen was also plunged into darkness. He didn't know how long had passed, but it felt like a moment. In this moment, King Chen suddenly lost the concept of time. The next moment, the fragments began to reassemble into a brand new world. King Chen found himself lying on a narrow, hard bed. This was a completely unfamiliar environment. The boning knife in his hand was also gone. Looking at his arm again, he found that it had changed to a return countdown with 47 hours 59 minutes and 56 seconds left. It was still counting down, which meant 2 days. He then checked his body and confirmed it was his own body. Fingerprints, pores, etc. couldn't be faked, but his clothes had changed. So it was the countdown about transmigrating to another time and space, and the return countdown referred to the time to go back. King Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although there not be anyone missing him over there, he still wanted to go back and take a look. It was a good thing after all. King Chen looked at this new world in front of him, a technological alloy gate. The other places were completely sealed walls. King Chen stood up and touched the wall. What kind of place would use this kind of expensive building material? Suddenly, there was a sound of someone banging on the cell door. King Chen became alert. However, the next moment the cell door opened and a voice came. It's 7 a.m. Breakfast time. All prisoners please proceed to the dining hall in order. After thinking for a while, he stepped out of the cell. He saw that in the not very spacious corridor outside, some prisoners with mechanical limbs were walking by one after another. An old man slowly walked past him. He saw that the other person's mechanical eye, which was glowing red, seemed to be analyzing his information. Bionic mechanical eyes. Before he could continue to think, a thick metal arm approached him. This prisoner smiled at him and said, "New here? Don't eat too much for breakfast. Otherwise, it will be very unpleasant when you throw up." After saying that, he left. He vaguely heard them talking. "I heard that 12 new people arrived last night. We can have some fun today. This kid doesn't have any mechanical limbs on his body. It looks like he doesn't have any connections on the outside." King Chen frowned, thinking, "New here, could it be they know I've transmigrated? No, it should be referring to him just entering the prison. The other party doesn't know his identity. But the fun they're talking about is going to be troublesome." Suddenly, a teenager in the opposite corridor began to run frantically. "What kind of place is this? I want to go home. I don't want to stay in this horrible place. I'm Huang Ji from Huangji County. My dad is the chairman of Yongli Group in Lu City. You guys stay away from me." King Chen frowned. He was a student at Luo City Foreign Language School. He had seen this person. He was a high school freshman. It seemed he wasn't the first, nor was he the last. Could it be that if their location before transmigration was close, their location after transmigration would also be close? At this time, a drone made a warning sound, "Please stop moving." Not long after, the drone had blocked Huangji in a certain part of the corridor. King Chen quietly watched him. An encounter with an acquaintance can bring a sense of security, but Huangji might not be able to help me, but rather be a drag. This new batch of people is interesting. Is that one a fool? I heard he was sentenced to 7 years for tax evasion. He didn't cry when he was brought in yesterday, but is crying now. In this day and age, a person who dares to provoke the tax authorities must be a fool. Suddenly, a fat man patted King Chen on the shoulder and said, "Newcomer, are you ready?" King Chen ignored them and started scanning the surroundings of the prison. He noticed everyone was avoiding one table of people. A middle-aged man in a white prison uniform was playing chess alone while petting a cat. 2 young men were standing guard. King Chen was slightly astonished. What were the backgrounds of these people in this gloomy and oppressive environment? That white stood out so distinctly. King Chen thought to himself, could this be the warden? Then he rejected the idea. Although he was wearing white training clothes, his prison number was still embroidered on his chest. This middle-aged man was also a prisoner of the prison. It was just that he was the most special one. Suddenly, the young man next to the middle-aged man turned his head and looked over, looking at King Chen with a smile. Afterwards, the prison broadcast sounded again. Proceed to the dining hall in order according to the queue. King Chen followed the queue. He took the opportunity to explore. Here on the top and bottom 7 floors, there are 18 drones, 10 surveillance cameras, and 3 gun-wielding robots. And he counted all the prisoners, including himself, a total of 3,102 people. A commotion arose. 2 fierce prisoners were seen dragging a young man, saying they were going to pull him into the cell. Don't hurt him in the square. Be careful of the robots and guards intervening. Suddenly the mechanical man in front of King Chen. The old man turned and laughed. Don't look around. It will be your turn soon. When Yan King Chen just calmly glanced at him, and the old man suddenly felt a tightening in his heart. After writing down their crimes at the window, they scattered. King Chen saw several people nearby. They were vaguely approaching him. He understood that they were going to attack him, so without thinking, he ran forward quickly. After breaking out of their encirclement, he ran directly towards the middle-aged man. Sure enough, those people stopped immediately, not daring to chase any further, but they mocked. This kid wants to rely on that one. He must be thinking too much. Gradually, more and more people turned their attention to him. The expressions on the prisoners' faces. They were all waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Before King Chen could even get close, he was stopped by the young man next to the middle-aged man. The young man said with a smile, "Newcomer, I know what you're planning, but we won't help you." The middle-aged man was oblivious to everything happening around him, as if he hadn't heard anything. The prisoners in the prison also mocked, "Kid, give up." And King Chen said seriously, "Qian Bing advances 1. I can solve this endgame." The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, calmly moved his red pawn forward 1 step, and he, holding the black pieces, chose to retreat his cannon, killing the red pawn from before. And he finally opened his mouth, continue. Kun Chen quietly calculated in his mind. This endgame was from the western key King Kun. The red and black sides seemed evenly matched, but in reality, the black side only needed 1 step to win, while the red side was struggling. Carelessness would lead to a counter-kill. According to the chess manual, as the red side, he could resolve the situation with a draw, but a draw was not possible at the moment. Then King Chen said indifferently, "Pawn 2 moves to the side 3. The middle-aged man seemed genuinely interested and closed his eyes, playing out the moves with King Chen. The two of them immediately went back and forth, exchanging chess moves. Soon when King Chen said, "Pawn 5 advances, General," he had also forced the situation of the chess game. The middle-aged man had not expected that this young man, despite his young age, would sacrifice a piece to change the situation, without any hesitation. Then he looked at King Chen and smiled, "Interesting. There aren't many people who know how to play chess these days. We'll continue tomorrow." After speaking, he walked towards the library with his hands behind his back. The prisoners in the prison suddenly became noisy. "What's going on? That lord actually lost, at this time." The young man who stopped Kun Chen said with a smile, "Impressive. My name is Lin Xiaoxiu, and the other big guy is called Yi Wan. See you tomorrow." And what King Chen didn't know was that the surveillance camera, in the corner of the prison, seemed to be watching him intently. A mysterious man suddenly came to him, asking to be King Chen's lapdog, or even his foot licker. Just now, King Chen had successfully gained the middle-aged man's favor, and no one dared to bother him anymore. The old prisoners were still constantly dragging new people into the cells, including him. There were a total of 12 new inmates. 9 people had already been dragged in. King Chen realized that these 12 people from different star systems should only have him and Huang Zixin as Earthlings. He didn't know why. But King Chen didn't feel any frustration. Instead, he was looking forward to a completely different life. On Earth, he had always felt like an extra person. His father thought he was a burden, his mother had a new family, and his relatives rarely contacted him. King Chen had spent 2 spring festivals alone. If not for this countdown, he probably would have relied on his memory to get into a great, faraway university, and then leave that home forever. But what meaning was there in such a life? This world for King Chen felt like a liberation from the past. He looked forward to having a different life here. Just then, a young man suddenly walked up to King Chen and whispered, "You're finally here. Just as rumored, you're good-looking. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Lugo." King Yan arranged for me to come in 3 months ago. You can just call me Xiao Lu. King Chen was stunned for a moment, looking at the other person. The tone of the other person's voice clearly indicated that they knew each other, and they were using a forbidden language. He searched his memory, tracing the other's behavior, and discovered that the other person had looked him 21 times in just over an hour. And those were just the times when they were in his field of vision. The people around him must be his subordinates. According to what the other person said, his entry here seems to have been planned. Qing Chen didn't want to have too much interaction with Lu Guanji. I don't need your help for now. I can handle some things myself. Lu Guanji shook his head like a rattle drum. No, I must serve you well. He even said flatteringly, you can use me as you please. Just treat me like your lapdog. Qing Chen was speechless. Seeing that King Chen wasn't speaking, Lu Guanji whispered, this morning I was wondering why you didn't come to me immediately. It turns out you were planning to approach Li Shudong as a newcomer. That's brilliant in this no. 18 Prison Fortress, if we can get Li Shutong's help, our plan will be much smoother. King Chen realized that the middle-aged man's name was Li Shutong. There was also a plan. What is it? Could you explain it more clearly? Lu Guanji continued, seemingly talking to himself. You must also be careful of Li Shutong. Dealing with such a person is like conspiring with a tiger, and may put us in a passive position. Lu Guanji suddenly asked, what instructions did you bring this time? King Chen thought silently for a moment and slowly said, a llama came from the south. Lu Guanji looked confused. At this moment, Li Shudong and the other two seemed somewhat different. Lin Xiaoxiao asked jokingly, boss, that young man didn't help the other newcomers. Li Shudong replied calmly, he was decisive in chess. He could even cut off his own arm for survival, let alone the others. Lin Xiaoxiao thought for a while and asked, chess is just chess, right? On the chessboard, I would also dare to abandon pieces. Then, boss, are you still going to play chess with him tomorrow? Li Shudong said indifferently, yes, if I don't play with him. Am I supposed to play with you two chess idiots? Then Li Shudong looked at Yuan and pointed to the news on the holographic screen, saying that Go Huchen, whom the Chen group captured, the trial process has been completed. He should be transferred to this No. 18 prison within these few days. Contact him when the time comes. Yuan nodded. I've dealt with him once before. Although that person isn't easy to get along with, at least he's able to communicate. Li Shudong then turned to look at Lin Xiaoxiao. What do you think about the young man who had a breakdown this morning? Lin Xiaoxiao analyzed. I've been observing for a long time, and I feel like something's off. It seems like that young man was just spouting nonsense after his breakdown, but when he mentioned the words Luqing and Ongli group, he seemed particularly certain, as if they were real. His identity has also been investigated. He was just a high school dropout on the outside, an ordinary unemployed member of society, doing mechanical limb business with the Black Fox organization in City 18. He was suspected of illegally seizing a mechanical limb, but there was no evidence. In the end, he was sent in for tax evasion, but the Luqing and Yongli group he mentioned cannot be found. Li Shudong said, keep paying attention. That young man must have other problems. Also, what's the situation with the one who played chess with me? Lin Xiaoxiao looked embarrassed. You just finished that chess game. I haven't had time to check. I'll give you a reply before the lunch break. Just as Lin Xiaoxiao was about to say something more, he saw King Chen slowly approaching. He also came to the reading area. King Chen tried to gently pull out a reader from the bookshelf, but he didn't know the EP of the login interface. Lin Xiaoxiao walked over and said with a light laugh, to use this reader, you first need to register an account with your prison number. After logging in, it will show your recent reading history, bookmarks, and your reading habits, font size, and even a voice. It's very convenient. After registering, King Chen looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. Where can I read the news? Lin Xiaoxiao said directly, don't even think about it. Your reader account doesn't have network access. Not even I have it. Only our boss has it. King Chen understood. It seems that Li Shudong's status in this prison is truly extraordinary. He didn't say much more. After thanking him, he began to read the content on his reader. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly noticed that King Chen's reading speed was extremely fast. When you have a photographic memory, what would you choose to do? Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly noticed that King Chen's viewing speed was extremely fast. He whispered to Li Shudong, boss, that guy isn't even reading the reader seriously. He's probably just trying to get closer to you and have a chance to interact with you. Le Shudong said calmly, don't make trouble. And don't underestimate other people's will to survive. If you and him were to switch roles, you would probably be even more eager than him. You need to learn to put yourself in other people's shoes. King Chen had been reading for over 3 hours. As Li Shudong was about to leave, he felt that something wasn't right. The young man was very focused on reading and didn't seem to be trying to curry favor with him. He suddenly asked, what was the third line on the previous page? King Chen said without hesitation, when order becomes chaos, then one must use chaos to maintain order, to save the law. The two beside him were a bit surprised. Is this kid just talking nonsense? Yi-Wan took the reader from King Chen's hand and finished speaking. Boss, what he said is correct. At this moment, King Chen suddenly saw the big cat on the table open its eyes. He felt that the other party's gaze was full of surprise, as if they could understand everyone's conversation. He was also amazed at King Chen's memory. Lai Shudong was stunned for a moment after hearing the confirmation of the time at night. Then he laughed and said, it's more interesting. Let's go, it's time for dinner. To survive in this steel beast-like prison, you have to prove that you are a useful person to the most transcendent existence here. So, King Chen frankly told Li Shudong about his abilities. Without a doubt, Li Shudong is the transcendent existence here. Although this was risky, it was the best way out. Li Shudong was having lunch when Lin Xiaoxiao popped out from who knows where again. He sat barefoot on the chair opposite Li Shudong's table. The big cat glanced at him. Yi-Wan frowned and said, show some respect in front of the boss. Lin Xiaoxiao muttered, the boss didn't say anything. Yima, you're meddling too much. Li Shudong asked, looks like you've gained something. Lin Xiaoxiao excitedly said, I've gained a lot. This kid, I couldn't find any abnormal clues about him outside, but I'm actually interested. The information shows that he is a high school student from City 18, whose parents are deceased, who inherited a fortune. He was in prison here just for stealing an Lucid phone. You know, this prison 18 is basically for hardened criminals, and there are huge loopholes in his case. This kind of method is basically for getting into prison for some task. The most crucial thing is his surname. This surname is too unique in this day and age. The 5 major companies monopolize almost all economic lifelines. One of them is surnamed King, and King is a very rare surname. So if you suddenly meet someone surnamed King on the road, you would wonder if they are from the King family. Lin Xiaoxiao continued, previously, the King Corporation arranged for a Lu Guanji to come in. Lu Guanji, relying on his advanced mechanical limbs, managed to form a 3-way power balance with the other 2 factions within a month. I was wondering at the time, did the King family send him here to unify Prison 18? They should know that the boss is here. No one can unify this place. Lin Xiaoxiao narrowed his eyes. Only today did I realize that Lu Guanji was sent to pave the way for this kid named Chen. No matter what the King family wants to do, Chen is the main player. Lu Guanji is just a lackey. After listening, Li Shudong suddenly said, the King family might be selecting the next shadow. Yi-Wan and Lin Xiaoxiao were stunned at the same time. Is Chen a candidate, so he came here with a mission? Li Shudong explained, a huge consortium must have both face and substance. The head of the King family is the face. The substance is the shadow. The shadow specializes in dirty work, wielding great power. He is the master of the King Corporation's underworld. Except for the family head, no one can approach him. However, the selection process for each generation of shadows is extremely cruel, like a crucible. Li Shudong sighed, it seems. The King family is going to stir things up again. As he spoke, a prisoner accidentally walked over. Yi-Wan suddenly turned to look at the other person, scaring them into immediately walking away. Lin Xiaoxiao asked, this kid Chen, even if he's a shadow candidate, there's no need for him to have such a clean background, right? Li Shudong stroked the big cat. Unless there's an even bigger secret hidden in his background. With this explanation, I suddenly feel that he looks a bit like someone. You haven't seen him, but you'll see him sooner or later. Then he said to Lin Xiaoxiao, I'm more interested in this King Chen. Go and test his personality. Lin Xiaoxiao was shocked. Boss, do you have high hopes for him? He's from the King family. Li Shudong laughed. Isn't it more interesting to snatch someone from the King family? An organization needs all kinds of people. Each one is responsible for their own duties. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed at himself excitedly and asked, Boss, what am I in the organization? Le Shudong thought for a moment and said, a fish that slacks off. Yuan calmly added, a turd that stirs things up. The young man had a memory palace in his mind, able to access any memory he had experienced at any time. Do you want this kind of ability? While Li Shudong and the others were discussing how to test King Chen, a voice came from behind. There was a disturbance in the prisoners' meal line. It turned out that the prisoners had to line up for meals by floor, and they all had to stand in their designated positions. Newcomers who didn't remember their positions would be punished with electric shocks by the mechanical guards and then taken back to their positions. The old prisoners were watching the scene like it was a joke, waiting for them to make fools of themselves. Then they realized something was wrong. Why wasn't the young man who played chess with Li Shudong in the morning punished? After the chaos in the morning, he actually still remembered his position. Kun Chen was lining up when a hand suddenly pulled him out of the meal line. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled him, saying as he walked, you don't have to queue up with them anymore. Why would someone who can play chess with the boss need to queue? King Chen subconsciously looked at the mechanical guards. The mechanical guards completely ignored him. Le Shudong and the others' status was so special. Lin Xiaoxiao directly pulled Kun Chen to cut in line. A bulky metal man wanted to get angry, but when he saw it was Lin Xiaoxiao, he immediately backed down and hastily gave up his position. Then Kun Chen also sat across from Li Shudong for lunch. The prisoners were shocked. Looking at this scene, they realized that King Chen was different from them. Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile, don't be surprised. Someone who can play chess with the boss naturally has some special privileges. King Chen looked up at Li Shudong opposite him. The other party was eating slowly, not intending to talk to him. He looked at Lu Guanji in the crowd, who was secretly giving him a thumbs up. At 8:40 p.m., the rest of the prisoners had to line up to return to their cells. But because of his relationship with Li Shudong, King Chen didn't need to queue up. He returned to his cell alone. Kun Chen didn't understand. Li Shudong only wanted to play chess with him in the morning. Why did his attitude suddenly change so much? Was it because of his identity in this world? Suddenly, a strong feeling of sleepiness came over him. Kun Chen then lay down on the ground. In his dream, Kun Chen was in a dimly lit villa living room. There was firewood burning in the fireplace in the villa living room. There was a bloody dagger on a teddy bear. On the wall next to it were two eye-catching characters. There's a ghost. At first, he knew it was a dream, and he was very clear that his body was actually still in the prison cell. However, a voice came from the door. I'm a security guard 27149. Did you report the case? Please open the door. King Chen was familiar with this voice, but after 2 seconds, he forgot everything. He hesitantly opened the door. Outside was a young security guard, holding a case record book in his hand. The security guard quickly went up the stairs, saying as he walked, the person who reported the case, please stand still and lock the door. King Chen was a little puzzled, but subconsciously followed the other party's instructions. Not long after, there was another knock on the door. Kun Chen asked, who is it? The same voice of the security guard from just now came again from outside the door. Kun Chen was stunned. Hadn't he already gone upstairs? Then, who could be outside the door? When you have a photographic memory, what will you choose to do? While King Chen was still wondering who was outside the door, suddenly, a creepy voice in his subconscious asked him, what would you do in this situation? Guess which one is real, the one inside or outside the door? Or neither of them is real? King Chen took a deep breath and walked into the room. He wanted to pick up the bloody dagger on the teddy bear, but there seemed to be a transparent barrier blocking him. King Chen realized that someone didn't want him to take the knife, that they wanted to trap him here. The voice in his subconscious was urging, what do you need a knife for? Please open the door. King Chen looked at the return countdown which was still ticking. His heart and blood were still beating and flowing. Alone he had no way out. Kun Chen shouted, get out of here. It was as if he had used all his courage to forge a sharp blade. The barrier between him and the dagger shattered. King Chen successfully grabbed the dagger and replied coldly, the voice outside the door can wait until I kill the person inside. At this time, King Chen's memory returned. While breaking the barrier to grab the dagger, he also broke the nightmare suppression of his memory. He had already recognized that it was Lin Xiaoxiao's voice. The security guard was also his appearance. This was a nightmare that was specifically made for him. On the other side, Lin Xiaoxiao created this double ghost dilemma nightmare. After listening to the boss's instructions, he wanted to test King Chen. He did not expect that when danger came, he would face it with the most fierce and calm attitude. A 17-year-old was actually so calm. He couldn't understand how King Chen managed to grab the dagger. At this point, King Chen also understood the situation. He said to the empty living room, Lin Xiaoxiao. The nightmare hadn't dissipated. Lin Xiaoxiao walked down from the second floor slowly. To be able to remain conscious in a nightmare, the boss's judgment is correct. You do indeed have outstanding abilities. King Chen didn't understand why he did this. I don't think I have offended you. Lin Xiaoxiao explained, because the boss values you. He wanted to test you. It seems that nightmares are ineffective against you. Is this your special ability? King Chen asked. Lin Xiaoxiao shrugged his shoulders. That's right. Just like you have a photographic memory, I have my own abilities. There is no point in hiding it. King Chen thought to himself, an event where mechanics and mysticism coexist. The reason why Li Shutong and others have such a high status in this prison might be because of the abilities they possess. At this point, Lin Xiaoxiao took the initiative to ask, Are you from the King Corporation? King Chen asked in return. Is it because of the speculation about my identity that you are giving me special treatment? Why don't the robot guards care about you? Naturally, it's because the boss is special enough. The robots and police don't care about us. Lin Xiaoxiao continued, You don't need to change the subject. I found the surveillance video of you talking with Lu Guangji, so I'm sure you are a King Corporation employee. King Chen remembered the 4 words King Corporation. Ning Sheng asked, Since you know my identity, why are you still extending an olive branch? King Chen relaxed at this point. The other party's roommate was appealing to him. Lin Xiaoxiao said, Our organization doesn't care about background. Anyone can join, but of course you have to be qualified. King Chen asked in confusion, You want to recruit me? Then what kind of role do you play in your organization? Lin Xiaoxiao slowly stood up. I didn't say that you are qualified now. To be honest, I don't think you are the same kind of person as us. But the boss said that the organization needs all kinds of people. As for my role, Lin Xiaoxiao smiled mysteriously. You guess. King Chen thought for a moment and said, Like a donkey in a production team. Lin Xiaoxiao was immediately puzzled. What is that? Not as good as a fish drifting in the water. Then Lin Xiaoxiao asked curiously, What exactly does your King family want to do? King Chen said directly, You have to ask Lu Guangji about this. He was also secretly pondering whether he should find Lu Guangji to clarify the matter. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoxiao did not pursue the matter, saying it's okay if you don't want to say, I will figure it out sooner or later. Okay, go to bed early. Tomorrow morning, you have to play chess with the boss. As soon as he finished speaking, King Chen broke free from the nightmare. He lay on the prison bed and glanced at his arm. The countdown to return was 20 hours, 59 minutes, and 20 seconds. The young man had an unforgettable memory. If you had this ability, what would you think of doing? In the early morning, Li Shudong sat at the dining table as usual, quietly looking at a chess endgame. Lin Xiaoxiao sat opposite him and said, Boss, last night I tested him with the double-bind dilemma. Guess what? He wanted to draw his knife and kill someone first. This murderous intent is too strong. Yuan frowned and said, I told you to keep an eye on him. Ordinary people easily break down when entering the double-bind dilemma. Lin Xiaoxiao said angrily, You don't know. That kid was actually able to escape my control in the nightmare. Le Shudong looked up. An ordinary person can escape your control in a nightmare. That is a bit special. Maybe his own will is strong enough. Lin Xiaoxiao squatted down and scratched his head. Boss, I still advise you to consider it carefully. Kun Chen's murderous intent is very strong. He is not the same kind of person as us. Le Shudong suddenly said, So many of our colleagues died for this cause. Even you and I are trapped in this prison, so you have to understand. We cannot deal with darkness with gentleness. We need to use fire. King Chen suddenly heard a song coming from the prison, outside the long pavilion, beside the old road. His pupils gradually contracted. Isn't this the world after the transmigration? Why is there still this song? Could this be Earth's future? Just arriving outside the dining hall, Lin Xiaoxiao greeted him with a smile. Good morning. Didn't you sleep well? At this time, King Chen coldly looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. You know whether I slept well or not, don't you? Le Shudong said that ordinary people who come out of a nightmare will have their vitality greatly depleted and be listless for most of the day. But you are special, very impressive. Kun Chen sat down opposite him and asked directly, "How do I become someone like him?" Lai Shudong smiled. "You are very straightforward. But you can't follow his path. You are more suited to follow my path." As soon as he said this, Yuan and Lin Xiaoxiao's expressions both showed a strange look. Kun Chen really wanted to ask what Li Shutong's path was, but asking a question that lacked common sense would be very fatal. He said directly, "How can I follow your path?" Li Shutong continued, "Although I appreciate you now, it is not enough." Kun Chen nodded. That was reasonable. He felt that if someone took a liking to him at first sight, and then shared everything they had, then there would be a problem. Le Shudong looked at Kun Chen. "How about it? Do you still want to play chess today? I see that your mental state is not very good." The prisoners ate while paying attention to King Chen's actions, but King Chen stood up and calmly said, "No need to rest. The endgame is a small matter." With King Chen's decisive series of ingenious moves, he directly deduced the chess game to its final chapter. King Chen's red chariot entered the game, attracting the black general, and echoing the final pawn, moving one forward, forming a checkmate. Others may not know what King Chen was talking about, but Li Shudong must understand. Le Shutong put the black general chess piece face down on the chessboard. "I thought your mental state was not very good. I thought I was taking advantage of your condition to win. I didn't expect that I was overthinking it." The surrounding prisoners discussed. "He won again. He is too handsome." Lu Guanji looked admiring and said, "I want to learn chess too." At this moment, Kun Chen looked at Lai Shudong and asked, "Can I ask you a question?" Lai Shudong replied, "You can. It's a reward for you winning the end game just now." Kun Chen asked, "Was the harmonica sound just now played by you?" Yuan and Lin Xiaoxiao were clearly stunned. They didn't expect him to ask this question. Le Shutong smiled. "It was me. What is wrong? Is this the first time you heard this melody?" It was a tune composed by our organization's founder. He also created it. Kun Chen, upon hearing this, wanted to say, "I guess your founder might be an earthling, and a bit shameless, taking it as his own." Kun Chen asked, "Can you sing the entire song for me? I want to hear it." Le Shudong was obviously taken aback. "I can, but the lyrics of this song are not very complete." Then Le Shudong sang softly. With the last sentence, "Parting is often more," the song was finished. Le Shudong smiled and said, "Parting is often more." This line of lyrics was added by later generations. It is said that it was not like this initially. But no matter how they make additions, it seems to be a little off. Kun Chen stood still for a long time. Suddenly said, "The transfer junction accompanies the fall." "How is it?" Le Shudong was taken aback, not knowing why. He felt that only these 5 words were worthy of this song. Then Le Shudong thanked him. "This edition is really good. It's as if the original lyrics of this song were this line." Then he said, "Our founder." It said that the lyrics and music he wrote in the previous era were numerous, but, unfortunately, only 2 pieces of music remain now. Kun Chen asked tentatively, "What is the name of the other piece?" Lai Shudong said lightly, "Canon." Kun Chen was now certain that this founder was also a transmigrator. After the conversation ended, Kun Chen went directly to the reading area. Lu Guanji followed, chattering a bunch of nonsense, and finally said that he wanted King Chen to teach him chess. Because even a person like Lai Shutong was defeated by King Chen, he thought it was very cool. Then Lu Guanji said that there was something hidden here. Lai Shutong might know where it is, and also mentioned the shadow competition. The amount of information in these words was huge, and it also made King Chen understand that they came here to look for something. He was being drawn into a contest. At night, Kun Chen sat on the cold bed, quietly looking at the return countdown on his arm. As the time reached 0, just like when he had transmigrated here, the world broke apart again. That familiar darkness finally arrived. In the early morning, he began his return to Earth. A transmigration countdown appeared on the young man's arm. Within the specified countdown, he could travel back and forth between the 2 worlds. Compared to his panic before the last transmigration, this time King Chen was much calmer, waiting for the world to break apart and reassemble. It was as if he was waiting for a dream to wake up. In his small bedroom, Kun Chen was still in the same pose as before his transmigration, sitting by the bed. He picked up his phone and glanced at the time, finding that he had spent 2 days in that world, and only 1 second had passed here on Earth. That means that when he went to that world again, only 1 second would have passed there. This should be the rule for all transmigrators. Thinking of this, Kun Chen actually felt relieved. This way, he wouldn't need to explain anything to anyone. He looked at his arm. The countdown had changed to 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 45 seconds, meaning that he would transmigrate again in 2 days. At this moment, his phone rang. The duty officer said that his father had been detained for gambling, and asked him to come to the station to complete the procedures, and also said that King Chen needed to pay the fine. King Chen shook his head and said, "Sorry, I am not going. Please punish him severely. Please give him the maximum penalty." "Thank you." King Chen continued, "I was the one who reported him, but I am not his son. I am a concerned citizen, Mr. King." The duty officer was puzzled. King Chen did not hesitate and hung up the phone directly. For some reason, King Chen felt a bit happy and relaxed when he thought about this. He lay on the bed and looked at his call history and WeChat. He didn't see any messages from his mother either. At this moment, he even wanted to return to that prison early. In the early morning, King Chen put on his school uniform and went out. The canon score had been memorized in his mind, but how to explain where the score came from and give the score to Li Shudong? He needed to confirm if Li Shudong was worth it. In the 3rd class of the 2nd year of high school, King Chen saw his deskmate, Nan Zhengshan, looking panicked and asked, "What's wrong?" Nan Zhengshan suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "If you encountered something very strange, what would you do?" King Chen was taken aback. "What specifically do you mean by strange?" Nan Zhengshan said, "I don't know what it is. It's just very strange." King Chen looked at him calmly, then called the police. Nan Zhengshan's eyes lit up. "That's right. Find the security guard." "Do you have anyone in the police station?" King Chen thought for a moment and said, "I do. My dad was just arrested last night for gambling." Nan Zhengshan looked speechless. King Chen had a vague guess in his heart. Could it be that a countdown also appeared on his arm? But the countdown is invisible to others, so King Chen could only rely on guesswork. Suddenly, a classmate in the class said loudly that the American basketball superstar Jacob held a press conference. He said that he had traveled to a mechanical civilization event. King Chen was stunned. It turned out that there were people abroad experiencing this as well, things like time travel and countdowns. In the video, Jacob was sitting behind a table. Jacob's left arm had already turned into a mechanical arm. Jacob said to the media, he had traveled to a mechanical civilization world and had this arm after traveling there. It turned out that the reason he held a press conference was not to show off to everyone, but he was afraid of being caught for research. King Chen realized that Jacob was a public figure, so his arm naturally could not be hidden, and he chose this radical method. Maybe he was a little panicked. At this time, the classmate next to him was stunned. It seemed that he was also a time traveler. King Chen thought in confusion, maybe to bring things back from that world, you need to modify yourself or hide them in your body. At this time, several time travel events were already on the top of the trending searches. King Chen noticed that Nan Zhengshan's panicked expression had faded. He asked Nan Zhengshan casually, "Is this the strange thing you were talking about?" Nan Zhengshan said confidently, "I can't tell you now, but don't worry, if I can get any opportunities, I will not forget you, brother." King Chen didn't expect his mindset to change so quickly. Seeing him so scared just now he probably thinks he can become the protagonist of time travel. King Chen didn't have much to say, whatever makes you happy. It turns out it's not just the male lead who can travel to other worlds. Time travelers have been reported in many places around the world. King Chen knows that that world is very dangerous. Seeing Nan Zhengshan, who was also a time traveler, looking excited, wanting to bring back high technology from that world to make money, he kindly advised, "You see, many time travelers say they encountered danger, so you still need to be careful. Don't always think about getting rich." However, Nan Zhengshan was silent for a few seconds. He said, "When the time comes, I will treat you to a meal." Suddenly, someone in the class asked in confusion, "What exactly is the pattern of time travel?" Nan Zhengshan whispered triumphantly next to him, "Maybe only those who are truly talented can do it." King Chen was also helpless listening to it. There were more and more news about time travelers, both domestic and international. King Chen summarized 2 rules. First, the time everyone travels in is consistent, and the time of return is also consistent. However, some people said they had not traveled, but after midnight today, a 48-hour countdown also appeared on their arms. This should be the second batch. Next time, the first and second batches will travel at the same time. The second rule is that all those who traveled are young people. So far, it's been between 10 and 35 years old. At this time, he guessed that Nan Zhengshan was not in the first batch. but the second batch of time travelers who had the countdown appear at dawn, otherwise he wouldn't be so shocked and excited. Now there may be two possibilities. One is that the number of time travelers is fixed. When someone dies, new time travelers will enter. The other possibility is that the number of time travelers is constantly expanding, and there will be more and more in the future. Kunshin suddenly remembered that there is another person in the school who traveled last night, just like him, the son of the chairman of Yongli Group, Huang Jixian. Thinking of this, Kunshin took advantage of the remaining time before class ended and went downstairs to the first-year grade. Looking at these classmates along the way, he suddenly felt a sense of detachment. His path is no longer here. Kunshin arrived at the entrance of Class 7 of the first year and asked a boy about Huang Jixian's situation. The other party said that Huang Jixian was not here. Kunshin thanked him and left. He guessed that Huang Jixian might not be able to come. Huang Jixian was always being tortured by old prisoners over there. It's estimated that he has a lot of mental trauma. Later during class breaks, Nan Zhengshan suddenly said, a game blogger named He Xiaoxiao has released a strategy video. At first, everyone thought it was a new game. After the current time traveler incidents fermented, everyone realized that this game video might be talking about that world. In the video it said, because this game is quite special, I can't show you the game footage. I will call our Earth the surface world, and this game I call the inner world. Currently, there are 3 known ways to obtain a profession. The first is to use technology to modify yourself. This can be purchased directly at a mechanical hospital, but the price is expensive. The second is to join the Arena Tribunal, where you can become a new human after injecting a genetic potion. But I haven't found any in peace of related organizations yet. This organization is quite mysterious. The third known professional path is in Prison 18. You need to go inside and look for an NPC named Lai Shudong. This is currently the most potentially promising career path known. Chen Yu became more and more shocked. He was sure that it was a real event. Last night, even the bruises on his arm could be brought back. How could it not be the real world? But Xiaoxiao actually treated it as a game world, and regarded Li Shudong as a NPC for farming professional missions. It seems, Li Shudong's reputation in the inner world is indeed very high, so much so that even Xiaoxiao heard about it when she went in. The other party also regarded Li Shudong as the most promising career path. Xinchen suddenly thought, this video's influence is quite large. When I travel there again, will there really be time travelers? Running to Prison 18 to farm Lai Shudong's quest line, the matter of time travel, was still lovely until the afternoon when a piece of news appeared. It seemed like dark clouds shrouded everyone's enthusiasm. A young man in a foreign country, who was confirmed to be a time traveler, was found dead at home. The mechanical legs that this person had shown in the video were cut off and went missing. For a while, many people who had exposed their time traveler identities began to feel afraid. Especially, some people who had returned with mechanical limbs were worried that they would also be attacked. There was also information received by the media that perhaps killing a time traveler could replace them and obtain the time travel qualification. Nan Zhengshan, who was previously very excited, also began to feel discouraged. It was not easy to get an opportunity to change his fate. How come it suddenly turned into a horror game? Kunshin warned him, if you travel there too, you must be careful. Don't talk nonsense after you come back. Nan Zhengshan said with some emotion, why are we so poor? Kunshin thought for a while and said, when other people's fathers were working hard, your dad was playing cards. Nan Zhengshan retorted, what about your dad? Kunshin said, my dad is working hard playing cards. Nan Zhengshan was stunned for a moment and then, Nan Zhengshan asked, by the way, how did your dad get in? Kunshin calmly replied, I reported him. I hope he can reflect on his actions inside. Nan Zhengshan looked at him with admiration. Why don't you report my dad too? These two are really filial. Juqing wants to apologize to everyone again. After these days of updates, the page naming numbers have been updated to the latest chapter. The official updates are on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Juqing will also follow the official update time to continue updating. Thank you for your support. The class bell rang. The one who came in was the geography teacher. The homeroom teacher, Teacher Du, suddenly took leave. Perhaps the shock of today's time travel incidents was too much, making Kingshan feel that things were not so simple. Could it be that Teacher Du is also a time traveler? During class, Kingshan lowered his head and closed his eyes for a moment. He began to read his memories. Pieces of information were like fallen leaves falling from the sky. and Kyung-chan grabbed the useful leaves from the air. The next moment, Kyung-chan opened his eyes. The time travelers discovered today are like scattered dots concentrated in a dozen cities. In other words, the distribution of time travelers may be very concentrated. At 5:40 p.m., Kyung-chan skipped class again. Kyung-chan returned home, took off his school uniform, changed into casual clothes, and then went out wearing a baseball cap. He was going to Hwang Jixian's house to investigate. He wanted to know what happened to Hwang Jixian after he returned, and what he encountered in the inner world. Kyung-chan remembered that he only had 50 cents in his pocket. It was not enough to support him to take a taxi. He could only run there. He realized that he needed to start exercising to be able to face enough dangerous situations. Perhaps it's his state of mind that's different. The shackles that his previous family and environment had placed on him were slowly being unlocked. At night, Kyung-chan was turned away. Yinrun Central Garden is one of the most expensive residential areas. You must swipe a card to enter and exit. Kyung-chan went around to the back door. Just as he was about to see if he could go in, he saw several men in black dragging Hwang Jixian. At this time, Hwang Jixian looked blank and mumbled about prison mechanical monsters. They quickly boarded 2 black sedans. One of them seemed to sense something. He turned his head from the front passenger seat to look in Kyung-chan's direction. Kyung-chan immediately turned his head and pretended to play with his mobile phone. The other party didn't seem to care. Afterwards, the 2 cars left, and Kyung-chan was looking at his phone, not saying a word. Those people should know that Hwang Jixian is a transmigrator. That's why they took him away. Afterwards, Kyung-chan turned around and went home. He was thinking all the way. Suddenly, he noticed someone was following him behind. It was the group of men in black from earlier. One of them had even changed into security guard clothes, silently following him. Then Kyung-chan pretended to pick up his phone and started making a fake call with his head down, just making up a couple of sentences. When he stopped, the follower walked past him without stopping. Kyung-chan kept a close watch on the other person. But the other person didn't turn their head back once. Maybe he was overthinking it. However, before Kyung-chan could relax, he noticed it at the next intersection at the traffic lights. Another familiar face appeared in the crowd. It was the second follower from the group of men in black. At this time, Kyung-chan realized that it was not a coincidence. They were cross-tracking him. Kyung-chan was puzzled about what secret this was. The organization was so well-trained and targeting transmigrators. Kyung-chan suddenly felt that he might not be the first batch of transmigrators. These people were clearly prepared. In order not to be discovered as abnormal, he reminded himself in his heart that he must not make a mistake. Then Kyung-chan chose a good opportunity when the light turned green. The second follower went straight across the road, while Kyung-chan chose to turn around and walk away. Before long, this follower realized something was wrong. He turned his head to look, but couldn't find the boy anymore. He said softly into his earphone, "Lost him." The first follower responded with a smile. "How embarrassing, we were watching him and still lost him. That boy looks like he's only 17 or 18 years old. He might still be in school. It's really abnormal that he could discover we were following him. And when he stopped to make the call earlier, I didn't even think he had noticed me." The second follower asked in confusion, "Why did you suddenly decide to follow him?" The first follower explained, "When we were in the residential area, I noticed that this boy was avoiding the captain's gaze." Here, Kyung-chan was sitting outside his residence. He needed to sit for half an hour to confirm if he had shaken off the pursuers. Suddenly, the sound of sirens came from outside the residential area. According to the neighbors, there was a man on the second floor of his residence who often committed domestic violence against his wife, who knew his wife was also a transmigrator. No one knew what benefits this woman had received in the other world. Today, the man wanted to commit domestic violence again, but she broke one of his hands in retaliation. As the ambulance left, everyone dispersed. Kyung-chan was about to go home when he saw the little girl from the family on the second floor, sitting aggrieved at his doorstep. Seeing this, Kyung-chan knew that her mother had asked her to hide at his place again. Because of the frequent domestic violence, the little girl would come to Kyung-chan's house to hide. It wasn't the first time she came. The little girl's name was Lee Tunjin. It wasn't the first time she came to Kyung-chan's house to hide. Over the past 2 years, Kyung-chan didn't know how many times he had seen it. This mother and daughter were sitting downstairs in distress. He remembered the first time he made soy sauce fried rice for the little girl. What could be more useless in this world than a man beating his wife? Now that the man was beaten into a cripple, it served him right. The little girl said with a sobbing voice, "Brother, my mom told me to go to your house first, and when I knock later, you're not home." King Chen touched the little girl's head. "Have you eaten? If you haven't, I'll make fried rice for you." Suddenly, King Chen's expression changed. He quickly took out his key, opened the door, and pulled Lai Tunjian inside as well. Lai Tunjian looked at King Chen with a confused face. "Brother, what's wrong?" King Chen comforted her. "It's nothing, don't speak yet." He quickly drew the bedroom curtains shut, then looked outside through a crack. A black car drove up outside the building. Two men in black got out. They were exactly the two who had followed King Chen. In the next moment, one of the men in black seemed to notice something. He looked toward the window where King Chen was. Kun Chen immediately hid. Then the two men went upstairs. Kun Chen was a little worried. If the woman on the second floor was taken away, then Lai Tunjian would be miserable. Before King Chen could figure out what to do, the two men in black left empty-handed soon after. Kun Chen was now a little confused. At this time, there was a knock at the door. Kun Chen went to open it. It was Li Tungyan's mother, Jiangshu, standing outside the door. She was covered in wounds. She said softly to King Chen, "I'm sorry I've troubled you again." "It's nothing. I like this little girl quite a lot too." King Chen looked at Jiangshu's hand and noticed that her mechanical limb had a very powerful and aesthetic feel. Jiangsu was about to take Xiaoyan back, but she refused. Xiaoyan said pitifully, "I'm still hungry. The house is wrecked by you too. There's nothing to eat even if we go back." Kun Chen suddenly said, "Perfect. Let's have a meal together at my place." Jiangshu was stunned. Although King Chen had helped before, he had never shown such enthusiasm before. King Chen explained, "I also really want to know some things about transmigrating. I'd like to ask Aunt Jiangshu to tell me about your world." Jiangshu looked at Xiaoyan's pleading expression and sighed, "That's really troubling you." King Chen could feel that she had a weak character. Could she really live well in the other world like this? Then he made a hearty dinner. While eating, Kun Chen pretended to ask, "I saw the police come to handle the case. What did they say?" Jiangshu replied, "The neighbors kindly helped explain everything. Plus, it was self-defense and my daughter was there. So, I didn't have to go to the police station." At this time, Kun Chen asked the question he most wanted to ask. "I saw two men in black come later. What were they doing?" Jiangshu didn't know what they were doing either. "They talked to the police officers about some things and then had me fill out a form. They took two pictures of my head and then left. They also said not to leave Luo City recently." Kun Chen thought, "I didn't expect it to be so simple. It seems that they're not crazy about catching transmigrators. Secondly, they have official documents." Kun Chen then asked, "Aunt Jiangshu, what is your identity in the other world?" Jiangshu replied, "In city number 18, I opened a mechanical clinic. I help others install mechanical parts. However, when I transmigrated, I didn't understand anything. When people came, I could only say there was no stock. Also, my hand was a mechanical limb when I got there. It came back with me when I returned." King Chen asked again, on a transmigrator's introduction, "I saw number 18 prison. Where is that place?" Jiangshu said, "It's on the edge of city number 18. That prison is quite famous. It seems to be a place specifically for detaining serious criminals. It's the highest level security prison in the Federation." Federation system. Kun Chen hesitated for a moment. Then the little girl, Lai Tunjian, asked, "Mom, what's the name of your clinic?" "It's called Jiangshu Mechanical Limb Clinic." Jiangshu replied, "Why do you ask?" Lai Tunjian said while gobbling down her fried rice. "Just asking." Jiangshu was puzzled. "Kun Chen, why are you so curious about the other world?" Kun Chen said deliberately, "I also really want to transmigrate and take a look. I'm quite envious of you transmigrators." But Jiangshu said solemnly, "That world is very dangerous. Basically, except for the Lai clan, Chen clan, Kun clan A, and Kashima groups, other people live in misery every day. It's better to stay put." After the meal, Kun Chen asked Jiangshu, "What are your plans for the future?" Jiang said faintly, "I want to take Xiaoyan to her grandmother's house in Zheng City for a while. We'll leave tomorrow, and then I'll come back and divorce Xiaoyan's father." Kun Chen reminded her, "Then buy tickets first. It's not easy to buy tickets for normal people every day." Jiangshu thought that was right. She took out her phone to buy tickets, but found that the ticket purchase failed. Kung Chen fell into deep thought. As expected, when he knew those two wouldn't let Jiangshu leave Lu City and even took photos of Jiangshu's head, it was probably to restrict her travel. Who exactly is that mysterious organization? After Zhang Su failed to buy train tickets, she tried to buy plane tickets, but the result was the same. They both failed. This mysterious organization had immense power. King Chen didn't want to be confined in one city either, so no matter what their purpose was, it was better for him not to reveal himself for now. After King Chen came to the living room, Le Tunjin suddenly lowered her voice and said, "Brother, you never looked directly at my mom before. Did you invite her in today because you think she's pretty?" King Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These kids nowadays have too much on their minds. Zhang Xu saw the dirty clothes left in the bathroom and said to King Chen, "I'll take these back and wash them for you. It's not easy living here alone. In the future, just send your dirty clothes to Auntie, and Auntie will wash them for you." "Wait, I can wash them myself." Before King Chen could finish his words, Jiangshu took Le Tunjian and left. Then King Chen lay down on his bed, thinking about what he should do in the future. His classmates, even Jiangshu, had become transmigrators. Just as he was about to sleep, his phone suddenly rang. His mother was calling him. King Chen got up and answered the call. It was still about giving the living expenses to his father. However, King Chen hadn't seen his living expenses for a long time. King Chen originally wanted to say that he needed to pay for textbooks, but before King Chen could finish, Wang Wanfang said that she had something to do on the weekend and wouldn't come to see him. King Chen could only reply silently with a okay and hang up the phone. He had finally waited for the call, but it seemed like she had already forgotten that he had skipped school. But it didn't matter anymore. 7:20 am. The countdown is 20 hours and 40 minutes left. Just entering the school gate, King Chen happened to see Nan Zhengchen running frantically. He was curious about what happened. At this moment, Nan Zhengchen hurriedly said that a transmigrator had appeared in the next class, and was right in the classroom. King Chen was puzzled. "Why are so many exposed?" Nan Zhengchen said that person bragged about it himself. King Chen frowned upon hearing this. There are already several transmigrators in Guanglu, a foreign language school. Even if there are only a dozen cities nationwide, if transmigrators have appeared, the total number of transmigrators will not be small. Will a large number of people flood into these cities, hoping to become the third batch of transmigrators, the fourth batch, the fifth batch? Before the two could get closer to see the situation clearly, the head of the teaching department and a group of teachers took away the student who claimed to be a transmigrator. Kun Chen did not interfere much. Perhaps people from the mysterious organization would arrive soon. Tonight is the transmigration. He didn't want any extra trouble. Unless he had to go to the bathroom, he would not leave the classroom for half a step. Suddenly, Nan Zhengchen said that Xiaoxiao's guide had been updated. Kun Chen opened his phone video and saw Miss Xiaoxiao saying, "Today's guide is about the Qing Clan's shadow struggle. The Qing Clan Group is one of the top 5 companies in the inner world of the city. The shadow is the person within the Qing Clan Group who controls all the power of the underworld. It is said that this is a tradition that the Qing Clan has followed for thousands of years. Every once in a while, a new shadow is chosen. It's a drama of the 9 princes vying for the throne. At the same time when the new shadow is chosen, the entire inner world will be stirred up very lively. There are already 8 known shadow candidates, Kung Hui Wen, Kung Shi, etc. But there is one who is very mysterious, and I have not found out his identity yet." King Chen now suddenly understood why he appeared in prison. No. 18. The countdown was 6 hours and 19 minutes until this afternoon. King Chen looked at his deskmate, Nan Zhengchen. He could clearly feel that he was getting more and more nervous. If this guy really also transmigrated to prison. No. 18. Then he would help him even at the risk of being discovered. King Chen whispered, "If you transmigrate tonight, be careful." King Chen didn't say more. The fact that the other party could hold on until now and keep it a secret meant that he was somewhat aware of the situation. At night, Jiangsu suddenly came. She was worried that something might happen to her in the inner world if she could not return tomorrow. She wanted King Chen to take care of Xiaoyan for one day, waiting for Xiaoyan's grandmother to come and pick her up. King Chen comforted her, saying, "Don't worry so much, you will definitely return safely." Then he agreed to her request. Jiangsu breathed a sigh of relief and even gave the key to King Chen. Kun Chen struggled for a few seconds. This should be a kind of trust, right? Then King Chen took advantage of the last moments of the countdown and held a small USB drive in his mouth. He wanted to test whether the things hidden in his body could be brought to the inner world. Then he twisted his arm into purple again. After everything was done, the countdown reached 0. As the world broke apart, Kun Chen was finally about to enter the inner world again. After 48 hours, Kun Chen came to this familiar cell again. Kun Chen had never been so delighted. Fortunately, it was still prison no. 18 here, otherwise, his past efforts would have been in vain. The goodwill he had finally obtained from Le Shudong would have been lost. Now it's that each transmigration is a continuation of the last one. This also means that he still has use for the canon sheet music he memorized. No matter what Li Shudong's identity is, Xiaoxiao's guide has confirmed that he is a very important figure in the inner world. Then he spat out the USB drive he had hidden in his mouth. The fact proved that things hidden in the body can be brought over. He also looked at the purplish-blue bruises on his arm, which also proved that the body was the one that transmigrated over. King Chen relied on his own methods to gradually piece together his understanding of this world. His understanding of the transmigration mechanism. Time passed bit by bit. The prison rang with the clamor of a pounding on the river-closing gate. King Chen felt that it was even somewhat familiar. The outer world was desolate to him. Then he looked at his arm. It was still a 48-hour countdown to return. He didn't know if it would increase or decrease in the future. Meal time. The metal gate opened on time. Different from last time, Lin Xiaoxiao took the initiative to greet him. The old prisoners around also cast envious gazes. King Chen even greeted the prisoners casually. Some prisoners were flattered, as if they were praising themselves. Then, King Chen thought that the second batch of people from the outer world should have also arrived. He wondered if there were any familiar faces among them. If he was recognized, it would be troublesome. Suddenly King Chen saw a familiar face. It was the student Liu Dezu that the teacher had taken away yesterday. He couldn't appear now. Otherwise, the other party would definitely recognize him. Suddenly someone smiled at the new prisoners. "Welcome to prison no. 18." Liu Deju's face instantly turned joyful upon hearing this. It seemed that he believed this was just a game event as Xiaoxiao had said. He even asked the old prisoners which one was Li Shutong. Then Liu Deju looked down from upstairs and was shocked to discover Li Shutong's boss aura. He thought to himself that Xiaoxiao really didn't lie to him. It would be definitely right to seek a job change from him. After getting his meal, Liu was indeed chased by the old inmates. He decisively ran towards Li Shutong with his plate. It seemed that things were about to disappoint him. Before he could even get close, Lin Xiaoxiao had already blocked his path. Lin Xiaoxiao also looked speechless. These past 2 days have been really strange. Why do all the newcomers dare to look for my boss? Liu Deju, however, said mysteriously, "I'm one of us. I'm here to receive a mission." What the heck? These words directly baffled Lin Xiaoxiao. How come I haven't seen you in the organization? Then, impatiently, she had the old prisoners take him away. Go do whatever you should be doing. Who knew that Liu Desu would still shout seriously, Li Shudong, I'm here to receive the job change mission. The poor child still thought that this was a game of Xiaoxiao's novel. Looking at the old prisoners surrounding him, Liu Dezu seemed to realize the consequences that were about to come. He desperately wanted to run out of this prison. Finally, he was caught by the mechanical guards. King Chen on the corridor watched speechlessly. I heard that this child is a nutcase. You should have at least observed the situation first. On this side, Lin Xiaoxiao asked Li Shutong in confusion, "Boss, don't you think it's a bit strange lately? Why are the newcomers either talking about being from Guangluo or asking you for missions?" Li Shutong thought for a while and nodded. It is indeed a bit strange. At this moment, King Chen was resolutely walking through the corridor. He secretly found Lu Guanji and whispered, "Later, after the meal, have your people control all the star people. Ask them one by one about their identities and backgrounds outside." Okay, Lu Guanji hurriedly agreed. King Chen thought that he would see if there were any hidden transmigrators among the star people, but it seemed that Nan Zhengshan hadn't transmigrated to prison no. After a farce, all the prisoners went to line up for meals. After a while, Lu Guanji returned to report to King Chen. whispering in detail. After listening, Kyung Chen seemed to confirm that there were no new transmigrators. Then he went to Li Shutong and asked, "Are we still playing chess today?" Li Shutong said that they were not playing these days. There was an uninvited guest coming. It seemed that prison no. 18 was going to have an uninvited guest. You should know that the person Li Shutong would call like this was definitely not an ordinary person. Kyung Chen didn't want to get involved in things he couldn't control for the time being. He said nonchalantly, "I just saw a commotion downstairs." "What's going on?" Li Shutong also said awkwardly that he didn't know. Kyung Chen was amused. The transmigrators had actually baffled Li Shutong. At this moment, the alloy gate was slowly opening. A bald man over 2 meters tall was being escorted in by more than 10 mechanical guards. Not only that, when this person came in, the metal storm above the prison also slowly began to rotate. This was the first time Kyung Chen had seen someone being escorted alone during the daytime. It was also the first time he had seen the security force of prison No. 18 being so mobilized. Before, he had thought that the security at night was strong enough. But compared to this prisoner, it seemed a bit lacking. After the bald man was sent into the prison interior, the mechanical guards left. Suddenly the bald man picked up a prisoner and asked, "Where is Li Shutong?" The prisoner pointed to Li Shutong's direction in fear. Then the bald man walked towards that side. Seeing Kyung Chen looking puzzled, Li Shutong said, "I didn't expect this guest to be so direct. His name is Gu Hochin. You should have heard of him. Later you and Yi-Won should move back a bit, so you don't get hurt." Yi-Won glanced at Kyung Chen. For his own boss to specifically remind him about such a small matter, it seemed that the boss valued this young man very much. At this moment, Lu Guanji, who was mixed in the crowd, seemed to have misunderstood something. Looking at Go Hochin, he thought, could it be that even he is here? No wonder boss Kyung Chen said that a llama came from the south. So he is waiting for Go Hochin to come so he can stir up trouble. Then we'll be able to sit back and enjoy the benefits. How wonderful at this time. Go Hochin said in a loud voice, "I'm here this time for the 005th arena item. You tell me, where he is being held in the prison. I'll just take it and leave." Le Shudong patted the big cat, telling him to go to one side. Then he smiled calmly. "You have to be a bit more polite when facing a senior, or you'll get hurt easily." You know, Le Shutong was very curious. How come the Black Spade organization is also suddenly interested in arena items? Listening to your tone, I thought you joined the arena tribunal. Go Hutchin said, "I Black Spade, want to fight those behemoths. Naturally, we can't let go of anything. Assistant, your discrimination against the organization and our goals are aligned. You should understand our situation." Le Shudong asked, "But why? Why come to find the taboo object of prison 18 first?" Go Hochin said indifferently. "Rumor has it that the Chen Consortium made an agreement with you. As long as you can contain and suppress it, they will give you absolute freedom in prison 18. And the taboo object personally contained and suppressed by you, Lai Shudong, must be exceptionally powerful." "You're mistaken. I haven't made any deals with the Chens." Kunshin listened silently. "I've heard of the Taboo Tribunal in a small video. It seems to exist specifically for arena objects. It should also be something I'm looking for. Perhaps this is the test mission of being in the shadow struggle." Go Hutchin seemed impatient. "Where is S005? Lai Shudong shook his head. "I know, but I won't tell you." Go Hutchin took a heavy step. "Why the tattoo-like totem? It's like it has come to life." Lai Shudong just smiled. "Because I quite like S005. The scene became tense in an instant. The 72 metal storms on the steel sky, 36 of them started to rotate rapidly because of this. Suddenly Go Hutchin started to attack. Along with it, the gun barrels of the metal storm moved. The 36 machines started to indiscriminately sweep the entire venue. Fortunately, they were not firing metal bullets, but rubber bullets. Beside the knight, a shield was erected to protect this place. Go Hutchin's enormous fist was actually blocked by Lai Shutong's 2 fingers. With ease. He wanted to check if Kyung was okay, but Li Shutong suddenly froze. Kyung was sitting calmly in his usual spot. It was the only blind spot in prison 18. He couldn't help but sigh. The other party's character and ability were not something someone of his age could possess. Is this the shadow that Kyung Shi is going to choose? When will I be able to find such a successor? Thinking of this, Li Shudong merely gave a push and sent Go Hochin's huge body flying several meters away. Afterwards, Go Hochin was no longer reckless. This match from beginning to end, He had only made the white practice suit on the other person's body sway a few times. There were always rumors that Li Shutong was like a god in this world. Now Go Hochin already believed it. The gap between him and Li Shutong was like heaven and earth. Li Shutong looked at Go Hochin. He smiled and asked, "Still want to fight?" Go Hochin said in a muffled voice, "I can't beat you." "What's the point of fighting? Don't worry, even if you don't say it, I can still find the S005 arena dance." Li Shutong nodded indifferently. "It's fine. You take your time finding it." Qingshan felt that this bald guy was a bit interesting. Clearly he had wanted to fight to the death just now. Now he suddenly concedes. The turnaround in attitude is a bit much. However, what Go Hochin was thinking was, since Li Shutong knows the location of the taboo object, then follow him. What if he accidentally slips up? At this moment, Li Shutong asked Qingshan, "Was this position calculated?" The Qingshan said, "Although my calculation ability is much stronger than the average person, I cannot handle such a large-scale, ballistic calculation for the time being. Calculation can only guess at an approximation." Li Shutong shook his head. "Guessing at an approximation isn't enough to support you in finding this position so accurately." Qingshan replied calmly, "A brief calculation only allowed me to lock down 4 areas, and the position you always occupy daily just happened to be in this option. So there's no need to calculate the rest." After the chaos, the mechanical guards directed the prisoners to clean up. Go Hochin was sitting cross-legged on the ground, as if a monk had entered meditation. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sigh. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Those who fight are fine, but those prisoners who didn't fight are really unlucky. He patted Go Hochin. "Isn't it rumored outside that you are compassionate and do good deeds? Then how do you account for those people who were implicated by you?" Go Hochin calmly said, "You're telling me about hurting innocents in prison. There isn't a single innocent person here." Lin Xiaoxiao curled his lips. "So hypocritical." Go Hochin opened his eyes and glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, and added, "I'm not a monk. Don't use words like compassionate to describe me." After saying that, he closed his eyes again, and seriously regulated his breathing. The battle just now was really not easy for him. Afterwards Lin Xiaoxiao gave Yuan a look. Immediately, an invisible field unfolded around them. Lin Xiaoxiao saw that Qingshan was a bit confused. "Don't worry, our voices won't travel out." Li Shutong stopped him out, and asked, "I saw Lu Guanji interrogating those people during the newcomer ceremony this morning. Was that something you told them to do?" "It was." Qingshan didn't hide anything. "I just wanted to see what other forces were competing with me for the arena dance." Li Shutong nodded. "I like your candor. However, I see that Lu Guanji didn't abuse those newcomers. Was that your intention as well?" Qingshan said, "It was within my power. If he couldn't even protect himself, then he would quietly watch them die and not help. That is his principle. His life has never been smooth, so he learned to be selfish early on. This is life. It's an attitude to life that was given to him, not chosen by him." At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao looked to the side. He saw Go Hochin using the index and middle fingers of both hands to prop up his entire body, slightly off the ground. Then the 4 fingers were walking like legs, slowly approaching the field. Lin Xiaoxiao was also in disbelief. "You big lump, if you want to eavesdrop, you also have to look at the situation. Don't you think this is too obvious?" As if sensing everyone's gaze, Go Hochin returned to his original position with 4 fingers with no change of expression, as if nothing had happened. This scene amused Li Shutong. "Alright, let's forget it. It's a bit of a pity that we didn't get to play chess today. I'm going to read a book." Lin Xiaoxiao said to Go Hochin before leaving. "If you lose, just stay put. We really don't want to make enemies with Black Spade. We know it's not easy for you guys in the wilderness, but don't cause trouble for us, okay? You think I have no way to deal with you," Go Hochin said with a calm face. "Oh really, try moving a single hair of mine." Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the other party's bald head and had no response. Qingshan didn't care about any of this. He was wolfing down his food. The food here is also average, but the synthetic meat at least had a meat flavor. It was even better than what he usually ate in the outside world. Suddenly he was startled. A quarter of the cameras were silently turning towards him. Could it be that the blind spot incident from just now drew attention? Who is behind this? Lin Xiaoxiao came over and said, "Boss, I told the person serving the food to change yours to real meat in the future. You can have as much as you want." Qingshan asked in confusion, why. Lin Xiaoxiao said, "You'll know soon enough. This may not be a good thing." At night, Qingshan, who was brushing his teeth, felt something was off again. Sure enough, as soon as he lay in bed, he entered the nightmare again. Qingshan appeared in a desert. Two people were sitting on the sand dunes opposite. One of them pleaded with him, Qingshan, give us a sip of your water. If we don't drink any more, we're going to die. We won't take it for free. You can name your price. At this moment, a voice in Qingshan's ear asked, facing your companions who are about to die of thirst, what price would you quote? Qingshan was no longer a newbie who was entering nightmares for the first time. He coldly said, I'll let the person beside you watch you die of thirst first, then let him name his price. As soon as the words fell, the person opposite turned into Lin Xiaoxiao. Sure enough, it was Lin Xiaoxiao causing trouble again. Lin Xiaoxiao said speechlessly, are you even human? The surname Chen said, I knew this was your nightmare. Naturally, I wouldn't have any sympathy. Lin Xiaoxiao asked curiously, now that you enter the nightmare, you can maintain your clarity and memory, so you should be able to resist the call of the nightmare. Right? I thought you had something to say, so I came. What do you want to test this time, in the new nightmare? Lin Xiaoxiao originally planned to follow Li Shudong's instructions and use the nightmare to show Qingshan some hardships in life. But Lin Xiaoxiao saw that Qingshan easily resisted the nightmare, so he couldn't help but sigh. It seems, nightmares won't be useful in the future. Boss will have to take you personally. Qingshan was thoughtful. This desert scene is different from the last one. Instead, it's more like a course arranged by a teacher for a student. At this time, Lin Xiaoxiao said, boss is still just admiring you right now. Whether you can become the boss's student in the future is still uncertain. Qingshan saw that something was wrong with the other person, and asked, are you envious of me? Lin Xiaoxiao admitted frankly, not everyone can become the boss's student. At least Knight and I can't. Then he continued, because neither of us passed the first hurdle. But the boss thinks you should be able to pass it. That is a path to live through death. Each time you improve yourself, you need to walk through the abyss once and feel the pain. And the boss said you have the courage to put yourself in a life or death situation. Qingshan asked calmly, since it's so painful, why are you still envious? Lin Xiaoxiao said with longing, that is a path of cultivation. It holds infinite potential. And the ceiling for Knight and me is already set. Although that path is painful, only a life that has experienced pain will be more superior. Qingshan did not dwell on this issue, but asked how old is Mr. Li Shutong. The reason for asking this is, if he were to divide his life between two worlds, it might mean he ages faster than people in the outside world. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't think much about whether Li Shudong's extraordinary abilities could prolong one's life. Then the boss said he was 52 years old. Qingshan was immediately surprised. Li Shudong looked like he was only about 35 or 6 years old. Lin Xiaoxiao said, mocking, look at you, like you haven't seen the world. People like the boss. I wouldn't be surprised if he lived to be over 100. We've been following him since we were very young. I haven't seen him change at all this whole time. Then why do you follow him? There's no why. Knight and I and many others are orphans. You were born in Qingxi, so you don't understand how terrible life is outside. It's very easy to become an orphan. Maybe your parents were walking on the street and just happened to encounter a gang member and got into an argument. Maybe chemical materials leaked in the factory and caused pollution. Or maybe when using a neural connection to a virtual network, you were hacked. Or maybe you couldn't pay your property tax and the insurance company refused to pay out. Then the bank takes your house and kicks you out onto the street. No one will care whether you live or die. At that point, your life has become dark and hopeless, and the gang wants to take you to be a drug mule. They will abuse you even more cruelly, and then film videos of it to sell as virtual life experiences. It was at that time that someone appeared in front of you and then said to you, follow me, I'll give you a new life. No matter who it is, you would follow them. Qingshan quietly looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. His own hardship was nothing compared to the other's life. Qingshan was curious as to why he adopted you. Lin Xiaoxiao said, because we are of use. He can't do the things he wants to do alone. Qingshan fell into deep thought. Even now he didn't know what the so-called discrimination organization and the Black Spade organization's goals were. What was the huge monster that Black Spade was trying to fight against? Was it the 5 major companies, or something else? But Li Shudong adopted Lin Xiaoxiao and Knight. They obviously had ulterior motives, right? But Lin Xiaoxiao and the others didn't seem to mind. Since things have come this far, Lin Xiaoxiao also said to rest early. Afterwards, the nightmare ended and Qingchen was still lying in bed. He had already seen Li Shutong's unfathomable level. Then his cannon. Was it enough to exchange for this opportunity to open a new world? But just the cannon alone wasn't enough, and he also couldn't explain the origin of the cannon. In a corner of the prison, the countdown now had 24 hours remaining. Someone was banging hard on the alloy gate. It was the silly Liu Dizhu. After he went to Li Shutong for a task, he was locked in this secret corner, and no one had asked about him again. Liu Deshu couldn't understand. Everyone else in the inner world was thriving, with mechanical limbs, and being gang members and all that. How come it turned out like this for him, when he returned to the event in 24 hours? How was he supposed to explain it to his classmates? He shouldn't have bragged to his classmates before he came here. The next day, with the countdown at 16 hours and 20 minutes, Li Shutong and Qingchen were already sitting at the dining table, drinking. Li Shutong said calmly, "You had Lu Guanji take action, watch the measure." After this, there are fewer crying newcomers in the prison, but have you noticed that the other two gang forces in the prison are already very dissatisfied with Lu Guanji? Qingchen had noticed. However, he believed that Lu Guanji could handle this matter himself. Have you ever thought that those who are being helped may not be grateful? Qingchen thought for a moment and said, "When you see a beggar on the street and throw them some change, that change is not enough for them to escape poverty. But you have bought some inner peace and pleasure." La Shudong smiled and didn't speak again. At this time, Go Hochin sat directly next to Qingchen. Go Hochin thought that since he couldn't win, then he would join. He said, "I am also a person with some status in Black Spade. You guys are eating real meat and making me eat synthetic meat? That's not hospitality, is it?" Lin Xiaoxiao sneered, "Can you compare to us? Why don't you fight the boss again? If you win, you can eat it." "Well, if the three of you eat it, it's understandable. But why is this kid who plays chess also eating real meat? He's just an ordinary person." Go Hutchin immediately shouted to Qingchen, "Kid, go get another portion yourself, and give me yours." Le Shutong and the others remained unmoved. It seemed that they wanted to see how Qingchen would handle this. Seeing that Qingchen was silent, Go Hochin assumed that he didn't dare to provoke him. He was about to casually eat the other's food, but at this moment, Qingchen closed his eyes and began to use his super memory ability. In an instant, he recalled everything from yesterday. As he gradually went through his memories, he found the image he wanted. He immediately opened his eyes and shouted, "Lu Guanji!" Lu Guanji appeared at Qingchen's side in a flash. "Boss, I'm here, what's the matter?" Qingchen said to him, "I'm pointing out 8 numbers. You bring them out." As those people were dragged out of the crowd by Lu Guanji, Go Gutchen's face gradually became more grim. It looked like he didn't even care about the meat. Qingchen looked at him calmly. "These 8 are your people, right?" The young man possessed an incredibly powerful memory, which allowed him to easily deal with unexpected situations. After being forced by Go Hochin, Qingchen used his super memory to find 8 people. He looked at Go Hochin and asked, "Are these 8 your people?" Go Hochin answered with a dark face, "Not all of them." Qingchen nodded. "After you were escorted in, your gaze swept over 5 of them. Those 5 made a gesture of extending their index fingers at the same time. Although I don't know what that poem means, I'm sure that they were doing it for you to see." And the other 3 from unknown forces immediately looked at each other and exchanged glances. Lin Xiaoxiao and Knight's faces were surprised. Qingchen was actually able to calmly observe all of this in that hail of bullets. Le Shudong then spoke. "Prison number 18 is a mixed bag. It's normal for people from other forces to be here watching me." Lin Xiaoxiao said, "Should we transfer all these people to other prisons?" Le Shutong shook his head. "Transferring 8 people for no reason will cause outside speculation." He then ordered Knight to isolate these 8 people and give them a thorough investigation to see which family the other 3 were sent by. At this moment, Lu Guanji actually found another group of people according to Qingchen's instructions. Lin Xiaoxiao was speechless. He whispered to Li Shutong, "Boss, this group of people are our own." Qingchen stared straight at Lin Xiaoxiao. "So you watched me make a fool of myself earlier." Le Shudong was very appreciative of Qingchen. "Although you are not yet a transcendent, your memory and analytical abilities are something that many transcendents cannot match." Go Hutchin, seeing this, also realized that Qingchen was not one of the knights, so he asked what his name was. Qingchen silently said the 2 words, "Qingchen." Upon hearing this, Go Hochin was stunned. How did the knights get involved with the Qing consortium, At this time, Le Shutong said calmly, who said that Qingshan must be someone from the King family, even if he may not stay in Qingxi forever. Isn't there a famous person named King in the wilderness? A Gohochan pondered for a moment upon hearing this. Then his attitude changed drastically. He pushed the plate back in front of Qingshan and said warmly, Qingshan, little brother, what do you think of Black Spade? Qingshan said coldly on the surface, not much. He thought to himself, the other party came to steal the spotlight of my identity, so I naturally have to show a bad attitude. As they were talking, a commotion arose nearby. It turned out to be the three non-Black Spade members who had been pointed out earlier. They were now lying on the ground. Their lips and faces were all purple. After Knight examined them, he determined it was from poison sacs hidden in their back molars. After opening their mouths, there was a faint, bitter, fishy smell. It was cider. Gohochan said, these three are not from Black Spade. Le Shutong said calmly, is that so? This is actually a bit of a surprise. Qingshan watched silently, showing no reaction on his face. However, this was the first time he had faced death directly. Only his clenched fist showed his nervousness. This was, after all, a world where beasts ran rampant. At this time, the return countdown had 15 hours and 21 minutes remaining. Le Shutong looked at Qingshan's pale face and asked, first time witnessing death? Qingshan pursed his lips and replied yes. Le Shutong continued to ask, are you scared? Qingshan nodded, a little. Although Qingshan had lived to this age, and had learned a lot, he had never witnessed what death was like. Only after seeing it firsthand, did he realize how shocking it was to see life dissipate before his eyes. Le Shutong said, everyone has two lives. The second life begins when you realize that life only happens once. From that moment on, you will begin to tell yourself the importance of time and clearly realize how much time you have wasted in the past. Qingshan thought to himself, the more fearful he is, the more he needs to calm down. He needs to examine his past and also plan his future. At this moment, Le Shutong suddenly said, these three corpses are likely aimed at me. So you help me find out who sent them. Consider it as me owing you a favor. You can exchange for something from me. What would you like to exchange for? Then Qingshan spoke. I want a list of members of the Li Consortium. Uncle Li agreed or looked at him. Why don't you exchange with me your method of becoming a transcendent? There are not many people in this world who can owe me a favor. But the only one who doesn't cherish the opportunity is you alone. Qingshan pondered for a while. Becoming a transcendent is fundamentally not equal to the value of your secret. I don't think it's a good deal. Moreover, when the time is right, you will give it to me yourself. There's no need to exchange. Uncle Li clearly saw the benefit. You are smarter and more patient than I thought, and you know how to be restrained. But you're right. Some things are not meant for exchange. They will come naturally when the time is right. Although I am a bit disappointed that you haven't seen blood, I thought about it carefully. If you disregard life, I would find it boring instead. After saying that, he asked Lin Xiaoxiao to bring the list. Uncle Li was very curious. What do you want this thing for? Qingshan naturally wouldn't say it, and casually brushed it off. Uncle Li shook his head with a wry smile. Since this is to repay your favor, do whatever you want. At night, Chen waited in the cell for the countdown to return. He originally thought that Lin Xiaoxiao would come to do a nightmare test again tonight, but she didn't. It seems she thought he didn't need any more testing. Now King Chen felt that he was getting closer and closer to the path of the transcendent. Compared to the previous two crossings, after experiencing death this time, he was no longer so apprehensive. As always, time stopped around him, and the world shattered again. After 48 hours, King Chen was about to return to the surface world, Earth. 8 hours had passed since King Chen returned to the surface world. He glanced at the countdown on his arm. There were still 40 hours left, still 2 days. The process of crossing was silent, not even waking up the sleeping people. After experiencing 2 tense days, King Chen felt a sense of relief returning to the surface world, feeling much more relaxed. However, he was still looking forward to the next crossing in 2 days. There were more opportunities waiting for him there. As King Chen was about to go to school, he saw Jiang Shu with Lai Tunjin, and he greeted them. Aunt Jiang Shu, is everything okay this time? Jiang Shu smiled and said, I'm fine. I'm just about to take Xiaoyan to school. Come to my house after school tonight. It'll make a good meal to celebrate. Kun Chen was puzzled. Celebrate what? Jiang Shu didn't say much, implying that he would know tonight. On the way, Kyung Chen opened the trending searches to see what new things had appeared. After this crossing, as expected, one trending topic caught his attention. Foreign news reported that someone on the dark web was selling information, saying that killing a transcendent would not inherit their crossing opportunity. But what King Chen thought about was that these few words meant the disappearance of a vibrant life. Reality is often bloodier than what words express. When he got to school, he found a large crowd gathered in the next class. The person in the middle was Liu Dezhu. King Chen didn't expect that the other party would actually come to school. He thought that the other party would be like Huang Jixian, suffering from some kind of psychological trauma. Instead, he was boasting to so many people about being a transcendent in the 18th prison. He even said that he had met Uncle Li. King Chen felt that in the current environment, revealing that you are a transcendent was a very foolish choice, especially when claiming to know important figures from the inner world. The mysterious organization would probably be here soon. As King Chen was leaving, he suddenly saw Nan Zhengshan cowering at the back of the crowd and quickly went up to ask if he had been beaten. Nan Zhengshan absent-mindedly said no. King Chen observed that he didn't have any mechanical limbs or anything else unusual, just that he was not in a good state of mind. So he asked Nan Zhengshan quietly, "Were you tormented?" After crossing over, Nan Zhengshan pretended to be confused. "What crossing?" King Chen stared at him. He was certain that he had definitely crossed over, just not sure what he had experienced. He had changed from being smug to this present state. King Chen wanted to continue asking Nan Zhengshan about his location and identity in the inner world, but he clearly didn't want to say more. Seeing that there was nothing he could do to help, King Chen waited until it was almost time for class. When Nan Zhengshan finally whispered, "I told you before about a transcendent group. A transcendent said they could help connect with a rich woman. Is that transcendent real?" King Chen suddenly had immense respect for him. He looked at Nan Zhengshan with shock and couldn't say anything for a long time. Then Nan Zhengshan realized that he had said too much and quickly argued, "It's what others in the group said. I'm not a transcendent." King Chen just replied awkwardly. So this guy's depressed state was due to hooking up with a rich woman. The two fell into a long silence. King Chen suddenly asked, "Are they giving much money?" Zhengshan anxiously said, "I told you, I'm not a transcendent." At that moment, the black-clad members of the mysterious organization were clearly visible in the corridor outside the window, accompanied by the Dean of Academic Affairs. The students were talking in surprise. Only King Chen was not surprised because he had already seen the people from the mysterious organization. As expected, not long after the foolish Liu Dezhu was taken away. At this time, King Chen had a general deduction. An organization that could make the school's Dean of Academic Affairs cooperate must have official background. This more or less made people feel more at ease, but what King Chen didn't expect was that Liu Dezhu came back not long after. According to him, the black-clad people only asked him to leave his contact information and told him not to leave Luo City. Moreover, they were planning a transcendent concentration training program. They also asked Liu Dezhu to identify people from photos. Based on the information revealed by Liu Dezhu, King Chen could confirm that the person in the photo was King Chen himself. Luckily, he had specially changed into an old set of clothes that day and deliberately avoided the surveillance blind spots so he hadn't been found by the black-clad men. At this time, Nan Zhengshan said with envy, "People who cross over end up next to big shots, even talking to them. Maybe one day they will become superhumans." "Why is the difference between people so big?" King Chen looked at him helplessly. "Are you sure you want to be envious?" Nan Zhengshan cried out, "I'm envious. I said I'd make a lot of money and treat you to a meal. It looks like that's not happening now." King Chen could only comfort him. It's okay to be an ordinary person. Speaking of which, the two of them hadn't even paid their textbook fees yet. Nanshan said, "My mom went back to my grandma's house because she was mad at my dad. I can only ask my dad for the money, and my dad told me to return the books to the school." King Chen looked puzzled. He never thought that a textbook fee would stump two poor transcendent. This also reminded King Chen that he should start making money. He couldn't keep exploiting the old men in the neighborhood. He needed to think about how to make money from the inner world. There was no reason to guard a treasure mountain and keep coming back empty-handed. Night fell. It seemed that skipping class had become a habit for King Chen. The narrow Xingshu Road had also become lively again. He still remembered that when his mother went back to her parents' home when he was a child, his dad would take the easy way out and take him out to eat a bowl of rice noodles for 1.5 yuan. At that time, his dad didn't gamble or get divorced. His grandparents didn't dislike him either. The bowl of rice noodles that cost 1.5 yuan back then now cost 15 yuan. It seemed that all things would never return to the way they were. When King Chen returned to No. 4 courtyard, he suddenly noticed two men squatting by the side of the road, smoking. King Chen originally thought that the mysterious organization had come knocking, but they didn't react at all when he passed by. With the sound of brother coming, Latunjian was already waiting for him. King Chen patted his head. What if I have evening self-study again? You don't have to wait for me. Latunjian smiled and said, brother doesn't have the habit of going to evening self-study. As he said that, he pulled his sleeve and walked towards his home. As soon as King Chen entered the house, he saw that the broken furniture in his house before was gone, and it seemed that many things had been replaced with new ones. Jiangsu was busy in the kitchen. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she said without turning her head, King Chen's here. Come sit down quickly. Just one more soup is left. King Chen looked at the dining table. Several dishes had already been prepared. This made him gulp. Compared to the bland food in the ancient prison, this was a real improvement in food. At this point, King Chen also asked about the doubts in his heart. Aunt Jiangshu, what exactly are we celebrating? Jiangshu said happily, I told you before that I opened a mechanical limb clinic in the Lai world. This clinic caused me a lot of worries before, because the memory isn't inherited when crossing over. So when people came to me for mechanical limb modifications, I didn't know what to do at all. Those people who came to modify their mechanical limbs all looked ferocious, and the ancient city was particularly unsafe at night. It wasn't safe to walk on the streets after 8 o'clock, so I was always quite worried. But I don't know why, this time when I crossed over, the people from the Li Consortium suddenly found my small clinic and said they wanted to invest. You have to know, the consortium in the Lai world is like the heavens. As long as it's a business that the consortium has invested in, all the criminals will avoid it. They not only gave me a sum of money, but also replaced the sign with one that has the Li's logo. Now I am much safer in the Li world, Liz Kun Chen murmured to himself. Then he seemed to think of something. Kun Chen laughed. With the help of the Li Consortium, that's definitely something to celebrate. Jiangshu continued. Weren't you envious of the Transcendent before? If you ever really cross over, just come to City 18 to find me. Aunt Jiangsu may not be able to do much, but she can still protect you a bit. Kun Chen sighed inwardly. He was indeed in City 18. It was a pity that his situation was such that ordinary people really couldn't help. The King family's shadow struggle, the inheritance of the Knight organization, these things had already exceeded the scope of ordinary transmigrators' knowledge. Then Kun Chen asked, did those men in black come looking for you again? Jiangsu said no. She had originally planned to seek their help in the inner world, but they were also newly established in the outer world, so they weren't of much use. After eating and drinking enough, Kun Chen took the opportunity to chat with Lai Tongyan. You're a transmigrator too, right? Lai Tongyan blinked her eyes and said, Brother King Chen, what are you talking about? King Chen then explained the details he had discovered. Last time, you specifically asked for your mother's clinic name, and this time, the Li Corporation invested in her clinic, and is also protecting it so carefully. You can deny it, but I can also tell these clues to your mother. Lai Tongyan immediately caved. Don't tell my mother. Kun Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't guessed wrong. It was because he had discovered this detail that he had asked Lai Shutong for the Lai Corporation's list yesterday. Lai Tongyan's name was indeed on it. After calming down, Lai Tongyan explained that the reason she didn't tell her mother was because not many people dared to control her in the outer world. But if her mother found out, she would definitely control her on both sides. Then Lai Tongyan shrugged and said, don't tell my mother. I can give you money. I have a lot of pocket money in the outer world. Kun Chen refused without hesitation. I'm not a transmigrator. Why would I want money from the outer world? Seeing that he refused, Lai Tongyan simply asked in confusion. Aren't you a transmigrator? Of course not, Kun Chen denied, thinking in his heart that he almost exposed himself. After a moment of silence, Kun Chen suddenly asked, how much pocket money do you have in the surface world? Lai Tongyan looked at him in disbelief. Brother, are you really trying to scam a child out of their money? Kun Chen then awkwardly said that he was just asking. At this moment, even he felt a bit embarrassed. Le Tunjin whispered to King Chen, I really don't have any pocket money in the surface world. Or else, brother King Chen, you change your request. Since that was the case, King Chen said that she could owe him this favor for now. Before leaving, he also reminded Lai Tanyan to protect her mother well. The outer world seems very chaotic, according to what everyone says. Le Tunyan said contentedly, don't worry. When brother has a chance to travel to the outer world in the future, I'll protect you. King Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Children's promises were so pure and simple. Then King Chen returned to his own home. Tonight had been fruitful. At least he knew that Li Tongyan was a transmigrator. In this unfamiliar world, having another acquaintance was better than having none. He opened his phone to look at the trending topics, and discovered 2 trending topics were quickly climbing the ranks. A mysterious organization overseas was offering a reward, a sky-high price to purchase mechanical limbs and future technological items from other worlds. They even listed a detailed item list. The organization claimed to have tested the effects of the drugs, and that they were indeed effective on humans in the surface world. They also publicized the method of carrying the items. Kun Chen frowned when he saw this. These people actually used a drug mule method to bring things back from the inner world. These were all items for anti-aging treatment. If a critically ill wealthy person was about to die, these drugs would be life-saving medicine for them. Their value would be incalculable. That must be what this mysterious organization was planning, right? He hadn't expected that. Just as King Chen was wondering how to become an extraordinary person, someone had already started a business. Although making money was tempting, he still needed to build a good relationship with Lai Shutong. Suddenly, King Chen realized that this mysterious organization was also buying mechanical limbs. Combining that with the events of a few days ago, when transmigrators had their mechanical legs cut off, now this organization was offering sky-high prices to buy them. This would probably further encourage this kind of crime targeting transmigrators. At this time, King Chen suddenly remembered the 2 unfamiliar men he had seen in the yard when he returned from school. He looked at the window, but they had already disappeared. King Chen thought about it and decided to call the police. Just as he finished giving the address and describing the suspicious people, a scream from Li Tongyan came from upstairs. Not having time to think more, Kun Chen immediately said, please dispatch officers immediately. Then he hung up the phone and grabbed his tools. However, when he remembered that the opponents were 2 adults, he was a bit worried about whether he could handle them. After thinking it over, Kun Chen still decided to go help. Although he wasn't a goody two-shoes and was also self-centered, he couldn't ignore Jiang Shu. He couldn't let both of them suffer. Just as King Chen was rushing upstairs anxiously, what greeted his eyes was a man who was rolling down the stairs. His arm was twisted in an irregular way. He had already lost consciousness. Kun Chen looked up and saw Jiang Shu standing outside the door, her eyes filled with anger. The sleeves of her white shirt were torn. Jiang Shu looked at King Chen and then at the entrenching shovel in his hand. She composed herself and said thank you. King Chen then asked a bunch of questions out of concern. After learning that another person had escaped, King Chen hurriedly rushed out of the building. He saw a figure running away in the darkness of night. But King Chen ran in the opposite direction. If you were given the opportunity to go to a certain city and have a chance to become a transmigrator, would you take the risk? Speaking of which, 2 Kunlun members suddenly visited, wanting to inquire about who had broken the robber's legs. Zhao would naturally not betray King Chen. She looked at Lu Yuan and said that she didn't know who did it. Maybe someone was just being a good Samaritan. She then asked why they were investigating it. Lu Yuan explained, please don't misunderstand. We're not a law enforcement agency, so we're not trying to do anything to this good Samaritan. The Kunlun member next to him said, it's just that, after hearing the description of the criminal, we realized this person attacked at an extremely tricky time, and his ambushing skill was also beyond ordinary people, so we wanted to find him to see if he was a transmigrator. At this time Li Tongyan also chimed in. After the incident yesterday, my mother and I have been at home the whole time. We didn't go out either, so we don't know who did it. King Chen in the kitchen also didn't expect that Xiaoyan would be such a great help. After all, most people believe that children don't lie. Xiaoyan's parents also often argued and committed domestic violence. At this moment, King Chen felt that he and her were the same kind of people. They were good at hiding themselves, but their hearts were surging like a torrent. Latunjian looked at Lu Yun, pretending to be confused. Wasn't that kind uncle or aunt who did the good deed? Helping us. Why are you looking for them? Are you going to arrest them? Are you bad people? Lu Yun awkwardly said, no, that's not it. We don't have any malicious intent. Because the Kunlun organization was just established. We need to find and recruit some like-minded talents. Also, regarding the outer world, there are indeed some organizations and some consortiums that have discovered the existence of the surface world. According to our Kunlun statistics, 21 transmigrators have mysteriously died, previously undergoing torture. There are also more than 10 transmigrators who have stated that they were imprisoned by outer world organizations. We hope that Ms. Jiangshu can be more vigilant and not be discovered by them. Although these are all secret operations, it is already enough to remind us that exposure is extremely dangerous. Jiangshu nodded. She hadn't expected that being exposed in the outer world would be so tragic. Just then, her companion showed Lu Yuan something on their phone. Hixiaoxiao had appeared again. Latunjian asked innocently, who is that brother Hixiaoxiao? He seems to know a lot. Lu Yuan hadn't expected that a child would also know this person. However, they didn't know who he was either. He was too good at hiding. Kunlun hadn't found this person yet. They couldn't find out anything, so the two of them prepared to leave. However, at the door, Lu Yuan noticed a pair of men's shoes. He asked curiously whose they were. Jiangshu calmly replied that they were her husband's. Xiaoyan also said excitedly, their daddies, they didn't see anything amiss, and then left. After seeing the two off, Jiangshu and her daughter also breathed a sigh of relief. Qing Chen then came out of the kitchen. I'm sorry I've troubled you. Jiangshu smiled and said, don't say that. We were the ones who troubled you. If it weren't for us getting into trouble, you wouldn't have been dragged into this kind of thing. Then Qing Chen went out to buy groceries. During that time, he made a point of going home to change his shoes before going out. As expected, when he walked out of the residential area, Lu Yuan and the others hadn't left yet. The two in the car watched silently and focused their gaze on Qing Chen's shoes. Only after Qing Chen had walked far away did Lu Yuan suddenly say, it wasn't him. His companion looked puzzled. Knowing that there was someone else inside the house, why didn't you go in to take a look? That's so much more trouble. Lu Yuan also said helplessly, Boss Zhang explained that Kunlun is an organization of doctors, and we need to maintain a good relationship with transmigrators, instead of using any harsh measures. But we won't accept just any Tom, Dick or Harry. What we're going to do in the future needs people who are on the same path. The new era has begun. Some people are destined not to be ordinary. Here, Qing Chen took out his phone and started searching for Hixiaoxiao. During Lu Yuan's conversation at Jiangshu's house, he had revealed a lot of information. Even Kunlun didn't know Hixiaoxiao's identity. He hadn't been recruited by Kunlun. In this network society, how difficult would it be to erase all traces of oneself? The other party must have mastered technologies or abilities that exceeded this era, in the surface world, and were beyond human understanding. He opened Hixiaoxiao's latest strategy video. It was still the familiar voice. Hixiaoxiao called the transmigrators time travelers. This is because, when entering the inner world, time in the outer world is paused, and when returning, time in the inner world is also paused. The known birthplaces of domestic time travelers are concentrated in 19 cities. There are sporadic time travelers in other areas, but the probability is very small. Hixiaoxiao suggested that those who want to become time travelers should go to these 19 cities as soon as possible, because the third batch of time travelers will be born tonight. In addition, Hixiaoxiao also pointed out that the difficulty of the inner world is extremely high, so it's best for time travelers to team up. Finally, Hixiaoxiao issued a very clear warning, never reveal your identity. Qing Chen guessed that Hixiaoxiao should also know the consequences of time travelers revealing their identity in the inner world. That is why she specifically reminded everyone. But not all time travelers are that smart. In Prison 18, there was Liu Dezu, a hidden danger, who couldn't withstand interrogation at all. It was unexpected that Hixiaoxiao still regarded the inner world as a game. But it could be foreseen that her guide would definitely cause an uproar. It might also accelerate the rush of people eager to transmigrate towards the 19 cities she mentioned. What made Qing Chen speechless was that even the inner world incidents had spawned a lot of swindlers. This Nanjingchen actually sent him the link of Xu Fu's elixir of immortality that they were talking about in the transmigrator group. To be honest, King Chen couldn't tell now whether Nanjingshan was really stupid or pretending to be stupid. The countdown was 13 hours and 8 minutes left. After buying groceries, King Chen returned to the neighborhood and found that Lu Yuan and the other person were gone. It seemed they had given up on their investigation. A sumptuous meal had already been prepared on the table. Watching Jiang Shu and her daughter interact, King Chen couldn't help but feel a little envious of Xingzi. The originally weak Jiang Shu, in order to protect her daughter, had chosen to become strong. He believed that this transmigration, Lai Tongyun, would also arrange the best mechanical limbs for Jiang Shu. Kun Chen could only rely on himself. At this moment, Jiang Shu suddenly spoke. Xiao Chen, why do we rarely see you? Are your parents busy? Kun Chen also followed up and replied, they are indeed quite busy. Jiang Shu then said that he could come to her place more often in the future. It's just like adding one more set of chopsticks. Kun Chen thought for a moment and, touched, agreed. Before night had reached 0, Kun Chen lay down on the bed and fell asleep early. He had become more and more proficient in the matter of transmigration. It was still the familiar transmigration process. As soon as he arrived at the prison, the familiar sound rang out again. Someone was banging hard on the alloy gate. Steel beasts were roaring in the cells. Newcomers, welcome to prison 18. After 2 days, Kun Chen had arrived at prison 18 again. The next morning, Kun Chen woke up and looked down at his arm. His expression froze immediately. He saw that the return countdown was actually 160 hours. Subtracting the few hours he had slept, that meant this countdown was actually 7 days. This puzzled King Chen a lot. What kind of pattern was this? It seemed that he needed to explore the rules of transmigration more. He walked out the door. The prisoners in the corridor greeted him by bowing slightly. Then Kun Chen greeted Lu Guanji from a distance. The other person immediately understood. Lu Guanji continued to control the newly arrived prisoners. Although this would make the other two factions angry, and conflict might break out because of it one day, his purpose of entering prison 18 was to clear the way for King Chen, so he naturally had the awareness of a vanguard. Moreover, Lai Shudong had also tacitly approved of Lu Guanji's behavior. He seemed to want to see what King Chen planned to do. Today 7 new prisoners had arrived. 6 of them seemed to be natives, but one of them was very slippery. Even Lu Guanji had to chase him for a while to catch him. This person's first words were, damn it. Why are you catching me, bro? Let me climb. King Chen immediately confirmed that he was a transmigrator, because this person was speaking the Sichuan dialect. This made King Chen puzzled again. According to Xiaoxiao's rule, the outer world basically had transmigrators densely appearing in 19 cities, and the same place seemed to transmigrate to roughly the same location. So it should be people from Luo City who transmigrate to City 18 here, right? It seemed like there was a special situation. King Chen turned his head and glanced at Li Shutong and his group downstairs. He found that their expressions were solemn. And on Li Shutong's side, he also instructed Lin Xiaoxia to capture this person, and also capture Huang Jixian and Liu Dezu from before. Li Shutong seemed to have realized that these people came from the same place. King Chen felt that as long as the other party was not an idiot, he would definitely be able to sense something from these successive incidents. It was only a matter of time before the people of the inner world knew about the outer world, because there were too many transmigrators. It seemed that this guy with a unique dialect had made Lai Shutong link all the strange events of this period together. This time he didn't sit idly but directly let Lin Xiaoxia take action. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sichuan person fell into a nightmare due to a voice. Lin Xiaoxia walked in front of Lu Guanji, saying, get out of the way and hand him over to me. Lu Guanji, forcing himself, replied, we can only if our boss says so. As he spoke, he looked up at King Chen upstairs. Only at this moment did the prisoners understand. It turned out that King Chen was not just a lucky young man. The other party was a true god. Moreover, King Chen was Lu Guanji's boss. This made it not difficult for them to guess the King Corporation's background. Lin Xiaoxia also confirmed, Lu Guanji knows my boss's identity, and you still dare to block me. You do have some backbone. Naturally, Chen did not want to embarrass Lu Guanji. He nodded, signaling to let him pass. Lin Xiaoxiao carried the Sichuan person out with one hand. On one side of the prison, the heavy alloy gate also rose for Lin Xiaoxiao. It seemed that Li Shutong and his group could come and go freely in prison 18. But since they could come and go freely, then why didn't they leave here? Qun Chen went downstairs and sat opposite Le Shutong. Where did Lin Xiaoxiao go? Le Shutong pulled the big cat into his arms. Something unexpected happened. Although I don't know what the unexpected thing is, it should be something beyond my imagination. Usually, if people of unknown identity appeared one after another by my side, I would think that someone had made a well-planned scheme, wanting to get something from me. But this time it seems different. The other party doesn't have a plan, and doesn't even seem to have a brain. Kun Chen was silent after hearing this. At this moment, he realized that the time left for him was not much. He was sure that that guy would not be able to withstand Lin Xiaoxiao's interrogation. The exposure of the outer world was inevitable and would happen very soon. Beside the table, Go Hochin was also eating real beef, devouring it greedily. Yuan suddenly asked Gu Hochin, "Don't just eat. Was that person just now one of your people? I'd heard there are still a few places in the wilderness where people speak strange languages." Go Hochin replied, "How could someone so fair-skinned be a wilderness person?" Then he laughed heartily. "Our people have already been found by little brother King Chen. Don't worry, I'm here as a lone warrior right now. Lastly, get some meat for my brothers too." Yuan said disdainfully, "Do they lack real meat in the wilderness?" Go Hutchin said with emotion, "We have to face the consortium's sudden attacks every few days. There's no time to raise livestock. And there are 2 more forbidden areas in the wilderness. People almost died. The living space isn't as big as you imagine. Of course, if little brother King Chen goes there, the best food will be saved for you." King Chen thought silently. Forbidden area was another new term. It seemed to be related to forbidden objects. At this time, Go Hochin invited King Chen to the wilderness, not to mention anything else. "You can eat whatever you want." Le Shudong chuckled. "You want to drag him to the wilderness that badly? Didn't you see? He's from the King family. It's better for him to honestly become a shadow for the King family than go to your wilderness." Go Hutchin retorted, "How can that be the same? Whether he can become a shadow or not is not even in sight. The shadow selection is extremely dangerous. Why risk that? Come with me to the wilderness, and you'll have everything." "Why bother with that effort?" Lai Shudong laughed. "What do you have in the wilderness that makes people want to go with you?" The cunning King Chen appeared again, saying he had his own promises to make. Go Hochin looked puzzled. At this moment, King Chen looked calm on the surface, but in fact, he was the most aware that Lin Xiaoxiao would be back soon, and he would face the most dangerous test in his life. But he didn't have any trump cards in his hand. He knew what he was going to face, but he couldn't avoid it, and had nowhere to hide. In a certain interrogation room of prison 18, the Sichuan transmigrator Zhen Sheng was snoring loudly in his sleep. At this time Lin Xiaoxiao had a gloomy face. Just now, he had ended the other person's dream with his nightmare ability, and then was forced to end the nightmare by the other person's cursing. It was a full half-hour without repeating himself. In the interrogation room next door, Lu Dezu was sitting inside, trembling. Sure enough, Li Dezu explained that when he transmigrated from the outer world, there was one thing that made Lin Xiaoxiao suspicious. According to the other party, he had approached Li Shudong because someone said that if he could find Li Shudong in prison 18, he could obtain a professional path. He had to find out who was spreading this. At first, Lin Xiaoxiao did not believe in the transmigration incident, but every sentence Liu Dezu said was logically coherent. Then he asked Liu Dezu one last question, which was, "Have you ever heard a song called Farewell, Yiwan?" When King Chen saw Lin Xiaoxiao return to the dining hall, but remained silent about the interrogation results, King Chen already had an answer in his heart. Lin Xiaoxiao was a smart and clever person, with no deep-seated schemes, unless the interrogation results contained a secret involving someone present, and that person was definitely King Chen. Moreover, Le Shudong was a very powerful person with great control. This type of person would not allow things to develop out of control, no matter how much goodwill had been accumulated before. In front of a superior, it was not worth mentioning. Le Shudong was also an extremely intelligent person. He ordered Lin Xiaoxiao to send away Black Spade's friend, Go Hochin, but he suddenly realized that there might be a big secret here. He stated that he would not go anywhere. However, Yiwan did not waste words with him. He directly activated his transparent force field. Go Hochin was caught off guard, and was sent staggering out of the area by the force field. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled at him. "If you want to stay here looking for forbidden items, then don't go any further." Go Hochin retorted with an air of superiority. If I don't listen, I don't listen. At this moment, Li Shudong looked calmly at King Chen. So the past few days, letting Lu Guanji interrogate the newcomers, was to find them. King Chen thought for a moment and said, "That's right." Li Shudong could not help but sigh. "You are more composed than I imagined. When I was your age, I was not as calm as you." Chen said calmly, "It's not composure. It's that panic is useless." Li Shudong stated, "Although Xiaoxiao has not yet told me the interrogation results, I know that there must be a great secret. When I encounter uncontrollable situations, I never show mercy. Have you ever thought that you might not live to see tomorrow?" Kyung Chen looked up at his surroundings. He was not sure if he would still be able to see all this, so he wanted to look at it a bit more. Then he said calmly, "I have." He suddenly lowered his head and smiled at Li Shutong. "It's actually been quite pleasant these past few days. If it's possible, I hope we can get to know each other again." Li Shutong responded, "When we played chess on the first day, I accidentally spilled dew, so I actually still owe you one request." "What is your request? You can make it now." Kung Chen thought for a moment. "Can you play farewell again?" Li Shutong looked at him. "Are you sure you don't want to exchange it for your life?" "My life doesn't need to be exchanged, nor can it be exchanged." Li Shutong had Yiwan bring a harmonica. "I've always liked your courage. I'll consider this song as a gift to you. You can make that request at any time." The song Farewell seemed to be something King Chen was playing for himself. The melodious tune made the atmosphere in the prison feel a bit more somber. Kun Chen thanked him quietly. At midnight, the alloy gate of King Chen's cell suddenly opened. Someone put a black hood on King Chen and propped him up. He was led to an unknown place. Not long after, the two people who were supporting him placed him somewhere, and then left one after another. Kun Chen lay quietly in the darkness. He did not even get up to see where he was. Kun Chen knew what reactions people had when placed in a confined, dark environment. Unable to talk to anyone, even the concept of time was stripped away. Loneliness and fear seemed to want to completely engulf him, but he was not afraid of loneliness. Since King Chen's parents divorced, he had been accompanied by loneliness. His biggest enemy at the moment was dehydration. Then he looked at his arm. There were 146 hours left on the countdown. At least the countdown allowed him to calculate time. After that, King Chen slowed down his breathing rate. He began to recall movies in his mind. He watched The Shawshank Redemption. It was about prison breaks and faith. Passed quietly. There were 122 hours left on the return countdown. At this point, Kyung Chen had already watched 8 movies in his mind and even took a nap. However, he could still not resist the thirst and hunger. There were 98 hours left on the return countdown. At this point, the water loss in King Chen's body was severe. His mind was starting to become unclear. The memories in his mind were becoming fragmented, and he felt like his spirit was about to be eroded. After another period of time, there were 74 hours left on the return countdown. Li Shudong was sitting in the reading area. A faint knocking sound could be heard in the distance. Lu Guanji was cursing from behind a door. "Li Shudong, where did you lock my boss up? Lu Guanji will not let you go. The King family will not let you go." Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the time and said to Li Shudong, "Boss, it's been 4 days. King Chen has not said a word for 4 days in there, and there are no signs of a breakdown." Li Shudong responded, "He is an extremely intelligent person. From the first day, he slowed down his breathing rate to avoid rapid loss of water. It is not unusual that he has survived through day 4. Lin Xiaoxiao said anxiously, "Even so, to be able to silently endure for 4 days is extremely rare. It's not like he is being punished, but more like he is waiting. But he hasn't had water for 4 days, and he will die if he doesn't drink any more." Yuan suddenly said, "Boss, the dark room might not be effective against him. Let him out." Le Shutong thought for a moment and then, surprisingly, said then, "Let's just give him water." Lin Xiaoxiao became frantic. Wouldn't that be the end of Kyung Chen's life? He will really die. However, Le Shutong just said calmly, "His life and death depends on his own choice. How can he walk my path if he has never witnessed true death?" Kyung Chen's night trial had already begun. Today was the 5th day. He was taken to a cell by Yiwan and the other 2. Then they covered his face with a thick towel. Ice-cold water was poured onto the towel, blocking all his oxygen and vitality. Kun Chen sat quietly in the chair, not moving. It was clear from his hands behind his back that he was enduring it. Lin Xiaoxiao and Yiwan looked at each other. They did not expect that at this moment, Kung Chen was still able to maintain a clear will. He knew what he was facing, and he was using his last bit of willpower to try to gain a chance to live. Kung Chen felt the water flowing into his nasal cavity and filling his body. He felt like he was having a dream. When he was young, a woman held his hand in a park. The woman suddenly said, Xiao Chen, your father has someone else outside. He doesn't want us anymore. The young King Chen just said, Mom, I want to eat candied haws. The woman looked at him, then after a long moment said, Mom will buy candied haws for you. Kun Chen was very happy to receive the candied haws. The woman's eyes were red. She turned to leave, telling him as she left, Xiao Chen, you eat the candied haws here. Mom is going to the restroom. But when the woman left, she never returned. Kun Chen waited from noon to dusk. He started to cry, but crying was useless. Someone helped him find the police, but King Chen was unwilling to go with the police. Until it got dark, the woman came back, hugging him and crying loudly. The young King Chen just thought that she was lost. Later, he found out that he had been abandoned. In the water trial, King Chen's mind gradually cleared. He felt his oxygen-deprived brain and his twitching limbs. But he did not struggle, nor did he plead. In the darkness, someone said, Go with Mom. Kun Chen softly replied, It's not necessary, Mom. Both times, in response to the question, Kun Chen firmly replied, It's not necessary. In an instant, the wet towel on his face was removed. The dim light seemed a bit glaring at this moment. Lin Xiaoxia was frantically patting his back. Le Shudong stood quietly in front of him. He asked, Why didn't you beg? I still owe you one request. King Chen looked at the other person stubbornly. Because you don't need a weak person. At a certain moment, Lai Shudong suddenly recalled what the other person looked like when they played chess the first time. A fearless courage and stubbornness without any way out. Like a lone wolf roaming the wilderness. He knew that this was the person he had been looking for. Le Shudong asked again, Can you forget everything I did to you today? I can't forget, but I don't mind. Le Shudong turned and walked out of the interrogation room, not forgetting to say, Very frank, very good. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you personally. I will lead you along the furthest path among all the shortcuts in this world. Le Shudong left with the big cat. He only said that he would personally teach King Chen, but he did not say what he would teach. However, Lin Xiaoxio, who knew the boss well, understood that the boss was in a very good mood at the moment. The night tradition had almost died out with Li Shutong's generation. Although he never mentioned it, Lin Xiaoxia had personally seen him select successors one after another, only to fail time and time again. That path was too difficult, so much so that even he and Yi Wan could not walk it. Afterwards, Lin Xiaoxia returned to the cell. He looked at King Chen with admiration. I really admire you. I don't know how you managed to endure 4 days in the dark room. Anyway, I couldn't do it after 36 hours. Yimai is stronger than me. 47 hours. Yi Wan glanced at him. Are you sure it's just a little stronger? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him speechlessly. A little bit stronger, okay? Kun Chen asked at this time. Were you guys locked in the dark room too? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. It's a kind of torture for normal people. But for us, it's just a test, it's necessary. When the boss had us lock you in the dark room, I already knew that he wanted to choose you. But if you couldn't endure it, he wouldn't mind watching you die. The boss has witnessed too much life and death. His heart has become hard. But it can't be soft, either. This is how this era is. You shouldn't blame him either. Yuan took a bath towel and handed it to King Chen. Wipe yourself. There aren't many people who can be so tough during the water trial. It's normal for most people to lose control of their bladder and bowels. At this time, Lin Xiaoxia went outside the interrogation room and returned with a plate. On the plate was a bowl of rice, a piece of pork ribs, and a bowl of white rice porridge. King Chen thought for a moment and picked up the bowl of porridge. Yuan said to Lin Xiaoxia, You lost. It turned out the two had also made a bet with this dinner to see which food King Chen would eat first. King Chen slowly drank the white porridge. In the outer world, even if he experienced the most painful things, compared to what he had experienced these days, it was nothing. His peers were still going to school, dating, playing games, but he had already started an unknown journey. Even he himself didn't know where he would end up. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly said, So, after you came in, you didn't know you were from the King family at all. That's why you played chess with the boss, to defuse the situation. So, You actually have no connection with the King family, right? You haven't lived in the King family, and you have no sense of belonging. King Chen nodded. Now that it's come to this, there's nothing to hide. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled. That's pretty good. I guess the boss also thought of this when he decided to accept you. Yuan said to King Chen, you can rest assured that your identity in the outer world is only known to me, Lin Xiaoxiao, and the boss. We won't even tell Li Dongs. We will keep this secret for you. King Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. But who is Li Dongs? Lin Xiaoxiao happily explained. Heng Society, Li Dongs. Heng Society is an organization under my boss's control. Its power is probably greater than you imagine. It seems you know nothing about the outside world. We too need to give you some extra lessons these few days. And that Lu Guanji, he's quite loyal to you. He suffered a lot for you these days, and he almost attacked the boss. Kun Chen nodded. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Xiaoxiao then asked, do you know Li Dezu and Huang Jixian, and that Jian Sheng who likes to curse? Kun Chen explained, I know Liu Deju and Huang Jixian. It's not really knowing them. They are my high school classmates. Lin Xiaoxiao was shocked. You're just an ordinary high school student in the outer world. He thought King Chen was very powerful in that world. After all the ability and willpower he had shown, didn't seem like what an ordinary student would possess. Kun Chen said, the outer world is a relatively peaceful world. There are no superhumans, no mechanical limbs, and no gangs or organizations. It's stable and peaceful. In this, being an ordinary person is also not bad. There's not much danger to life. Lin Xiaoxiao looked envious. King Chen suddenly asked, where is that person who speaks in dialect being held? I want to talk to him. Of course, no problem. Lin Xiaoxiao also said that in this prison 18, you're walking on flat ground now. After that, King Chen first covered his face with a towel, and then prepared a reader with Quanzai Ali written on it. Jian Sheng, who was being controlled by Yi Wan, cursed, I'm gonna fuck your girl. But after seeing the words on the reader, he paused for a moment. Girl, you're an earthling, King Chen continued to write, you're not from Sichuan province. Then why did you transmigrate here? Are you in Lu City? Jian Sheng, seeing that he was a fellow earthling, responded properly, I used to do some business in Lu City. I don't know how I got transmigrated to this place. King Chen wrote again on the reader, what is your occupation? Jian Sheng said, a scalp. Then he asked, are you from Lu City, man? But King Chen had no intention of answering his question and turned to leave. Jian Sheng looked at the slowly closing alloy gate and suddenly realized that his fellow countrymen had no intention of saving him, and immediately cursed again. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao, watching King Chen, thought this young man had just experienced solitary confinement and water torture, but could still maintain such cautious behavioral habits. There were 48 hours left on the return countdown. King Chen and Yi Wan were walking in prison 18. This was the first time he had seen how the prison looked after 9 p.m. Several mechanical sentries stood silently in the square. Their mechanical eyes on their faces were also extinguished, entering a dormant state. At this time, King Chen had already confirmed that his and He Xiaoxiao's deductions were not wrong. Jian Sheng also transmigrated because he appeared in Luo City. That's why he transmigrated to City 18. Where you transmigrate, that's where your life in the other world will continue from. Yuan suddenly said, we didn't arrest you on the day you transmigrated, to avoid others making connections. So you don't need to worry about your identity being exposed. Xiaoxiao also declared to the outside that you were coveting the S005 guarded by the boss. That's why you were captured by the small city of Pri. King Chen nodded. At this time, from somewhere in the prison, came Lu Guanji's weak and hoarse voice, La Shutong, let go of my boss. King Chen was stunned. You've locked him up for 4 days? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded yes, otherwise he would come out again and cause trouble for the boss. If it weren't for his commendable loyalty, the boss would have dealt with him long ago. But you can rest assured, someone has been sending him water and food for the past 4 days. Kun Chen asked, what did he do before? Didn't you investigate? Lin Xiaoxiao said, I did investigate. He used to be a thug in a nursing home for the Wu group. King Chen was taken aback. What kind of background is a nursing home thug? Lin Xiaoxiao explained. In the impoverished areas of the inner world, people generally don't have the habit of supporting their elderly. Children send their parents to nursing homes after they turn 60 and spend their parents' retirement money. And the so-called thugs are those who collect protection fees from some of the elderly and pretend to be the old people's grandsons to intimidate and scare other elderly people. In this way, the elderly in the nursing home will not be bullied by other elderly people. Also, this group of nursing home thugs also has a famous slogan. The Wu Group's elderly care service guarantees you'll die faster than your son. We serve you well. After all, we are afraid that if you die, we won't make any money. But your son won't be worried, because when you die, all the money is his. At this point, King Chen found it strange. Why, for such an important event as his participation in the shadow competition, would the King family send a nursing home thug to help him? Then he asked, "Can I go see him?" Lin Xiaoxiao said, "Of course, no problem." Meanwhile, Lu Guanji was lying blankly on the cold floor, still muttering about asking Lai Shutong to release him. At this time, Lin Xiaoxiao brought King Chen to Lu Guanji's door. He greeted the camera in front of the door, and the alloy gate opened. As soon as Lu Guanji heard the sound of the alloy gate, he immediately climbed up. The moment he saw King Chen, he immediately began to cry with grievance, not forgetting to ask, "Boss, are you okay?" King Chen said softly, "I'm fine." Lu Guanji squatted beside him and began to worry. "Boss, why have you lost so much weight? Did they torture you? When King Yan comes for a visit in a few days, I will tell him about this." King Chen said, "Don't tell him. I heard you went to cause trouble for Li Shutong." Lu Guanji nodded. "Wasn't it just because I coveted his S005? Why did they have to torture me like this? Didn't Go Huchen covet it before? He was fine. Or is it because you're just a shadow candidate, so they think the King family won't make a big fuss?" Then, he said indignantly, "I will go and talk to Li Shutong tomorrow." King Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Alright, stop acting." Lu Guanji hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. "I'm not acting." King Chen's clear gaze stared directly at him until Lu Guanji grew more and more guilty. Finally, he sat on the ground dejectedly. "I see, you saw through me, boss. Actually, this is just the way we small people survive." Kun Chen was a bit emotional. He knew very well that Lu Guanji knew that he wouldn't really be in trouble, so he was just putting on a show to express his loyalty. He must have thought that if he didn't do anything, he would eventually be marginalized by him once he got out. Kun Chen sighed, "You don't need to flatter me. I appreciate what you've done these past few days. Rest assured that as long as you don't betray me, I won't treat you like a passerby." Lu Guanji immediately became excited. "However, there is one thing that I need to make clear. You need to keep a low profile when following me. You can't be as flamboyant as you used to be." Upon hearing these words, Lu Guanji immediately became obedient. "I heard from King Yan before that you, boss, are very mischievous, and you like to keep a low profile. Boss, please tell me what I need to improve. I will definitely change." King Chen was silent for a moment. "First, take off those gold bars on your mechanical arms. Be a bit more plain." Lu Guanji immediately tore off the gold bars without saying a word. Kun Chen also added, "I'll keep the gold bars for you first. Remember, don't be flamboyant." Kun Chen quietly took the gold bars from Lu Guanji, crumpled them into a ball, and stuffed them into his pocket. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say with concern, "Have a good rest," and then slipped away. Kun Chen calculated. That's probably 2 cubic centimeters of gold. According to the density of gold at room temperature, being 19.23, that's over 30 grams. "How much is gold worth now?" Lin Xiaoxiao saw King Chen come out and asked, "Do you have anything else to deal with?" King Chen thought for a moment. "I have a plan to confirm something." There were 40 hours left on the return countdown. At this time, King Chen, as usual, was in the quiet prison 18. King Chen asked Li Shutong who wanted to kill him. Lin Xiaoxiao beside him said, "Those two people are quite tough. They could grit their teeth and refuse to speak in the nightmare. Their mechanical limbs seem to have been specially replaced in order to prevent us from finding the place where their mechanical limbs were sold. But don't worry, give me 7 days, and I will give you an answer." Li Shutong thought for a moment and said, "It's probably those younger members of the King family who want to compete for the shadow. Danger is inevitable. You need to be prepared for this." King Chen didn't understand why everyone was fighting for the position of shadow, even if it meant almost certain death. Le Shutong smiled and said, "Because no one knows which generation of the King family started this rule. Only someone who has been a shadow can become the family head. Only someone who has been a shadow can become the family head." He still didn't have a clear concept of the shadow competition. Afterwards, King Chen continued to ask many questions. According to Li Shutong, The shadows had existed in the King family since an era of human civilization. Back then, shadows were just a role that the King Corporation could discard at will. They were specially chosen from King family disciples with no background, and their power wasn't as great as it is now. Later, a powerful shadow became the family head and established the rule that the family head must be a former shadow. On average, a new generation of shadows is selected every 10 years or so. A family head might be with over a dozen generations of shadows. When the family head retires, they will choose their most trusted one from those dozen shadows. The other shadow candidates are then required to hand over their power in exchange for a death-defying amulet that guarantees a peaceful retirement. And now, the 9-person competition for Shadow to inherit the family head position was set by the son of a shadow who became family head. It is said that it was because the candidates he chose were all useless. In the end, he could only let his subordinates fight for it themselves. The one who wins would naturally be the best choice for family head. However, after nearly 1,000 years, the shadow competition has gradually changed, and it has begun to be about who can survive. Whoever survives becomes the shadow. Later on, this practice of the shadow competition was maintained. Perhaps the King family heads all understand that if the King family isn't ruthless, how can they establish this themselves in this world? Kun Chen nodded, so I need to be careful for my own safety. Because these 9 shadow candidates all want to eliminate the others. Le Shudong nodded, to be honest, this is also beyond my expectations. I didn't expect that so early on, people would be trying to eliminate others. It wasn't this fast in the past, unless someone felt a threat from you. Kun Chen said, is it because I'm getting close to you? But then he denied it. This matter was already with me when I came here before I met you. Le Shudong said, don't think too much about it. You'll naturally understand over time. Kun Chen asked, then do I need to withdraw from the shadow competition? Does it conflict with the King family if I join the knights? Le Shudong said, it doesn't conflict. Just try not to let people know. It's better for you to join the knights. Can't you see that I'm locked up here? From now on, I'll teach you in the middle of the night, and will be the same during the day. Also, I don't recommend you withdraw from the shadow competition, because you haven't seen how much power Shadow really has. Afterwards, the group went to the martial arts stage, where King Chen and Li Shutong sat cross-legged. Li Shutong asked if there was anything else he wanted to ask. Kun Chen asked, I see that the standard weapons in the inner world are still firearms. Are there any other more powerful weapons? Li Shutong said, yes, but not many. There are small EMP grenades that are specifically for mechanical limbs, and also special weapons that are loaded onto mechanical limbs. However, the consortium army and military mainly still use firearms. The bullets are basically copper. Kun Chen became puzzled. The technology in the inner world should be very advanced. Why are the weapons still similar to those in the outer world? Li Shutong said calmly, because a bullet is enough to kill a person. Okay, enough with the miscellaneous matters. Let's talk about the main topic. It's time to start that longest road amongst all the shortcuts in the world. Le Shudong asked King Chen to extend his right hand. King Chen stretched out his open right hand in front of him. Le Shudong suddenly pinched his wrist. In an instant, he felt that his breathing was controlled, as if a very strong spiritual will was controlling his breathing rhythm, even the speed of his blood flow. The pulse held by Li Shudong was as if it had been shackled. The next moment, Le Shudong's breathing rhythm changed. He exhaled a puff of white air. Immediately afterwards, flames patterns emerged along his cheeks to his ears. Kun Chen was stunned. Everything he was showing completely violated the common knowledge of biology. But before he could react, Kun Chen felt that his breathing rhythm was also forcibly changed. His heartbeat and breathing were completely different. King Chen only felt that when he breathed, it was as if a fire surged into his throat, spreading through all his alveoli. The terrifying temperature swept through his entire body, and then an excruciating pain started. Slowly Chen's flame patterns began to appear on his left and right cheeks. The pain spread along the patterns all the way into his brain. He wanted to break free from the wrist that Li Shudong was holding, but Yuan beside him reminded him to endure it. Lin Xiaoxia also hurriedly said, remember what I said, only by experiencing painful lives can one become higher. King Chen seemed to feel the world roaring, and his own life was also burning along with it. Lin Xiaoxiao, who was next to him, continued to remind him, guard your consciousness. All the pain you've forgotten will quickly sweep through your mind. All the pain, remember all the pain. That moment you will start to collapse. If you can't get through this, no one can help you. Kung Chen's mind was on high alert because the pain that Lin Xiaoxiao was talking about instantly flooded into his mind. The time when he lived alone for the first time, the finger he cut while trying to cook for himself. The pain, even the feeling of each fingerprint being cut was recalled. The icy water flowing in his lungs during the water training, like poisonous seedlings, their cold roots pierced into his lungs. The dryness of dehydration in the dark room collided with the pain of water training from the previous second. There was also the sunset of the day his mother left, and the image of her dragging her suitcase in the sunset. These memories swept over him like a tide, and he seemed to be back in the water training. He fell into a void space again. A gentle voice was calling out, "Come with mommy." King Chen really wanted to grab his mother's hand, but at that moment, he realized that this was a test. No wonder Li Shudong said that if you can't get through this, you won't be able to walk his path. He didn't try to grab his mother's hand anymore. Instead, he said directly, "I've walked such a long path by myself. I'll walk the rest of the path by myself too." When he turned his head, a fire seemed to burn away his past in an instant. From then on, he understood his choice. He didn't need to wallow in self-pity anymore. He didn't need to look back anymore, because all his remaining life was ahead. Lin Xiaoxiao and the others had also experienced this kind of pain. When the pain came together, they knew very well what it felt like when your heart starts to collapse. Only those who have faced every moment of pain can step across the abyss of self-examination, separating their past from their future and moving forward. Lin Xiaoxiao murmured, perhaps because of King Chen's photographic memory, that he had never forgotten that pain. The supernormal state gave King Chen outstanding talent. It also gave him endless pain, and perhaps he had long been a believer in pain. He had already stepped over that abyss a long time ago. As the flame patterns on his cheeks disappeared, Le Shutong slowly released King Chen's hand and sighed. This round was smoother than I had imagined. King Chen asked, "What's the use of this breathing technique?" Le Shutong said, "It's just an aid. The breathing technique is about the different breathing frequencies. You can't use it alone right now. Wait until I lead you through it a few more times, and you'll remember its rhythm." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lai Shudong saw that the flame patterns on King Chen's face weren't fading, but rather spreading again. He smiled bitterly for the first time and said, "I forgot. You can enter the supernormal state. You can directly memorize this breathing rhythm." It has to be said, Le Shudong was truly helpless at this moment. He was led by his teacher over 40 times, and only barely managed to remember the breathing frequency. Not even a slight mistake was allowed. "Since I don't need to lead you, then I'll just tell you about the knight's inheritance. As for the function of the breathing technique, we can talk about it later." At the beginning of the knight's organization, the founder discovered the secret of the gene lock. According to his summary, when humans complete 8 life and death tribulations, the gene lock will open by itself. In the earliest times, you only qualified to be a knight if you completed those 8 life and death tribulations. Back then, there were many knights. They followed humanity through the Great Cataclysm era and created a new civilization with the surviving humans. But later on, there were fewer and fewer knights, not because there weren't suitable candidates, but because one of the life and death tribulations had to be completed in the sea, but the entire ocean had become a forbidden place. In the past it was almost certain death, now it has become guaranteed death. With one life and death tribulation missing, the gene lock naturally can't be opened. But after the tireless efforts of our ancestors and later knights, they discovered that as long as it is coordinated with a certain breathing pattern, they could open a gene lock every time they completed a life and death tribulation. When everyone has completed the 6th tribulation, their strength fully surpasses that of the older generation. If it is ranked according to the level of the inner world, that would be 6 levels of a E, B, a C, a D, F. Those who have completed the 6th stage are level 1. Kung Chen asked, then teacher, what is your level?" Yi Wan said from the side, "Boss's level." King Chen continued, "But what is so magical about this breathing technique that it can help open the gene lock?" La Shudong said, "You should know about endorphins." King Chen used the information in his memory and said, "Like dopamine, it is a secretion that gives people pleasure, but there is also a difference. What you get when you win the lottery in a game is dopamine, while the happiness and relaxation after exercise is given by endorphins." La Shudong said, Endorphins are a substance that is bitter before sweet. When it binds with the morphine receptors in the body, it can relieve pain. But this is just the most basic function. First, they were subjected to a very strict test using the sound of a piano. It was discovered that when knights complete a life or death challenge, a large amount of endorphins are secreted in the body. Therefore, he believed that dopamine is a trap that causes people to sink, while endorphins are the key to unlocking the genetic lock. So a new tenet was added to the Knights organization. Experiencing a painful life makes you more advanced. When King Chen listened to Li Shutong tell the story of the Knights' heritage, he could imagine how many thorns the Knights' predecessors had cut down in order to forge a new path. He asked, what is the relationship between the breathing technique and endorphins? Why is it that using the breathing technique as an aid can unlock the genetic lock in advance? Because the breathing technique can allow you to secrete endorphins the moment you experience pain. This in itself is a skill to control your body. If you use the breathing technique to train your body, you can complete in 3 months what others take several years to achieve. Therefore, when you complete the life or death challenge using the breathing technique throughout, the endorphins in your body will be far higher than normal levels. King Chen continued to ask, are there any other effects? Lai Shudong replied, I will tell you the remaining effects after you complete the first life or death challenge. It is meaningless to know them now. What King Chen did not understand was, can't you just inject endorphins directly? He believed that the technological level of the inside world, it should be possible to extract and inject endorphins without any side effects. Le Shudong laughed and said, this is an era where even love can be forged using a phenylethylamine chip. But you have to understand that any act that relies on external forces does not work for us. Predecessors have tried to inject endorphins directly without using the breathing technique, but after passing the life or death challenge, they did not unlock the genetic lock. We can understand the principles of endorphins, but we still cannot understand the genetic lock. To this day, the secret of the genetic lock remains sacred and untouchable for knights. We can only use the most foolish method and abide by the rules of the old era. That is why I said that this is the furthest path of all shortcuts in the world, and there is only one path to the divine rudder, and that is painful cultivation. Kun Chen nodded upon hearing this. Then he continued to ask, what will happen after that user has completed all 8 life or death challenges with the breathing technique? Le Shudong shook his head, this question is meaningless. But King Chen looked at the other party firmly. It is meaningful, because there are no forbidden areas in the ocean of the outer world. Le Shutong showed a surprised look for the first time after hearing this. He really hadn't thought of this. There were no superhumans in the outer world, so naturally the ocean had no so-called forbidden areas. And King Chen can naturally represent the world to pass all the life or death challenges. Looking at this young man before him, Le Shudong couldn't help thinking that over thousands of years, countless knights have been stuck at this bottleneck. Now, this young man might complete the regrets of his predecessors. Then, King Chen finally asked the question he had always wanted to know. What exactly were the competitive areas and competitive objects? As the boss was pondering things, Yi-Wan explained on his behalf. The source of both the competitive objects and the competitive areas all come from the same existence, a superhuman. Lin Xiaoxiu continued, after a superhuman dies unexpectedly, his unusual and powerful blood will flow into the land, nourishing the creatures there. Ants, centipedes, scorpions, any existing insects, and even the plants and microorganisms that grow there will also be nourished. Thus, the creatures in those places of death are able to evolve, and the places of death will become forbidden areas. According to the Kashima Consortium, they initially sent out unmanned submarines to explore the ocean, to see if there was a possibility of sailing out to find new continents. Then they captured an image of a huge whale skeleton on the sea. The unmanned submarine's wide-angle lens was more than 300 meters away from it, and the shot could not capture its entire head in the frame. Therefore, investigations led to the suspicion that this whale, a creature transcending evolution, had died of old age and disease. Then, its flesh and bones nourished the entire ocean, and turned the ocean in the inside world into a competitive area. Competitive objects are things extracted from the remains of superhumans 10 years or even 100 years after their death. They either possess the superhuman abilities they had in life or the obsessions they had in life. For example, in City 16, There is a 12-car black steam train that always travels on the wilderness near the city. It stops occasionally. If you throw a 50-gram gold coin through the window of the last car, it will take you anywhere. It won't stop until it reaches the final destination. The last car of this train is filled with gold coins. Many organizations like to use it for smuggling, although finding it isn't easy. Of course, if anyone dares to steal the gold coins here, it will close the car and trap you inside until you die. That's why the last car is filled with skeletons. There are also forbidden objects that have nothing to do with the abilities of superhumans, and may even be mysterious creatures with infinite life. If you have a way to contain them, then they might serve you. If you don't have a way to contain them, then they will be extremely dangerous. When facing forbidden objects, we are like hunters in a forest, holding a long sword in our hands, and we also know that there are fierce beasts in the forest. And we understand that these beasts are different, and we know which ones we can deal with, which ones we need to avoid, and we have accumulated corresponding experience. But now, as more and more fierce beasts appear, we need specialized hunters to deal with them. Thus, the Forbidden Tribunal was formed. They not only fight against fierce beasts, but also those who raise fierce beasts. They not only contain forbidden objects, but also those superhumans who may produce forbidden objects, because they do not want the number of fierce beasts to grow to the point where they can one day destroy humanity. At this time, Le Shurong looked at Kyung Chen and said, "From today onwards, Yiwan will teach you combat skills and train your physical fitness, as well as the techniques for the 8 challenges. I am envious that you were born in the outer world, but that is not important. What is important is that perhaps you can change an era. Let's begin. I cannot wait to see that day." At this time the No. 18 prison was eerie in the darkness. Although King Chen was in prison, he felt hope and freedom. Compared to the bright sunshine of the outer world, he really preferred this place. In the gym area, Yiwan directly took out a magical temperature-controlled lunch box filled with beef slices and forced King Chen to finish them, probably worried that he would not be able to endure the training if he did not have enough to eat. However, what concerned King Chen more was that, when he used the breathing technique, he clearly felt an inexplicable aura wandering through his body. It didn't seem to help his body or have any substance, but he seemed to be able to control it. The next day, there were 20 hours left on the return countdown. At this time, at the dining table, Lai Shudong and his group were discussing King Chen's training situation from last night. It was basically filled with training to the max. Lin Xiaoxiao, upon hearing this, was a little worried that he might have been crippled. Yuan didn't care about these things, because he had witnessed King Chen's powerful willpower during self-suffocation last night. At this time, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the energetic Chen beside him and couldn't help but admire the power of the breathing technique. He even thought about asking the boss to let him try it again. Le Shudong said without any hesitation, "You are too old. The longer you live, the more pain you experience in your heart. After the age of 20, you experience more and more suffering in this world. Using the breathing technique will not allow you to pass the question of your heart. We always thought it was hard when we were young, but we only understood that the 2 kinds of suffering are different after we became adults." King Chen was still, sitting far away from them. Le Shudong couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. Although I'm the one who asked him to act like he's being ostracized, no one will solve endgames with me like this. At this moment, a broadcast suddenly sounded in the No. 18 prison. There was actually someone coming to visit King Chen. King Chen was stunned upon hearing this. Ever since he came to the inside world, he never thought that someone would come to visit him. Lu Guanji said, "Could it be King Yan who came?" Afterwards, King Chen went to the visitation area. However, what he saw in front of him surprised King Chen. The visitor was actually a beautiful girl. For some unknown reason, this woman who was fidgeting became completely flustered, and her face turned red when she saw King Chen. She lowered her head and kept glancing at King Chen, which made King Chen feel a little uncomfortable. She was clearly not King Yan. Could it be that his identity as a transmigrator was exposed? At this time, the woman suddenly said, "I am your fiancé, Kamishiro Akari." Then there was no response, and the 2 of them were silent until the broadcast sounded. "The visitation time is over." The girl suddenly muttered softly, "Small day." King Chen naturally didn't understand Kamishiro Akari, and he only smiled, then ended the visitation. King Chen couldn't help thinking about this inexplicable marriage contract. Who was this woman? After King Chen ended the visit and returned to prison 18, Lu Guanji rushed over and asked, "Boss, did King Yen say anything?" King Chen shook his head, indicating that it wasn't King Yen who came. "Continue with my plan." Lu Guanji then asked, "Did you really break up with Lai Shutong?" King Chen glanced at him. "We broke up. But we didn't plan to rely on external forces for our mission anyway, did we?" Lu Guanji thought for a moment. "That's true. Boss, you still have me." There were about 6 hours left on the countdown. In the 7th district of City 18, Jiangsu was slowly walking in the city, with its lights just coming on. For someone from the outer world like him, this place was like a huge maze. When he looked up at the sky, he didn't see smog, blue sky, or white clouds, but instead a towering, dense steel forest. A mechanical dolphin suddenly appeared in the sky, as if it had surfaced from the sea. This was clearly a spectacular cyberpunk city. Jiangsu walked along the way, brushing shoulders with many inner-world people. Everyone who saw the auspicious cloud logo on his chest would instinctively make way. The auspicious cloud was the Li family's logo. He was led back to the outside of the clinic. There were already 2 people waiting for him at the door. Jiangsu asked weakly, "Is there something?" It turned out that they were members of the Li family. They came to deliver the Li Consortium's latest mechanical arm. Not only that, they also arranged for Jiangsu to have a specialist in mechanical limb installation to carry out special training. The more Jiangsu heard, the more something felt wrong. The time travelers of the outer world all said that the consortiums were terrible. How come the ones he encountered were so kind? Before he could think too much, a member of the Li family suddenly said, "2 years ago, you unintentionally helped a middle-aged woman. She is a member of our Li Consortium. She has been looking for you for 2 years, and has only recently found out your information. Therefore, all of this is her gift to you." Jiangsu nodded in a daze. At this point, Jiangsu no longer doubted him. He joyfully accepted the Li family's gifts. The Li family member explained, "This is the most advanced product on the market today. Not only does it contain powerful weapons, it also has super long battery life. The synchronization rate with the neural network can reach 97%. The Li family member then said that there was one more thing. "That lady asked me to tell you that you are a very kind person. She is very grateful to you. Also, your tomato and egg sweet and sour pork ribs were delicious. You will definitely be a very competent mother in the future. Please don't be inferior or timid. You deserve to have a better life." Jiangsu was stunned by this. What's all this nonsense? At this time, there were half an hour left on the countdown. King Chen was still continuing his training. According to Yi Wan's time estimate, King Chen would be able to begin weight-bearing training in just half a month. That would be when the real deal would begin. However, time, for King Chen, felt like it was about to be torn apart. He was still receiving training right now. In half an hour, he would have to return to the outer world. Then, he didn't know how many days later, he would return in the middle of the night to continue training. At this moment, Lai Shudong suddenly appeared. He looked at King Chen and asked, "Are you about to return to the outer world later?" King Chen nodded. "What's wrong, teacher? Is there anything?" Lai Shudong said he wanted to see the transition between worlds with his own eyes. "Perhaps I can discover some secrets." At this time, King Chen's body was soaked in sweat. Yuan brought him a functional supplement and beef for him to replenish energy during his training. It had to be said, the breathing restriction training, while useful, consumed too much energy from the body. At this point, King Chen suddenly noticed a hint of hesitation in Li Shutong's expression and curiously asked, "What's wrong, teacher?" Li Shutong thought for a while and said, "Can you send me a few more chess manuals when you go back?" King Chen couldn't help but smile and said, "Of course, no problem." Passed quietly. Under the gaze of the 2 men, King Chen put the USB drive into his mouth. Then, he took out a gold bar that had been crumpled into a ball from his pocket. Yuan was surprised and said, "How come the gold bar?" "On Guanji's arm is gone." Li Shutong was speechless. At this moment, King Chen thought of a method. In an instant, the flame patterns on King Chen's cheeks spread towards his ears. That force that had previously flowed through his body, under the control of his will, wrapped around the gold bar in his hand. He wanted to try if this method could take it back directly. A look of surprise appeared on Li Shutong's face. As the countdown ended, the world shattered once again. King Chen once again returned to the outer world. He spat out the drive from his mouth, and then looked at his palm. The gold bar, that should have been left in the inner world, was still in his hand. It seemed that this method worked. Then he looked at his arm. The countdown was back to 168 hours, which was 7 days. It seemed that the time span for the time traveler on both sides was getting longer. After that, Kyung Chen did not sleep. Instead, he continued to train according to the program that Yuan had given him. It was now morning. At this time, King Chen thought of that Kamishiro Konan and immediately opened his phone, found a simultaneous translation software, then tried to recall each and every word Kamishiro Konan had said, forcing himself to recall. He used the software to translate the following passage. It's nice just sitting here quietly like this. The way this young man is silent is so beautiful. Kyung Chen was stunned. What did she mean by this? Moreover, didn't the Kamishiro family also speak Mandarin? What was with this Japanese? Did this indicate that she was a time traveler from the other world, or that the Kamishiro family still retained the Japanese heritage? But if she was truly a time traveler, how would you explain the fact that she could speak Mandarin so fluently? Probably not many Japanese could speak such fluent Mandarin. Suddenly Nan Zhengchen sent a message. The message seemed to indicate that something had happened to Liu Dezu. King Chen was about to ask what he meant, but Nan Zhengchen only told King Chen to come to school quickly. After King Chen arrived at the school, Nan Zhengchen was in the crowd anxiously waving to him. King Chen squeezed over and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Nan Zhengchen immediately opened the trending topics for King Chen to see. What came into view was the news that Jian Sheng had exposed himself. He described the treatment he received in prison 18 and wanted to find the masked King Chen at the time. He knew King Chen had a very high position in prison 18 and wanted King Chen to let him out of solitary confinement. King Chen finished reading and sighed inwardly. It had to be said. Liu Deju and Jian Sheng were also quite unlucky. Other time travelers had a rich and colorful life. These two, however, had gone to another place to sit in prison. And at this moment, King Chen suddenly realized why everyone was gathering at the entrance of Liu Deju's class. During the last return, Liu Deju, due to his vanity, admitted that he had already transmigrated to prison 18. He had also told everyone that he had already spoken to Li Shutong. Now that Jian Sheng's matter had blown up, the classmates who saw this trending topic immediately thought of Liu Deju. Just when everyone was whispering to each other, Liu Deju saw the people surrounding him at the corner and his face turned pale. He subconsciously said, "What's going on?" In an instant, everyone rushed towards him and said, "Have you not seen the trending topic on Weibo?" A classmate said, "There's a person named Jian Sheng. He said that he saw you in prison 18. He hopes you can talk to Li Shutong and get him released from solitary confinement." Liu Deju's mind immediately buzzed. He hurriedly opened his phone to look at the trending topic. However, the more he read, the more he felt that something was wrong. According to Jian Sheng, that mysterious big shot had visited him alone and asked him a few questions. But that person was not him. So, besides himself and Jian Sheng, there was a third time traveler in prison 18, and they were the true big shot, while he was just the scapegoat. Liu Deju was weeping inwardly. "I also want to ask this big shot to release Jian Sheng and me together, please." After coming back to his senses, Liu Dezu tried to say, "Actually, the person Jian Sheng was talking about wasn't me. There's someone else." A classmate asked in confusion, "Earlier when we asked you if there were other time travelers in prison 18, you said there weren't." Liu Deju immediately wanted to slap himself a few times. Why did I have to be so talkative? On the other hand, King Chen, who was watching the crowd, was delighted. It's good to have someone attracting attention for me. At this moment, outside of Lucheng Foreign Language School, several news vehicles drove over. After getting out of the car, the reporters rushed into the school. When King Chen saw this scene, he immediately pulled Nan Zhengchen to turn around and leave. The most important thing to avoid at this time was being caught on camera. At this time, a figure secretly jumped over the school wall. He used a fluent Sichuan dialect and asked the students on the sports field, "Where is class 4 of grade 2? The students were clearly startled by this person, but still pointed it out for him. The middle-aged man came to the entrance of class 4 of grade 2 and shouted loudly, "Where is Liu Buzu?" The students at the entrance of the class took a while to react. He must be talking about Liu Dezu. Then, they pointed him out. This person immediately rushed in. He was Jian Sheng. He grabbed Liu Dezu and urgently said, I know you were very powerful in prison 18. Even that time traveler was following behind you. Your status must be very high. Liu Dezu wanted to cry but had no tears. It's not me. You've got the wrong person. At this moment, two teachers came over and dragged Jian Sheng out of the classroom. He didn't forget to shout, Yay you! Don't worry, I won't let them get you. I'll give you money. Then Jian Sheng's curses were still echoing in the corridor. Nan Jingchen said that they shouldn't have left just now. Maybe we could have heard their specific conversation. That's all first-hand information from the inner world. What if we can use it in the future when we cross over? Qing Chen said casually, not interested. After all, he himself was the main character in this matter. Nan Jingchen continued, crossing over is so interesting. If the two of us were to cross over to the inner world, we could become time travelers, or modify our bodies into cyborgs and become superheroes. Then I'll join forces with you to form an Avengers team. It would be so cool. At this moment, Qing Chen noticed that Nan Jingchen had taken out a book on computer programming and asked, why are you suddenly reading this? Nan Jingchen stammered and said, it's nothing. I just wanted to learn a new skill. Seeing this, Qing Chen didn't ask any further. The other party clearly still thought he was unaware of his time traveler status. It was 9 p.m. After bidding farewell to his classmates, Liu Deju rode his bicycle home. Before long, behind him, suddenly a business car quickly approached. Liu Deju turned his head and glanced at it. He found that both people were wearing sunglasses. The person in the passenger seat even pointed at him. He secretly thought, this is bad. Just as both were about to enter a place under an overpass without surveillance cameras, the car directly rammed into Liu Deju. Watching Liu Deju fall to the ground, the two people got out of the car. One of them, wanting a quick resolution, told him to take him away. Both of them looked ferocious, like gangsters from a Hong Kong movie. Liu Deju, seeing this, was scared out of his wits and desperately shouted for help. In an instant, a piercingly bright high beam of light lit up from behind. A black SUV rushed forward. It forcefully rammed into the two gangsters' business car. The two gangsters, seeing this, immediately pounced towards the black SUV. But before they could reach the SUV, a blurry figure leaped down from the overpass above. The figure directly and heavily slammed down on the two gangsters. The mechanical limbs on the gangsters' shoulders instantly shattered. This scene also scared Liu Deju. The figure that descended from the sky turned around and asked Liu Do, are you alright? Hello, I'm Xing Yuandong, the person in charge of Kunlun. At this time, Liu Deju was sitting blankly on the ground. The scene just now shocked him beyond words. Zheng Yuandong turned his head and walked towards the overturned black business car. He pulled out a black long sword from thin air and with a wave, he cut open the car body. At this moment, Lu Yuan came down from a car and said, Boss, I didn't expect that it was really the location you predicted that they would act. Zheng Yuandong looked at the four people who had fainted in the business car. He nodded slightly to Lu Yun. And Xing Qiu, and Kui Kang Huang, all of them are registered. It seems that Liu Wenqing contacted them. Get someone to tow the cars away. Take them away as soon as possible. Lu Yuan replied, Boss, you're so brilliant. This morning, when I heard they disappeared from City 5, I knew they were coming for Liu Dezu. But these people are also really daring. They dare to do this kind of thing even in the inland. Xing Yuanong stated, if someone stays in the other world for a while, the chaotic order there will make them more and more daring. And what we have to do is to make them understand that the order of the surface world is inviolable, at least not within our territory. Lu Yuan nodded. There are more and more of these people recently. Maybe we can recruit more time travelers. Zheng Yuandong shook his head. The purity of the organization and the importance of faith are far greater than strength. At least, strength gained through reckless expansion is not what Kunlun should pursue. As Xing Yuandong thought, there will definitely be other time travelers who will try to get a hold of Liu Dezu. Because behind Liu Dezu is connected to Li Shudong. Li Shudong was the current leader of the Knights organization. He was a person even Hengshi Lidongs had to call boss. In the other world, it was as hard as ascending to heaven to get close to such a person. Therefore, he arranged people around the school at the first opportunity, and also set up personnel along Liu Deju's route home. Finally, they caught this group of gangsters. Xing Yuandong asked, is he injured? A Kunlun member replied, he has superficial injuries on his arm, right leg, and right face, but they are not serious. Zheng Yuandong explained to Liu Deju that they were there to protect him and told him not to worry too much. If you need anything else, remember to call them. I already gave you the phone number before. Then Zheng Yuandong and his team left. Lu Dezu was puzzled. He thought they would try to recruit him. In the Black Suv heading towards Kunlun headquarters, Zheng Yuandong suddenly asked Lu Yuan, "Don't you think it's a bit strange? This student doesn't have any courage, and also lacks the most basic awareness. Can such a person be valued by Li Shudong?" Lu Yuan replied, "It's also possible that Li Shudong did not value him." Zheng Yuandong shook his head. According to Jian Sheng, even the Transcendents are serving that mysterious time traveler. So that person must have already gained Li Shutong's favor. He suspected there is a third time traveler in prison 18. But this doesn't match the information we received. Let's observe for now. Sooner or later, we'll have an answer. At this time Lu Yun asked boss, "Aren't you planning to recruit Lu Deju into Kunlun?" Zheng Yuandong replied, "He won't do." Lu Yuan then remembered something. "Boss, he Jinkyu proposed to hold a meeting next month." Zheng Yuandong said, "Let's not talk about this for now." At 10 p.m. King Chen started training at home. At this time, the gold he brought back from the other world was hidden under his bed. King Chen felt that he had to find a way to turn the gold into cash, otherwise he simply couldn't afford the consumption of food. At this time, there was a knock on the door. He saw Li Tunjian holding a plate of vegetable dumplings. King Chen could even smell the aroma of chives and eggs inside. Li Tunjian said obediently, "Brother King Chen, these were just fried by my mom. She asked me to bring them to you." Just as Li Tunjian finished delivering the food and went upstairs, King Chen asked, "Actually, you're very smart, aren't you? You know what I'm talking about." Li Tunjian hearing this slowly turned around, smiling sweetly at King Chen, and asked, "Brother King Chen, you are also a time traveler, right?" King Chen smiled and asked, "And that sentence?" Li Tunjian replied, "Because the day mom went to see dad, after you brought me into the room, you secretly hid behind the curtains to observe the people from Kunlun. You've seen them, and you're still avoiding them." King Chen laughed. As expected, he couldn't hide it from this little girl. The details had already exposed him. It's not that he was stupid, but rather he didn't realize it before. This little girl, who grew up in a similar original family as him, had a precocious and intelligent heart. Who would be free enough to suspect a little child, however? He already knew the other person's identity in the other world, while it would be difficult for them to find out when he returns. The next day, when King Chen went out, he was surprised to find that the door to the 102 room across from his home was open. There was a group of workers inside renovating the floor and walls. King Chen felt strange. The 102 room across from his home hadn't been occupied for a long time. How could a new neighbor suddenly appear? It wasn't just the 102 across from him. He even heard noises from upstairs. King Chen went upstairs to take a look. He was shocked to find that even the 202 was also being renovated. Two new neighbors coming at the same time. This was obviously not normal. But there were only moving workers here. There were no signs of any owners. Judging from the furniture being unloaded from the trucks outside, the owners were certainly rich and noble. Why would rich people come to such a dilapidated neighborhood? Unless they were here for something in the other world. They were coming for Jiangsu. At this time, Jiangsu was leading Li Tongyan out the door. King Chen greeted her, telling her to be careful. Jiangsu smiled and nodded. After King Chen got to school, he saw Liu Disu sitting in the classroom with a listless expression. There were bandages on several parts of his body. King Chen subconsciously opened the trending topics. The fact that Liu Desu was injured had already reached 13th place on the trending list. The news on the trending topics not only contained photos of Liu Desu's injuries, but also the reporters' speculation. The photography location was at the school gate. Looking at the shooting angle, the photographer should have been squatting in the green belt across from the school. Right below this trending topic, another news item caught King Chen's attention, He Xiaoxiao's latest guide. This time, the background was still completely black. There were still only subtitles and a male voice. Today, we'll introduce the Forbidden Land Dungeon. Kun Chen watched He Xiaoxiao's latest guide video. According to He Xiaoxiao, there were currently 139 known Forbidden Lands in the other world. Moreover, the reasons for the formation of the Forbidden Lands were inseparable from the transcendence of the other world. The various advanced technologies of the world also originated from the Forbidden Lands. It was said that clearing a Forbidden Land dungeon could obtain a large amount of monetary rewards from the corporations, but the danger was also extremely high. Some even had a boss. Xiaoxiao here reminds everyone to assemble your team well with the correct occupations before you go. At this time Nan Zhengchen shook King Chen's arm and looked up outside. He saw two unfamiliar girls standing there. Afterwards, the teacher announced on the podium, there are two new transfer students. A girl with a baseball cap walked onto the stage, smiled, and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Yun, and I'm from Haicheng." Another girl followed closely behind and introduced herself, "My name is Bai Wanner, and I'm also from Haicheng. Please take care of me." Instantly, there was enthusiastic applause in the class, especially from Nan Zhengchen, who was the loudest. Afterwards, the teacher arranged for the two new students to sit in front of King Chen and Nan Zhengchen. In an instant, the murderous glares from the other boys in the class were revealed. After the two girls were settled, Nan Zhengchen's love-struck appearance couldn't be concealed. However, Wang Yun's first sentence doused all of his enthusiasm. "Classmate, do you know Liu Dezhu in the next class?" Nan Jingchen was hit hard and said that he didn't know him. However, in the next moment, he returned to his love-struck state and said that he could go and get to know him. After one class, Kyung Chen already understood clearly. Wang Yun and Bai Wanner were also time travelers. The reason they transferred to this school was actually for Liu Dezhu. In 45 minutes, Wang Yun couldn't help but look at her arm 6 times. Bai Wanner couldn't help but look at her arm 5 times. They were all looking at the location of the countdown. It is worth mentioning that Nan Jingchen looked at it 21 times. After class, Wang Yun and Bai Wanner walked out of the classroom. There were already 2 boys waiting there. The 4 of them were talking in hushed tones. They were all people that King Chen had never seen at school. At this time, Nan Jingchen returned to the classroom. He found out that the 4 transfer students were together. The 2 boys transferred to class 4 of second year. The one with the gold-rimmed glasses is called Hu Xiaonyu. Someone said he drove the other 3 here in the morning. A Mercedes G63, that man's dream. The other boy is called Zhang Qianzhen. Kun Chen paused for a moment. Driving to school, after that, for the whole day, Wang Yun and Bai Wanner didn't talk much with the classmates in the class. Every time after class, they would go outside the classroom to chat with Hu Xiaonyu and Zhang Shenzhen. What King Chen could see was that these 2 girls' studies were better than he imagined. Once when King Chen was going to the toilet and passed the corridor, he clearly heard the 4 of them speaking in English. This must be deliberate, so the classmates wouldn't understand that they chose to use English. In a small, third-tier city like Luocheng, there weren't many students in the high school who could understand spoken English. King Chen heard some keywords, time travelers and transmigration, and how to travel from City 7 to City 18. When it was time for the evening self-study session in the afternoon, King Chen still skipped class. Wang Yun, seeing King Chen turn out of the classroom, asked Nan Jingchen, "Isn't he a good student? Why did he skip class?" Nan Jingchen said, "That must be a good student's privilege. Until now, the teacher hasn't said anything about him." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Wang Yun and Bai Wanner also stand up and pack their things, skipping class without looking back, leaving only Nan Jingchen sitting alone in the last row. King Chen returned home and changed into a set of clothes that he hadn't worn for a long time, and then prepared to go to a small store that secretly buys gold, to sell the gold he had extracted from Lu Guangji. When he was ready to go out, he happened to meet Wang Yun and the other 3. He immediately understood that the new neighbors on the first and second floors were them. Wang Yun was stunned when she saw King Chen. "I didn't expect you to live here too." Hu Xiaonyu asked Wang Yun who this was, and Wang Yun explained that he was a classmate from her class. Then Hu Xiaonyu extended his right hand towards King Chen. "Hello, my name is Hu Xiaonyu. Please take care of me." King Chen simply nodded calmly. "Please take care of me too." After saying that, he quickly disappeared into the twilight. He had no intention of having any more contact with them. Hu Xiaonyu watched King Chen leave. He felt a familiar scent. Not that he had seen King Chen or that King Chen looked like someone, but rather, King Chen's attitude of keeping people at arm's length. It was like their own. When they kept some classmates outside of their circle, they had that kind of surface politeness and courtesy, but deep down, arrogance. This surprised Hu Xiaonyu a little. He looked at his companions and asked, "Did you guys notice that he was a bit strange in the rental house?" Hu Xiaonyu and the others were having their usual discussion. Regarding Hu Xiaonu's feeling that King Chen was strange, Bei Warner said that King Chen was ranked in the top 3 in his grade. Maybe all top students were like this. It was normal for them to be a little arrogant. Wang Yun also echoed, after all, in a small city, the threshold for a top student is too low, so we don't need to overthink it. That person won't have much to do with us anyway, she said to Hu Xiaonu. Actually, it's fine to stay in a hotel. Our targets are Liu Dezhu and Jiangsu. Nothing special, but Hu Xiaonu didn't think so. Since they decided to travel from City 7 to City 18, then they needed to make more friends in City 18. Besides, didn't Xiao's guide say that everyone should try their best to form teams to go? Wang Yun still looked lazy and said, we don't have to slowly build a good relationship with Liu Dezhu. We can just spend money to buy information resources. Zhang Qianjun shook his head. Since we chose to come to Luqing, we have to be prepared for hardship. This is what Xiao Niu and I agreed on at the beginning. Hu Xiaonu was the backbone of the group. He nodded and said that they needed to figure out how to get along with Liu Dezhu well, so they needed to put away their usual behavior. Although it's impossible to live without money, money isn't omnipotent. You have to understand, there are many people in the world who are richer than us. When other people want to spend money to buy resources from Liu Dezhu, friendship will be our biggest advantage. Wang Yun then asked Hu Xiaonu how their progress was in the classes they were in. Hu Xiaonu said that Liu Dezhu was quite easy to get along with. However, when he probed him about many things, he wasn't willing to say anything. At this moment, Wang Yun suddenly said, have you heard? Yang Yang is also planning to go through transfer procedures. Hu Xiaonu and the others were startled. Judging by their reaction, this person's name seemed to be rather unique. Zhang Qianjun asked, he won't transfer here too, will he? Hu Xiaonu said, let's not talk about that. I haven't heard that Yang Yang has become a time traveler. Let's go visit our neighbors. Then, he took out a delicate box as a welcoming gift from the house. Then, the group knocked on the door of Jiangshu's house. Cao Yun inside the house thought that it was her King Chengi's older brother. She happily ran to open the door, but she was greeted by Hu Xiaonu and the others. Seeing this, Wang Yun smiled and greeted, hello, little friend. However, Xiao Yun completely ignored them. She just slammed the door shut. Wang Yun and the others stood there awkwardly. They heard Jiangshu ask from inside the house, is that King Chen? Xiao Yun replied, it's not King Chengi. I don't know who they are, but it's not important anyway. This remark left the group outside the door speechless. However, hearing Xiao Yun call someone King Chengi made them feel like they'd heard that name before. At this time, King Chen, whom Lai Tanjin was talking about, was in an alley south of the cross street in Luqing. Judging from the architectural style, it looked quite old. King Chen walked into a gold recycling store and asked the boss, how much do you pay for gold? The boss looked back and said, do you have an invoice? After hearing King Chen say that he didn't, the boss directly said, 220 yuan. King Chen calculated in his mind. His gold bar weighed 39 grams, which meant 8,580 yuan. That was a huge sum of money for him. At least it would solve his immediate problem. So he made a deal with the boss on the spot. Seeing that King Chen was so decisive, the boss also directly took out the cash and gave it to King Chen. After the transaction, he said to King Chen, if you have more goods in the future, you can continue to come here. If you have large quantities, I can add an extra 5 yuan per gram. King Chen remained silent. He picked up the bills and checked them one by one. After checking them, he took out a 50 yuan and a 20 yuan note and gave them back to the boss, saying that he wanted to exchange them. The boss looked at him helplessly. You little rascal, you're so observant. After exchanging for 2 real notes, Kun Chen looked at the boss coldly. If you want to do business properly, don't try to deceive people with fake money. Then he left the place. For safety reasons, Kun Chen also took a few deeters before walking out. When he returned to the building downstairs with a pile of beef he had bought, Xiao Yun was waving at him at the window. Kun Chen also smiled back at her. After he returned home, Xiao Yun also came over. She asked King Chen about the new neighbors. King Chen then told her about the group going to City 18, and that they had decided to build a good relationship with Liu Dezhu, and reminded her that the group was living in this place, for sure because of Aunt Jiangsu. Although they spoke in English, King Chen was a top student, so he naturally understood their conversation. Xian was also speechless. Those people are too arrogant. They actually spoke in English so unscrupulously, thinking they were untouchable. Kun Chen smiled while stroking Xiao Yun's head, because they're not as smart as you. After the two of them finished chatting, Xiao Yun took Chen's dirty clothes before leaving, sticking her tongue out mischievously. Kun Chen Geej, don't make things difficult for me. I was following my mom's instructions to help take your laundry up to wash. Hearing this, King Chen also smiled silently and watched her leave. After that, King Chen continued his training. What he could do was to tell himself not to stop, to keep moving forward. He had once heard someone say that those who live alone are either gods or beasts. So since he could not yet become a god, it was not bad to be a beast first. On the third day of King Chen's return to the real world, he went to school early and switched desks with Nan Jingchen. This way he was closer to Wang Yun. Nan Jingchen smiled mischievously. I thought you really didn't have any feelings at all. I didn't expect you to be so proactive. King Chen was speechless upon hearing that. Then Nan Jingchen talked about his transmigration group. A fortune-telling master had joined last night. He said that he had learned the technology of fortune-telling in the Lai world. Nan Jingchen gave him 5 yuan to do a reading. The result was that he would get a large sum of money at the age of 65. King Chen prayed, "Can you please quit your transmigration group? It's a headache to listen to it. The only serious time traveler in your group is a pimp who specially pimps for the rich women of the Lai world." At this time, Wang Yun and Bai Waner walked into the classroom. When they saw that King Chen and Nan Jingchen had switched places, they were indeed stunned for a moment. Bai Waner asked in English, "Why did they switch places?" Wang Yun replied, "Who knows, don't worry about her." Bai Waner asked anxiously, "Isn't King Chen good at his studies? Will he be able to understand what we're saying?" Wang Yun turned her head and looked at King Chen seriously, but she saw that King Chen was looking down at his paper without any pause. And so, in front of King Chen, the two girls started chatting in English without any scruples. From the two's conversation, it was known that they seemed to be preparing to go to City 18 in order to hide from someone named Chen Liu. And so, after more than 10 minutes, Queen Chen had memorized all the details of their conversation. They naively thought that King Chen wouldn't understand, but little did they know that King Chen not only understood, but also had a memory storage ability. He would remember all the sounds that had occurred in his mind. He could access them anytime, anywhere. Although life couldn't be relived, King Chen could replay it. After class, Xiaoyu came to find Wang Yun again. They met outside as usual, discussing their respective progress. Bai Waner had also moved King Chen's seat to get closer to Wang Yun. At first, she suggested that maybe he was interested in Wang Yun. But Xiaoyu thought that could King Chen also be a time traveler, and that he was getting close because he knew their identities. After all, even if a high school boy secretly harbored feelings, he wouldn't actively change his seat to get closer after only 2 days of contact. Xiaoyu couldn't understand and felt like something was off. Wang Yun and Bai Waner exchanged glances. The teacher shouldn't be, right? Xiaoyu instructed. You have to know that this is Luo City, one of the 19 gathering places for time travelers. It's normal to have time travelers hidden around you. Be careful. If he can understand us, we should speak in English. Otherwise big things might happen. In the end, Xiaoyu taught Wang Yun a method to identify him, which was to observe whether King Chen would frequently look down at his arm during class. After all, when a countdown appeared on a person's arm, they would always look at it from time to time. Such a habit was not so easy to break. In the next class, Wang Yun also secretly stared at every move King Chen made, and even intentionally dropped her eraser to look down and pick it up. When she looked back, King Chen was still listening to the class with a calm expression. After class, the four of them gathered together again. Wang Yun also said that King Chen had not looked at his arm during the entire class. Shai Dachu said, could it be that he guessed that someone might be observing him? So he intentionally didn't look at his arm. Xiaoyu thought for a moment. Then we can temporarily rule out that he's a time traveler. Maybe a normal teenager's mind is not that restrained and forbearing, and couldn't think that thoroughly. If he's really like what you said, then that would be too terrifying. Zhang joked, in that case, then maybe he really likes Wang Yun. Wang Yun looked at Zhang Xianjun with a displeased expression, and asked, then how is your progress? Xiaoyu calmly shook his head. Lu Deshu is too good at pretending to be stupid. We still can't find a breakthrough with him. We have to slowly develop a relationship. Afterwards, they also talked about Jiang Shu's side, seeming to want to start with Jiang Shu first. However, the scene from that day was still vivid in their minds. Jiang Shu wasn't easy to approach either. After thinking about it, they looked at King Chen in the class. Then they decided to start with King Chen first, and then get to know Jiang Shu through King Chen. Back in the class, Wang Yun and the other brought the water they had bought, and gave it to King Chen and Nanjingchen. Wang Yun handed the water to King Chen and said, "We're neighbors, so please take care of me in the future." This made King Chen baffled. However, the next moment, King Chen broke out in a cold sweat. When the male classmates in the class heard what Wang Yun said, they looked at King Chen with a murderous aura. King Chen was speechless. Just a few hours ago, these two were still indifferent to him. And now suddenly their attitude towards him had changed so quickly. At this time Wang Yun also came closer, wanting to see what King Chen was looking at. The scent of her perfume wafted into King Chen's nostrils, immediately causing this young man's heart to beat faster. At this moment, a major news item appeared on his mobile phone. The country has destroyed a detention den and rescued 12 time travelers who had confessed their identities on the internet. They were kidnapped to an abandoned factory in the suburbs, where they were threatened and coerced by criminals using the lives of their family members. These 12 people were used to carry items through the inner and outer worlds. And currently, there are still 9 escaped criminals, all of whom are time travelers. This piece of news also shocked Wang Yun beside him. Kun Chen couldn't help thinking that the occurrence of this incident would probably lead to the fact that no time travelers would dare to publicly disclose their identities as transmigrators in the future. As time passed by, this news also quickly spread, nationally affecting every time traveler. In an old alley deep within the urban area of Luo City, a young man wearing a black trench coat was walking through it. He arrived at the entrance of the Kunlun organization and knocked on the door with a beast head knocker. A head popped out from inside the door, looking at the young man with suspicion. "Who are you?" The young man took off his sunglasses and smiled. "Ju Zhou He Jinkyu." The head that had popped out immediately retracted and shouted loudly, "Boss, it's He Jinkyu." Not long after, the door was opened, and He Jinkyu slowly walked inside. Several Kunlun members were standing on both sides of the courtyard, looking at He Jinkyu with serious expressions. He Jinkyu laughed and said, "Don't be so afraid of me." "Where is Boss Zheng?" Lu Yuan responded with a smile. "Welcome Bossy's arrival. You can have a seat and drink some tea first. The boss will be back soon." After he sat down, he asked unceremoniously, "Do you have any wine here? I don't drink tea." At this time, Zheng Yuandong walked in loudly, saying, "When guests arrive, there is wine and meat. When wolves arrive, there are guns." He Jinkyu adjusted his black trench coat. "I invited Boss Zheng to a meeting the day before yesterday, but he rejected me, so I had no choice but to fly over from the capital." Zheng Yuandong sat down steadily. "What's the matter that's so urgent?" He Jinkyu smiled at him. "Boss Zheng, have you seen today's news?" Zheng Yuandong nodded. "I know that you have just rescued 12 time travelers. Boss, he doesn't need to come to my Kunlun to seek credit, right?" He Jinkyu asked calmly. "Seeking credit is not necessary. I just want to ask Boss Zheng how he's considered my proposal. Now that Kunlun is in your hands, not only has the number of members not increased, but it's actually decreasing. This doesn't meet the needs of the times. The world is becoming more and more chaotic. With so few people, how do you maintain order in the country?" Zheng Yuandong said indifferently. "It's just different philosophies. You the Juzhou want to bring all time travelers into your pocket, monitoring them. But I think it's unnecessary. A mixed organization is not necessarily a good thing. Do you know? If you don't bring them all into the scope of supervision, how many more time travelers will be harmed? Today's incident is an example. If you don't gather the people and tell them what the inner world is like, how are they supposed to know how dangerous the inner world is?" He Jinkyu's voice gradually became more oppressive. Zheng Yuandong didn't answer this question, but instead asked, "He Xiaoxiao is in your hands, right?" He Jinkyu said, "You guess." At this time, Zheng Yuandong asked seriously, "What do you want to do? Is it for the power in your hands, or are you really concerned about those time travelers?" Upon hearing this, He Jinkyu stood up and walked outside, indicating that he already knew Zheng's answer. "As for what I want to do, you will find out this afternoon." Xing Yuandong watched the other party's figure and said in a deep voice, I hope that when there are external enemies, you and I will still be comrades. He Jinki's figure paused for a moment. We will, old comrade. In the afternoon, a piece of news about Hixioxiao quickly climbed to the top of the hot searches. The other party was saying that he would set up a time traveler group chat system in the near future, and that he was using inner world technology to prepare it. At that time, the group chat will be open to all time travelers, so that everyone can share information and help each other. This group chat system will establish 12 dynamic data fortresses throughout the country. All time travelers' identities will be protected. No outsiders in the outer world can invade through technological means. And after the group chat is established, his guides will only be released within the group. Kun Chen frowned after reading this. Who exactly is this Hixioxio? He dares to directly establish a time traveler group chat. It seems that the other party has indeed mastered some technology of the inner world, and has also used this to erase his identity information. But everyone has only transmigrated for such a short amount of time. How can Hixioxio master inner world technology so quickly? Did the other party successfully bring the inner world equipment back? The equipment required to build a data fortress must be quite large, right? How was it brought back? Or maybe Hixioxiao is not one person at all. It's very difficult for one person to bring back a piece of equipment. But if several people work together, each bringing back a small part of the equipment, it might be feasible. King Chen didn't dare to join this group unless he could hide his identity. In the news about Hixioxio, it only stated that no outsiders could invade, but the key point was that Hixioxio himself could easily obtain most people's information. This group chat system was like a crab cage, and Hixioxio was like an Alaskan crab fisherman. He only needed to travel on his time bandit ship, drifting in the northern sea, and then throw the iron cages into the deep sea, waiting for the king crabs to crawl inside themselves. At night, Kun Chen skipped class again, bought a cake and some fruits and vegetables, and went to Lai Tungyan's house. Lai Tungyan happily opened the door for King Chen. After taking the gifts, he lowered his voice and asked, "Where are those classmates of yours?" King Chen said, "Don't worry about them." Afterwards, Lai Tungyan led King Chen to the kitchen. It turned out that he wanted to show him Jiangshu's new mechanical arm. According to Jiangshu's description, the new mechanical arm's battery life was more than 10 times that of the one she had before. And Jiangshu had also revealed her identity in the Bali world. She had saved a person from the Lai Corporation. King Chen couldn't help but glance at Lai Tongyan, who immediately became nervous. Then he pulled King Chen to the living room. He asked King Chen if he wanted to find out his identity through Jiangsu. Kun Chen said, I was just asking. Then Lai Tongyan asked again, Kun Chen, what is your identity in the inner world? Kun Chen said carelessly, you guess. The next moment, Tongyan started to act coquettishly, saying, Kun Chen, let's both reveal our identities in the other world. Kun Chen replied firmly. Without a word, Li Tongyan pouted and sat on the sofa. You must already know my identity, right? You're even keeping it from a child. Kun Chen smiled, you're not just any ordinary child. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Upon opening the door, he saw Wang Yun and the others coming to greet them again. It was still Li Tongyan. Seeing that the visitors were these people again, he turned his head and asked Kun Chen, are you familiar with these people? Before Kun Chen could answer, he turned his head and said grimly to Wang Yun and the others, he said he's not familiar with them. Hu Xiaoniu and the other four were once again rejected outside by Lai Tongyan. They hadn't expected to be turned away twice. Why was King Chen able to get along so well with this family before they could speak? The General Jiangshu opened the door again and said apologetically, I'm sorry, the child doesn't understand. You must be the new neighbors. Please come in. Hu Xiaoniu and the others' gazes were all focused on Jiangshu's hand. They recognized that this mechanical arm was extremely high-end. Jiangshu quickly asked Xiaoyan to pour tea. Lai Tongyan reluctantly agreed. This first visit between neighbors didn't last long. The two parties had a friendly and cordial chat. However, after Hu Xiaoniu and the others returned to their own home, the four of them sat quietly on the sofa, remaining silent because they each knew very well that in Jiangshu's eyes they were guests, not friends. Hu Xiaoniu said seriously at this moment, perhaps we were wrong. We were wrong from the very beginning. We came from Haiqing, such a long distance from Luoqing, to even have a genuine leather sofa shipped by air. Look at that old, cloth sofa across the way. I'm not talking about the wealth gap, But we must now abandon the pride in our bones. And we don't have anything to be proud of. Did you notice Jiangshu's hand's mechanical limb? The hand's details are extremely rich. It's likely something only a conglomerate could afford. So we have wealth in the surface world, but in the other world, Jiangshu is the one who possesses wealth. Xiaoniu continued. It's also because we're carrying that ingrained pride that we can't become friends with people like King Chen Jiangshu and Li Tunyan. Bai Wanner said casually, but we are indeed stronger than them. But after seeing Xiaoniu's serious expression, Bai Wanner had no choice but to change her tone. Okay, so what do we do? Xiaoni said, the first thing we'll do tomorrow is put on our school uniforms. We can no longer use any luxury items. We need to put aside our status and communicate with our classmates properly. I hope you all truly realize that we've come to Luqing to seek hope. We have nothing to be proud of. Wang Yun muttered. But Luqing foreign language school's uniforms are very ugly. Can't we just wear our own clothes? Xiaoni shouted decisively. No, with 4 days left on the countdown, Qing Chen woke up from his dream. When he got up to wash his face, he suddenly noticed that his abdominal muscles were gradually becoming more defined. No wonder Li Shudong said, with the assistance of breathing techniques, someone who hasn't exercised can achieve in 3 months what others take 5 years to reach. After arriving in class in the morning, Qing Chen was first stunned. He saw that Wang Yun and Bai Wanner had both changed into their school uniforms. Nanjingshan, that lecher, would occasionally sneak glances at the two of them. Qing Chen couldn't help but think, it seems these transfer students have changed their strategy. They're starting to take the innocent route. Wang Yun even came to Qing Chen with a math problem for help, but Qing Chen knew these two were pretending to be ignorant to get something, so he pushed it to Nanjingshan to deal with. After dealing with the other party, Nanjingshan muttered in a low voice next to Qing Chen, do you think he asked me to explain the problem because he likes me? Qing Chen didn't intend to respond to this at all. Instead, he suddenly asked, have you been in contact with the hacker industry in the other world? Otherwise, why are you always holding a programming book? Nanjingshan said guiltily, no, it's just a hobby. I'm just learning for fun. At this time, Qing Chen realized that he also should learn something. For example, chess. It was his ticket into prison 18. Suddenly, he thought about what he wanted to learn, and that was Japanese. In the other world, he inexplicably had a fiancée, and to understand what she was saying, he could only rely on a translator. Suddenly, on a whim, he directly searched online for the 4 characters Shindai Sorain. He actually found a celebrity who looked exactly the same, Shindai Sora. Wang Yun, who was glancing at his phone, curiously said, so you like this island girl? You've been staring at her for so long. Qing Chen replied calmly, no. However, his heart was very uneasy. He didn't expect that he would actually find her. According to the information, Shindai Sora's father was Chinese, and her mother was Japanese. No wonder she could speak both languages. Last year, she won the Best Supporting Actress at the Japan Movie Academy Awards for the movie Fuso Flower. This year, she also played the female lead in director Yin Jin's work Kui. Some people in Japan have evaluated her as possibly becoming one of the 3 pillars of the future film industry. Now that Qing Chen saw the search results, his mind went blank. In the information he had obtained so far, the Shindai family and other families weren't actually separated by the sea. After all, Li Shudong said that the entire sea had become a forbidden zone. If the Shindai family was on an island, it would be impossible for them to cross the sea to the mainland. Therefore, the Japanese time travelers and the Chinese time travelers would both transmigrate to the same continent. Until now, Qing Chen had not seen a map of the other world. The next time he transmigrated, he had to ask Lin Xiaoxia for one. During the break, Xiaoniu and the others gathered again to discuss. Xiaoniu asked, any new developments? Wang Yun stretched out his hands helplessly. Nanjingshan and Qing Chen are both like idiots. Nanjingshan is a lost cause. Qing Chen spent an entire class staring at a Japanese female celebrity's information. Bai Wanner also said, Qing Chen doesn't look like a good student. Upon hearing this, Xiaoniu frowned. What did we say yesterday? Please put aside your pride. If you always think of them as idiots, then how can you make friends? Wang Yun was also a little unwilling. Then let's switch classes. I'll go interact with Liu Desu, and you can try to befriend Qing Chen. At this time, a classmate came to the door of class 3 of the 2nd year and said to Qing Chen, the foreign language teacher wants to see you. Qing Chen said he'd go right away. As King Chen was led downstairs, Hu Xiaoniu suddenly asked the classmate, "What does the foreign language teacher want with King Chen?" The other person said, "King Chen and the foreign language teacher are friends." King Chen used to always ask the foreign language teacher to practice his oral English. Hu Xiaoniu was stunned for a moment. Just this point alone was enough to prove that King Chen's English speaking and listening were completely fine, not like how they had imagined. Hu Xiaoniu said seriously to Bai Wan and the other, "I now suspect he's also a time traveler. I'll ask you again, has he ever eavesdropped on your conversations?" Bai Wan thought for a moment and said, "First of all, I can confirm that he was indeed working on his math problem. He wasn't eavesdropping." Hu Xiaoniu calmly analyzed for a moment. "That still doesn't rule out suspicion. I have to find a way to confirm it." At this moment, Wang Yun and Bai Wan were guests at Jiang Shu's home. While Jiang Shu was cooking, Wang Yun was smiling and asking little Lai Tanyun, "Can I ask you a question? If you answer it, I'll give you chocolate to eat." Lai Tanyun said with a smile, "Thank you, big sister. I love eating chocolate the most." Then Wang Yun asked in a low voice, "Is King Chen Ji a time traveler like your mom?" "A very cool one." Li Tunjin pretended to look confused and bewildered, and said, "I don't know." Seeing this, Wang Yun thought to himself, Li Tunjin's reaction is normal. If he had immediately said that King Chen wasn't, then I'd have to be suspicious. And a 10-year-old wouldn't lie, right? Bai Wanner immediately followed up by asking, "Little one, have you ever asked him?" Li Tunjin continued to play dumb. "I have asked King Chenjij. But he didn't say whether or not he was a time traveler. He only said that instead of thinking about unrealistic time travel, it would be better to study hard and get into a good university. He also said that time travelers were nothing special." This also convinced Wang Yun that King Chen was not a time traveler. In her understanding, if King Chen was really a time traveler, how could he say something like time travelers are nothing special? It sounded more like jealousy and envy in a certain context, as well as self-consolation. After getting a satisfactory answer, the two left. After leaving the home, Bai Wanner was still a bit skeptical. Could the little girl be lying? But Wang Yun confidently believed that such a well-behaved little girl couldn't possibly make up such a lie. It seems King Chen really wasn't a time traveler. Little did they know that their conversation was heard clearly by Lai Tunjin behind the door. The next moment, he threw the chocolate he had been holding in his mouth into the trash can. Actually, he didn't like the taste of chocolate. His dad always liked to buy him chocolate, but ever since he saw his dad hit his mom, he had genuinely hated the taste. Late at night, there was a knock on King Chen's door. He opened it and saw Li Tunjin outside. Although confused, he let the other party in and said, after Li Tunjin went inside, he gave King Chen a piece of chocolate, and then spoke out. The fact that Wang Yun and the others were fooled by him probably means they suspected some details. King Chen was clear that it was the diplomatic matter that was noticed. After that, Li Tunjin unceremoniously stated that the chocolate was a gift he bought for King Chen, so the other party had to give him something in return. King Chen told him that these people had offended someone named Chen Liu in City 7, who should be a member of the Chen family. However, Li Tunjin was not satisfied with this information. He wanted King Chen's Li world identity. King Chen refused mercilessly. Then he blinked and said, "Then King Chen, can you help me with my homework?" King Chen refused even more resolutely. Li Tunjin felt a pang of regret. "King Chen, you're so boring. In that case, do you have a way to get rid of these people? Otherwise they're always staring at us." King Chen said it wasn't easy to get rid of them. It would risk exposing himself. And I've always felt that these 4 people are useful. Being suspected by the other party was indeed troublesome. But it was not appropriate to try to hide it. The best way was to shift the focus. The other party came because of Liu Dezu, so Liu Dezu would be used. The other party's attention would be redirected. It wasn't just a matter of diverting their attention. These 4 wealthy second generations, Hu Xiaoniu and the others, also had things that he urgently needed, namely money and power. It seemed that he had to have a good chat with Liu Deju this time. Li Tunjin looked expectantly at King Chen. National Day's in a few days. Let's go out and play. King Chen was a little confused. Why did he suddenly mention going out to play? I need to think about it. How about we talk about it in a few days? Li Tunjin said expectantly. You must think about it. Then he happily went upstairs. In the dead of night, King Chen used his phone to watch Japanese tutorials. In the remaining time, the surface of the world was calm again. That day, the countdown finally ended. With the final 10-second countdown, Kyung Chen put the flash drive containing the copied endgame chess manual into his mouth. While activating his breathing technique, his left hand still held a kitchen knife. Again, the world shattered. Kyung Chen came to prison 18 once more. Li Shudong and the others were looking directly at Kyung Chen. Seeing him return, Li Shudong smiled. "You're back." Kyung Chen nodded. "Yes, I'm back." At this moment, he noticed that only the handle of the kitchen knife in his hand remained. This experiment was effective. At least he knew how large of an object he could carry. The countdown showed 47 hours and 59 minutes left, which was 2 days. Looking at the still familiar prison 18, this time was a bit different. Instead of a cold cell and solitude, there was someone waiting for his return. Yuan even brought a thermal lunch box, filled with the beef stew he had personally made. They were like they were waiting for him to come home. This home was a bit dim and empty, but it was enough. Then Kyung Chen gave the us with the chess manual to Li Shutong. He also asked the other party, "You teacher, can you tell if anything changed when I time traveled?" Li Shutong nodded, saying, "You said before that 1 second passed in the other world after the time travel. That's not accurate. In my perception, at the moment you time traveled, there was a change in the position, and that change only lasted an instant, probably only 0.1 seconds, or even shorter. That is, you disappeared in that instant. When you reappeared, the gold bar in your hand was gone." King Chen couldn't help but think that he really was transmigrating. But the problem was, where did the original Kyung Chen in the inner world go? Was he directly annihilated in the world? Kyung Chen continued to ask. "What about that ball of fire energy that appeared in my body?" Lei Shutong shook his head. "It's not time to explain that now. It just appeared earlier than I expected." After eating his fill, Kyung Chen said, "Then let's continue training." But Li Shudong suddenly said, "No rush. Come with me for a bit now." Kyung Chen asked puzzledly, "Where are we going?" Li Shudong said calmly, "I'll take you to see the outside world." After many days, Kyung Chen was finally going to see the world outside the prison. Kyung Chen was following Li Shudong. He asked puzzledly, "Why are we suddenly going to the outside world?" Li Shudong said calmly, "Aren't you curious about the outside world?" Kyung Chen was stunned for a moment. Of course he was curious. The cities that others transmigrated to were dazzling. What city was in the clouds? What city was like a real steel forest? What were those huge holographic projections in the sky that were captivating? But he was in a metal box called a prison. But King Chen said that while he was curious, "I also know that now is not the time to enjoy the scenery." La Shudong laughed, "You're quite calm. But a young man should have a young man's desires. Before you set out on your own path, as your teacher, I naturally can't let you lag too far behind others." King Chen was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean?" Lai Shudong said. "The scenery that the other time travelers have seen, my student must also see. Tonight, I'll take you to see the best scenery in City 18. Yuan took out the prepared box and had King Chen put on the cat-faced mask inside. He was still not suitable to reveal his identity. Beside the prison square, the heavy alloy gate slowly rose for them. King Chen looked ahead. The freedom he had longed for was just within his reach. Midnight. On the cloud level of District 1 of City 18, in the revolving restaurant on the 88th floor of the Eternal Tower, the melodious sound of the cello was flowing softly, but the seats were all empty. At the entrance of the restaurant, several people were arguing with a server about something. The server explained to the customers, "Hello. Tonight, starting from midnight, the entire Sunlight Pavilion restaurant is booked. Given that we were unable to provide you with excellent service, Sunlight Pavilion Restaurant will give you 2 vouchers, which can be used for lunch and dinner on non-Saturday and Sunday." The man across from them questioned, "I've never heard of Sunlight Pavilion accepting bookings. Are you joking with me?" The server didn't say much more. Instead, he took out a business card with the name Hengshi written on it. When Li Dong saw this business card, the man left with his female companion without saying anything, seemingly frightened. Not long after, a black warrior hover car slowly hovered down, parking at the bottom of the Sunlight Pavilion restaurant. Le Shudong led King Chen down from the hover car. The waiter who was waiting here handed Le Shudong a hot towel for wiping his face. "Mr. Lai, your seat is ready for you. All the cameras in the entire Cloud Mist Tower have just been turned off. Miss Le Dong's instructed that your favorite braised pork has just been made. Now is the best time to taste it." King Chen, who was wearing a mask, waved his hand, indicating that it wasn't needed. Le Shutong said to King Chen, perhaps one day in the future, you will get used to it. In this world, as long as you have money and power, everything will be just right. King Chen suddenly asked, since you can come out anytime, why do you still stay in prison 18? Le Shutong simply said, there are still things that haven't been finished. King Chen then asked puzzledly, it's already 10 am? Is the restaurant still open? Le Shutong laughed, life in this city that never sleeps has just begun. Even so, Kun Chen was still puzzled. Don't they need to rest? Le Shutong said that the King family had previously discovered the unique function of neural connector technology, that it could simulate neural wavebands outside the brain, helping people to enter deep sleep. Sleeping for 2 or 3 hours a day was enough. Kun Chen continued to ask, are there any side effects to this technology? Le Shutong said, of course. If you use this technology, after a month, you won't even be able to sleep in if you wanted to. Technology is a double-edged sword. No one knows if it will bring good or bad fortune to mankind. For example, the Li family once developed genetically modified fast-growing Polonia trees, fast-growing corn, and fast-growing soybeans. As a result, after 30 years, large tracts of land could no longer grow plants. The Lushima Consortium was originally known for its timber industry. But after genetic modification, they found that those genetically modified livestock lost their fertility after 3 generations. When humans no longer need to sleep as long, actually production efficiency has not improved much. Instead, it has caused a void in humanity's spiritual world. At this moment, Kun Chen saw a huge flower boat flying through the buildings below. The flower boat was festooned with lanterns, but it also revealed an eerie aura. Le Shutong saw his confusion and said, don't bother looking. It's the parade ship of the mechanical god sect. Every second they spray their Yan Yangjiawan. They use the blood and sweat of their believers. After that the two sat in the exquisite and luxurious restaurant. The waiter brought a plate of braised pork and placed it in front of Lai Shutong. But there was only one pair of chopsticks. Kun Chen wondered, where are my chopsticks? Lai Shutong picked up a piece of braised pork without care. You're wearing a mask. You can't eat. Kun Chen was speechless. After a while, Lai Shutong looked up at him and laughed. Are you hungry? Kun Chen said, a little. Lai Shutong then called over a waiter. Give him a bowl of noodles with fried soybean paste. He also dismissed the waiter, telling Kun Chen to take off his mask and eat. Kun Chen's laughter echoed out. He was really starting to like Kun Chen more and more. At this moment, dozens of combat team members were gradually approaching outside the Eternal Tower. 2 Black Abyss 01 armed helicopters slowly took off, and a team of combat team members inside the building were rushing up from the stairwell. In the distance, at a certain temporary military base, more than a dozen armed helicopters and hovercraft had just taken off. In the far distance, the King family's Land Cruiser giant hovercraft also began to start up. All of this was like a net that was gradually tightening. At this time, in the stairwell, a team of the squad leader among them calmly said, stop. Inspect the charging status of your respective mechanical limbs in place. Report. After saying that, he also intentionally temporarily shut down all communication systems. Then he calmly instructed, Boss Chen has instructed that if you want to leave here alive tonight, do not open fire. Remember, do not drag others down. A team member was stunned for a moment. Squad leader, I don't understand. The squad leader said, you will understand later, then seriously repeated, do not open fire. But before they could reconnect the communication equipment, on the stairs, a black figure silently landed among them. In just a split second, these combat personnel were knocked down by the mysterious person. In the end, the person muttered coolly, don't disturb other people's meals. In the dining hall, a young man dressed in a dark blue suit slowly entered the Daylight Pavilion restaurant. His cuffs were embroidered with a small white turbine pattern. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Li Shudong gently raise his finger and stop him. Let's talk after he's finished eating. The young man was stunned for a moment. He glanced at King Chen's back with a strange expression. And King Chen was still eating unhurriedly, as if he hadn't heard the loud noise created by the Black Abyss spirit outside the window. Nor did he see the dozen or so airships circling the eternal building. After King Chen finished eating and put on his mask, the young man walked over. Le Shudong laughed when he saw him. Chen Mayor's grandson, Chen Yihu. I heard that you've already been promoted 1 rank. Chen Yihu bowed. Senior, promotions aren't important. We have no intention to start a war with the knights. We just want to ask you to return to prison 18. There's no need to make a scene. Le Shudong said, don't worry, we'll just chat here for a while, and then leave. We won't make things difficult for you. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you for now. We'll leave after you've left. After saying that, Chen Yihu exited the Daylight Pavilion restaurant, while the armed helicopters began to circle in place, even turning off their searchlights. The roar of the engines was also lowered to the lowest possible level. Things seemed to end just as simply as that. Le Shudong looked at King Chen. Once I leave prison 18, it will affect too many people's nerves. Le Shudong laughed. In this day and age, even if you become a demigod, you're not invincible. They're not afraid of me, they're afraid of fire. Then the two of them planned to go back to the prison. King Chen, wearing the cat mask, stood in the night wind on the top of the cloud. He took another look at the galaxy in the city, and at the helicopters circling beneath his feet. He knew that he would return one day sooner or later. Chen Yehu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, calmly watching the Black Warrior airship disappear into the night. Then he asked, was the combat team found? The woman behind him replied, they were found, but they were all unconscious. According to the assessment, someone attacked them in the safety passage, and then retreated unscathed. Chen Yihu laughed when he heard that. This is telling us that the net we wove is not tight enough. Let's retreat and go home to sleep. It was just that while the parties involved had gone home to sleep, those who had been disturbed by the night were unable to fall asleep at all. The outside world already didn't know how many people were encrypting and hastily passing on this important news. They were all guessing what was the origin of the person Li Shutong met tonight. On the way back, Li Shutong said to King Chen, do you know why I had you wear a mask? King Chen replied, you don't want the outside world to know that I'm related to you. Li Shutong then asked, if that's the case, do you know why I did that? King Chen calmly nodded yes. You know it's hard to remove the shackles from yourself, so you worry that those shackles will also bind me. Thank you, teacher. Le Shutong said with admiration, you're as smart as ever. You have infinite potential. Of course, that's why I feel that I shouldn't let you bear anything and step into this battlefield. What Li Shutong was thinking in his heart was that as a teacher, what he could do was never to bind his students and fight alongside him, but to accompany King Chen for a while, and then see how far the other person's back could go. King Chen suddenly asked, will we have a chance to go out again in the future? Le Shutong said with interest, do you still want to go out to play? King Chen nodded very affirmatively. Le Shutong laughed when he saw this, then let's find an opportunity to go out and play again in a few days. At this time, the countdown timer had 44 hours and 59 minutes left. It had only been 3 hours since King Chen transmigrated back, but King Chen felt that these were probably the most enjoyable 3 hours of his 17 years of life. On the other side, Zheng Yuandong quietly arrived at a mercenary bar in City 18. Lu Yuan was already waiting there. Zheng Yuandong asked, did you see the news? Lu Yuan said, I did. Boss, that's how it is. I think we should try to contact Lu Dezu again. Le Shudong is too important as a person from the inner world. Even if you dislike Liu Dezu, you have to consider him. He's the closest person to Le Shudong right now. Zheng Yuandong still shook his head. I trust my intuition, and I'm increasingly believing in it. Lu Yuan, you have to understand, a person like Le Shudong would not take a fancy to someone like Liu Dezu. There must be a third time traveler in prison 18. What we have to do is to find this third time traveler. At this time, the countdown timer was at 44 hours and 30 minutes. In the 9th district of City 2, on a small street at the bottom of the city, a young man dressed in a gray suit was walking easily. The water on the ground was like a mirror, reflecting his composed temperament. It was none other than He Jinkyu from Kyushu. He arrived in front of a clothing store. The landlady in her 30s was crossing her legs and using a transparent phone to watch the news from the inner world with great interest. He Jinkyu stepped into the store, but the landlady still didn't react. It was not until He Jinkyu knocked on the table that the landlady reacted. She said in a bit of a panic, boss, I'm sorry, I didn't notice you come in. He Jinkyu smiled and said, don't be nervous. I'm here with 2 pieces of news that I need you to pass on as soon as possible. First, Dong Suayu and Tian Xiaomiao's time traveler identities have been discovered by the corporations. Have Xiaoxiao temporarily break off contact with them. We'll discuss everything after the return. Second, tell Xiaoxiao to collect as much information about Lai Shutong as possible. I've discovered that his power is even stronger than we previously investigated. He actually managed to retreat unscathed after such a big incident. It's simply unbelievable. Then He Jinkyu muttered to himself, it looks like we need to win him over before Kunlun takes action. We need it. At this time, He Jinkyu turned his head with a smile and said, I hope you understand what mission we are carrying right now. If such a situation of losing vigilance happens again, the organization will punish you. After we find a suitable replacement, I'll have someone come and take over your position. After the return, go to instructor Zhang Zhongyu for disciplinary training. Do you have any objections? The landlady is sweating profusely, replied no objections. After saying that, He Jinkyu turned and left. The slums were among the few places in the cyber city without surveillance cameras. No one would notice that a special guest had been here. The familiar sound of knocking on the door rang out at prison 18. It had already been the second day since King Chen returned to the prison. What was unexpected was that last night, there were no new prisoners escorted to prison 18. He then turned over and continued to sleep, completely ignoring the noise outside. At this time, Le Shudong was still sitting calmly at the dining table, looking at the chess endgame he obtained last night, without any sign of fatigue. Lin Xiaoxiao on the side couldn't help but sigh. The outside world has turned upside down because of what happened last night, but our boss is totally unfazed. He doesn't care at all. Go Huchin, whose bald head was shining brightly, quietly came over. He whispered to Lin Xiaoxiao, what did your boss go out to do last night? Take me along if there's any excitement. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the other party curiously. How did you know? He thought to himself, although the outside world is making a big fuss, Go Hochin doesn't even have communication methods here. So how does he know what's going on outside? He then asked, Go Hochin, could it be that a spiritual type extraordinary person from the Black Spade has also arrived? How many of you actually came? Aren't you afraid of the corporations wiping you out all at once? Go Hochin innocently said, I'm the only one who came. Seriously, what did Le Shudong go out to do? Lin Xiaoxiao said, if I told you that he just wanted to eat braised pork, would you believe it? Go Hochin replied in a tone implied he thought Lin Xiaoxiao was stupid. I don't believe it. There must be serious business to cause such a big commotion. Lin Xiaoxiao was also secretly sighing. He knew that no one in the world would believe it. However, the boss really didn't have any serious business last night. The other party just wanted to take King Chen out to play. Those people only remember that the boss was a dangerous modern demigod, but forgot that he was actually a very willful, very unrestrained person. Of course, what Lin Xiaoxiao had to sigh about was that the other protagonist in this incident, King Chen, was still fast asleep at noon, also completely unfazed as if nothing had happened. The boss being so calm was one thing. How can you, a 17-year-old teenager, be so calm? King Chen was half asleep when he suddenly heard the prison broadcast, in inmate numbers 0101, you have a family visit. Go Huchin in the square, upon seeing this, asked Lin Xiaoxiao, isn't a normal visit every 3 months? I remember someone visited this kid just yesterday. Lin Xiaoxiao looked unconcerned, and said, our boss doesn't like him, so I suggest you don't get too close to him, and don't inquire too much around here. Escorted by mechanical guards, King Chen once again arrived at the familiar visiting room. What was surprising was that it was once again Shiroki Sori who came to visit him. This time she wasn't dressed formally, but rather in a casual and refreshing outfit. After King Chen sat down puzzled, Shiroki Sori took out a lunchbox. She had heard that the prison food wasn't great, so she had personally made some dishes for King Chen. Although King Chen didn't understand, he accepted the lunchbox she offered. He asked, puzzled, we shouldn't be considered that familiar. Why are you visiting me so frequently? Shiroki Sora hesitated for a moment, and whispered, this time, I came with my elders from City 18. They require me to have more contact with you, and I'm not too comfortable being with them. Then under her expectant gaze, King Chen started to taste the food inside. It had to be said, the girl's cooking skills were very good. Under Shiroki Sora's gaze, King Chen ate, slightly awkwardly. When it was time to leave, Shiroki Sora suddenly muttered something in Japanese. King Chen asked, puzzled, what does it mean? Shiroki Sora smiled and stood up, it's nothing. It's a language that only our family understands. Well then King Chen-kun, see you next time. On the other side, Lin Xiaoxiao, who was bored in the reading area, felt like he was going to die of boredom. Ever since the boss asked Kyung Chen to conceal his identity, this prison seemed to have lost some of its fun. He wanted to go chat with King Chen, but everyone had to pretend to be indifferent. He wanted to chat with Yi-won, but Yi-mei's personality wouldn't even produce a fart. As for Gu, she wished for the bald man to stay far away from her. This made Lin Xiaoxiao feel lonely. Just then, the alloy gate next to the square slowly rose up. Two mechanical guards were seen escorting Liu Dezu back to the square. Lin Xiaoxiao thought to himself that this was not good. Liu Dezu couldn't come out yet. It wouldn't be good if he saw King Chen's true face. He immediately reported to Li Shutong that Liu Dezu could not be released. Upon hearing this, Li Shutong said, "Then keep him locked up." As soon as he finished speaking, the mechanical guards who had just walked out a few steps actually turned around and led Liu Dezu back. Just like that, the poor Liu Dezu was locked back in the solitary confinement room. He couldn't understand why he was in solitary confinement inside the prison. It was as if he was being given a buff. At such a young age, he was already bearing what he shouldn't be bearing. Suddenly, the alloy gate of the solitary confinement room opened. It was King Chen, wearing a cat mask, who had walked in. Liu Deju hesitated for a moment, then the next moment he realized that this must be the third time traveler in prison 18. He asked, terrified, "What do you want to do?" King Chen slowly wrote a sentence on the reader. "I saw the news. You were mistaken for me." Liu Dezu, with cold sweat running down his face, said, "Big brother, I didn't mean to steal your thunder. I've already decided that I will definitely not boast again in the future. When I get out this time, I'll admit that I'm not the time traveler Jian Sheng encountered." However, Kyun Chen wrote on the reader, "No need." Liu Dezu was stunned. "Then what do you want, big brother?" Queen Chen replied with the reader, "Publicly admit that you were Liu Dezu." Liu Dezu shook his head like a rattle drum, refusing. He was already scared by the harassment. He looked at King Chen and lamented, "Big brother, you don't know how crazy those people are, with all kinds of peeping and monitoring." King Chen ignored his complaints and instead replied on the reader, "Do you know what your sentence is?" Naturally, Liu Deju didn't know. He had traveled here and had just been in the prison. King Chen wrote Liu Deju's sentence on the reader, 99 years and 7 months. Liu Deju was immediately dumbfounded. Suddenly, Liu Deju thought of something. "Big brother, you've been communicating with me by writing. Because you're afraid I'll recognize your voice, right? So, are you someone I know, or someone who is close to me?" Instantly, Kyun Chen looked at the other person coldly, then opened his mouth under the mask and said, "You were actually pushed out by the gang as a scapegoat. The Lie World gang often does this kind of thing. After being targeted by the Federal Security Management Committee, they will randomly choose an unlucky person to take the blame." Upon hearing this, Liu Dezu began to think in terror. He had not heard the other person's voice before. Kung Chen then asked, "Now that you've heard my voice, can we continue the conversation?" Liu Dezu tremblingly said, "Yes, you can. Big brother, please speak." Kung Chen looked down at Liu Deju and spoke of his true purpose for coming. I came to see you, to make a deal with you. You pretend to be me, and I'll help you get out of your sentence." "In prison 18, Liu Deju asked, confused, "How will you help me?" King Chen replied, "Find those real culprits, and have them turn themselves in." Liu Deju thought for a moment and said, "But even if you don't help me after you leave, there's nothing I can do, is there?" Kyun Chen calmly looked at him. "Do you have a choice?" Liu Dezu was silent for a moment, and finally resigned himself to fate. "I agree to this deal. What do I need to do?" Kyun Chen immediately stated the terms of the deal. "I believe that there will definitely be people attracted by your surface identity. You need to understand their needs, and make them believe that they can buy what they want from you. In short, I need to use you to link them together." Liu Deju asked weakly, "Big brother, then I can't not have any benefits, can I?" Kun Chen also gave a promise. "You'll get a share or a reward from each transaction, for example, improved meals in the inner world, or the ability to see the outside news even in solitary confinement." Upon hearing this, Liu Dezu was stunned. He didn't expect that this third-time traveler's power in prison 18 was already this great. Liu Dezu hesitated for a moment and said, "Big brother, if I take your identity, then my being targeted would be exceptionally dangerous." After saying that, he pulled up his sleeves and trouser legs. A body full of scars was in front of his eyes. Only now did King Chen remember that he had been wondering how the other person got injured. He asked Liu Dezu explain in detail. Lu Dezhu explained. According to the Kunlun organization, it was because they considered me to be someone close to Li Shutong and wanted to use me to approach Li Shutong. Those who attacked me came from Izhou and came to Lucheng to attack me. Luckily, the Kunlun organization had laid an ambush and saved me. Kung Chen thought, so that's it. It seemed that having Liu Dezu replace him was indeed dangerous. It wasn't that he cared about Liu Dezu, but it would be a pity if he died, as he had finally found a suitable link. Kung Chen then looked at Liu Dezu and asked, so do you want to gain the ability to protect yourself? Liu Dezu immediately said the words genetic agent. He needed this from Bao. Kung Chen closed his eyes and pondered. The next moment, Kung Chen agreed to Liu Dezu that he could give it to you, but I hope you prove that you are worth this genetic agent, and also understand what cooperation with me means. Liu Dezu excitedly said, Big brother, just watch me perform. Let me tell you, there are already 4 people in the outer world who want to cozy up to me, but I haven't paid them any attention before. You don't know how rich they are. I heard a watch costs hundreds of thousands. Students wearing hundreds of thousands worth of watches. I've never heard of that before. Kun Chen's face behind the mask grew strange. He knew he was talking about Wang Yun and the others. Lu Dezu continued, I'll go back and find out what they need, and see how I can get cash out of them. Or should I just get his watch and give it to you? Kun Chen reminded him, I don't want cash or watches. I only want unmarked gold bars. Lu Dezu also mentioned that there was a fool in the next class who kept trying to cozy up to him. He inexplicably pulled me into a group, and in the group, some sell socks and some help introduce sugar mommies. Kung Chen's expression became even stranger. Wasn't that Nan Zhengchen, when King Chen was about to leave? Lu Dezu asked cautiously, Big brother, how should I contact you in the outer world? Kung Chen said, I will contact you myself. After speaking, he left the place. In the lonely solitary confinement room, Lu Dezu stared blankly at the closed alloy gate. In his mind was that eerie cat mask. Although he hadn't been able to get in with Li Shutong, getting mixed up with Li Shutong's successor seemed like a good choice as well. He understood that he was not the protagonist of this world. Perhaps, the owner of that cat mask was the real King Chen here. Only after the alloy gate behind him closed did he slow his breathing. After removing the mask, the flame pattern on his cheek gradually disappeared. The words he had just said to Liu Dezu were all distorted. This was also the second use of the breathing technique. At this time, Li Shutong asked with a smile, Is that your classmate? I thought the people in the outer world were all like you. How did the talk go? Kung Chen replied, I need a genetic agent. Li Shutong asked strangely, a genetic agent? Are you going to give it to Liu Dezu? King Chen nodded. Lin Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled, why Chen said, I need to use him to prove to the people in the outer world that I can indeed give those people what they want, and he should also have some self-protection capabilities. Otherwise, it would be too easy to be captured and tortured. After all, Liu Dezu has no backbone. Lin Xiaoxiao would have him confess everything after one interrogation. Kun Chen still felt a little unsure, so he changed his angle of thinking. Since Liu Dezu would confess if captured, then they just wouldn't let them capture him. The next day, in the night with only 1 hour left on the countdown, the alloy gate in front of Liu Dezu opened again. He looked at the box in King Chen's hand, puzzled. King Chen, with a changed voice, reminded Liu Dezu again of the things to pay attention to after returning to the outer world. After finishing, he opened the box in his hand. Inside were 2 refrigerated syringes. One was for skin testing, and the other was the genetic potion. There were also the words Lisfi 005. Lin Xiaoxiao had introduced it to King Chen. Lisfi genetic potion. If you want to constantly strengthen yourself, you must first start with injecting 005, and then inject 004, 003, 02, and 001 in sequence. If you inject 001 on the first try, humans will die directly. Each injection must be a month apart. From F grade to B, this genetic potion has great advantages. It does not damage the organs. However, B grade is the ceiling of the F genetic potion, and the 001 and 002 potions are very rare, almost impossible to find on the market. King Chen then handed the box to Liu Dezu, instructing him, before leaving, to inject the skin test first. If you feel a tearing-like pain, it means the potion is not rejecting you, and you can inject the second one. The first injection will hurt for 15 minutes, and the second one may hurt for 5 hours. But if you don't even have the courage to inject it, then you have no value. After King Chen left, Liu Dezu began the injection process curiously. Before King Chen could even walk away, Liu Deju's screams came. In the dim corridor outside the solitary confinement room, King Chen whispered, Lin Xiaoxiao, what do you say after he finishes the skin test? Will he still inject the genetic potion for himself? Lin Xiaoxiao said. The pain brought by the genetic potion is bone deep. Many people give up after the skin test because they really don't have the confidence to endure 5 hours of the second injection. Yuan beside him said, everything in the world has a price. If you want to improve your strength, you will inevitably suffer. While they were talking, Liu Deju's screams were still echoing. Kun Chen asked, didn't they say that awakeners can become extraordinary overnight? Yuan explained. Most awakeners are stimulated by an extremely strong external force, such as losing friends or family. Gradually, the lingering screams finally stopped. The three of them waited for the next scream to sound, which would prove that Liu Dezu had mustered up his courage. However, Kun Chen had overestimated Liu Deju's willpower. He didn't have the courage to take the second injection. Many people always dream of becoming stronger, and even feel that they are ready to face the price of becoming stronger. But only when they are truly in pain do they realize what they have to face, and then they retreat. At this time, Ye Wen took out a gold bar and handed it to King Chen. The boss asked me to give this to you. Kun Chen asked in confusion. Why give me a gold bar? Ye Wen said. The boss said you don't have to take it, but he, as a teacher, can't just not give you anything. Then Lin Xiaoxiao also gave Kun Chen 2 black devices. These are communication devices with independent communication. Kun Chen heard this and thought, isn't this exactly the communication equipment I urgently need? Lin Xiaoxiao, this was also all prepared by the boss. The boss said that as a teacher, you have to consider some things before your students. This thing can help you hide your identity in the outer world. Given your personality, you will definitely need it. King Chen looked at the communication equipment in his hand and asked in confusion, what kind of personality do I have? Yiwan suddenly said from the side. The boss probably thinks you're kind of dark. King Chen was speechless. After a long silence in the corridor, King Chen glanced at the countdown timer with only 1 minute left. It seemed that Liu Dezu wouldn't inject himself, so he let Lin Xiaoxiao and Yiwan do it. Inside the solitary confinement room, Liu Dezu collapsed on the floor, completely dejected. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening startled him. He saw Yuan directly hold Liu Dezu down. Lin Xiaoxiao took the genetic injector from the box. Under Liu Dezu's cries and pleas for mercy, Lin Xiaoxiao fiercely stabbed his butt. At this moment, the countdown reached exactly 0 seconds. Liu Dezu, with an expression of extreme pain after the injection, had the world shatter around him the next moment. King Chen and the others returned to the outer world again. The first thing King Chen did after returning to the outer world was to translate that sentence from Kamishiro Sora. He wondered if she would be like the other people from the inner world, so rough and barbaric. King Chen was a little confused about what this girl's intentions were. It seems that there is a need to properly learn some Japanese. The other person was always playing these little games in front of him, but he still had to return to the outer world to understand the other person's meaning. This made King Chen feel somewhat passive. According to the news so far, it seems that only people from the small island nation and the H country had transmigrated to his federation. Kun Chen searched for news about Kamishiro Sora. The outer world had not yet discovered that she was a time traveler. He felt that she, in the outer world, didn't seem very happy, which was why she chose to visit him. Maybe she wanted to escape the outside world. Kun Chen felt that when he was lamenting the world with that girl, it was also his rare moment of relaxation. Perhaps that was what she was thinking too. Kun Chen glanced at his arm. The countdown was still 48 hours. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, King Chen's phone suddenly started receiving messages constantly. Countless news posts were reporting that Liu Deju had been screaming for a full 3 hours when he returned to the outer world, and it still hadn't stopped. Many people were speculating about what this young man was experiencing. By the time morning came, the door of Liu Deju's house was already full of paparazzi, frantically asking about the reason for the screams last night. You must know that he screamed for 5 hours last night before stopping. This was big news for the paparazzi. Liu Deju's face turned red when he heard this, but he had no way to explain it, so he could only shut his mouth and say nothing, using all his strength to push his way out. With his forceful retreat, several paparazzi in front of him fell to the ground. The other paparazzi were stunned, and even Liu Deju himself was stunned. Was this the power of the genetic potion? Liu Deju panicked a little. Taking advantage of the gap in the crowd, he quickly got on his bike and rushed to school. On the way, Liu Deju couldn't help thinking that the cat-faced boss's network was too strong. In such a short time, he had found a genetic potion for him. His face couldn't help but smile. It's okay that he was weak. As long as he latched onto the boss, he could still take off. When Liu Deju arrived at school, he saw everyone looking at their phones. He also took out his phone to check the news. It turned out that an id called Chuang Wang had revealed the news of Lai Shutong and the cat-faced teenager eating a meal together after 8 years since their release. They were even planning to take out the land cruiser. This hovercraft had always been used by the king to contain competition. It was highly possible that they wanted to use the competition 5S009 to deal with the sudden situation with Lai Shutong. And this matter caused a great uproar in the Federation. Liu Deju broke into a cold sweat after reading it. It seemed that his understanding of this cat-faced boss was still an underestimate. In the class, Kyung Chen was also very curious after reading this news. Who is this suddenly emerging Chuang Wang? Compared to Xiao Xiao, this Chuang Wang was more like a war correspondent. It was estimated that they had support from organizations like Kunlun, or, like Xiao Xiao, mastered the means of concealment. It seemed that more and more time travelers would appear out of nowhere soon. And these time travelers were different from the previous internet celebrities. They had mastered technologies to confront the outer world, and had their own secret skills. During class break, when King Chen went to the bathroom, he unintentionally saw that Hu Xiaonu's pure gold Rolex was already on Liu Deju's wrist. King Chen frowned and went to the bathroom, closing the door. He remembered that he had clearly said not to take the watch. Liu Deju actually hadn't listened to his instructions. He hid in a cubicle and sent a message to Liu Deju. Has there been any progress in communicating with the 4 transfer students from Haiqing that you mentioned before? But Liu Deju surprisingly responded that, although these 4 people are rich, they are rather stingy. There has been no progress yet. Only now did King Chen realize that Liu Deju was planning to steal this watch. It seemed that he wasn't as stupid as he thought. If things continued like this, King Chen would instead become Liu Deju's money-making tool. If King Chen wasn't in the class next to Liu Deju's, he probably would have been deceived. At this time, Liu Deju sent another message, wanting to help Hu Xiaonu. They need some benefits. King Chen didn't hide anything and directly said, the watch. This instantly scared Liu Deju out of his wits. How does the boss know? Could it be that the other party is a classmate in my class? Afterwards, Liu Deju could only admit his mistake and said that he would return the watch later. A few minutes later, Liu Deju came out of the bathroom dejectedly, directly returned the watch to Hu Xiaonu, and said that future cooperation and transactions would only be done with gold bars. Hu Xiaonu was puzzled. They were clearly having a good conversation just now. Why did the other person look like an old resentful woman now? Just after finishing with Liu Deju, Kyung Chen suddenly got a friend request. It was Li Tungyun who had added him. After accepting, Li Tungyun sent a message. It turned out the Kunlun organization had informed them that the 9 escaped suspects from before were very likely to have entered Luo City. So far, 2 time walkers have gone missing. They reminded King Chen to be careful. King Chen was also a bit worried when he saw this. He asked, can you contact your mother? At this time, Li Tungyun was with her mother. He replied, Mom is fine. She just wants to stay at King Chen's house tonight. He and Mom will just sleep on the floor. King Chen was now looking at the message forwarded by Li Tungyun, which was the reminder from the Kunlun organization. King Chen did not expect that there were already so many registered time walkers. There must be even more hiding in the dark. Those people came to Luo City in a hurry, with no time to investigate more detailed information. So as long as Jiangxiu and the others were not at home, the other side would not be able to find a target to attack. After that, King Chen told Li Tungyun to not rush over and to wait for him to scout out the route first. After school in the afternoon, King Chen, walking on the road, suddenly received a message from Liu Deju. He had already gained the trust of the transfer students. He could get the other side to pay some gold bars, and he didn't need a share. He just wanted Big Boss King Chen to improve his life in the detention room, otherwise he would go crazy. King Chen replied, watch your performance, and hung up the communicator. Arriving back at the entrance to the residential area, Kun Chen couldn't help but think that these 9 suspects seemed different from the 2 paratroopers from before. The other side was organized and planned. So much time had already passed and they had not yet been caught. Such criminal organizations were the most dangerous. King Chen kept his eyes straight ahead, but in his mind, he was quietly counting all the people he encountered. Every single person was a neighbor he had seen before in the residential area. For the time being, he didn't see any strangers. Moreover, the decorations on Jiangshu's balcony hadn't changed position. Even the wrinkles in the curtains were the same as in the morning. He sent a message to Li Tunyan confirming it was safe, and told them to come to his house. After a while, Jiangshu and Li Tunyan, one big and one small, quietly pulled the door open a little and squeezed into the house. Only at this moment, the young Li Tunyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked very cute. Kun Chen also reassured Jiangshu not to worry, saying that he was not a time walker, and that those people probably would not think to come looking for him. Jiangshu also smiled and said, "Thanks to you this time. You and Xiaoyun go watch TV. I'll cook for you." Kun Chen was a bit moved. Aunt Jiangsu was always so gentle. Afterwards, Kun Chen ruffled Xiao Yun's head. "Have you heard about Li Shutong in the Lai world? Can you tell me about it? How do the corporations view this matter?" Li Tungyun said that there wasn't much to say. She heard from her sister in the Lai world that Li Shutong had been silent for many years. This time, the sudden incident would definitely cause surprise. That sister seemed to admire Li Shutong a lot. At this moment, King Chen took out a quilt. He said to Li Tungyun, "Tonight, you and your mother can sleep in my room, in my small bed. Squeeze in a bit. I'll sleep in the living room." Xiaoyun's eyes curved into small crescents as she smiled when she heard this. That's too embarrassing. Although she said it politely, she didn't refuse. Suddenly Xiaoyun asked King Chen, when Li Shudong was eating at the Sunlight Pavilion, "Where were you?" King Chen calmly said, "I was on the light rail, and I only saw the airship flying towards the eternal building." King Chen continued to ask Xiaoyun, "Do you know why Li Shutong was imprisoned?" Li Tungyun said that she didn't know either. "Since I've shared so much information, then, brother King Chen, you should share some information in return, right?" King Chen naturally couldn't reveal his true situation. He said to Xiaoyun, "What I can share is information everyone knows. And I think it's necessary to join that group chat with Xiao Xiao. But before joining, I have to find the Data Fortress program in the Lai world. Only then can we prevent being targeted by him. After all, Xiao Xiao definitely isn't one person but a massive organization. They are gathering all the time walkers." Latungian tilted her head and said, "Brother King Chen, you only share information from the surface world, because if you said information from the Lai world, it would be too identifying. And expose yourself." King Chen smiled and said, "You're clever." Just at this moment, both of them heard the sound of a chair falling on the floor from the ceiling above their heads. King Chen and Li Tungyun were both very clear that there shouldn't be anyone in the room upstairs right now. Li Tungyun was instantly scared and hugged the pillow. King Chen gestured for her to not make any noise, and stopped Xiaoyun from turning off the TV. They had to pretend that they were not affected by the intruders. Since the intruders went to Jiangshu's home, they must have observed it. King Chen's house had the lights on, so King Chen had to make everything seem normal. He comforted Xiaoyun in a low voice, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Latunjin wiped away her tears and nodded, indicating that she understood. After that, King Chen wrote a note and went to the kitchen, telling Jiangshu to just continue cooking as usual. Jiangshu, in the midst of her panic, continued to cook. After cooking the dishes and bringing them into the living room, Jiangshu finally suppressed her fear and wrote on a piece of paper, "What should we do now?" As soon as she finished speaking, there was another sound of glass shattering from upstairs, and even heavy footsteps. They passed directly above the heads of the 3 of them. Kun Chen's heart sank. That was the weight of a mechanical limb landing. Slowly, a strange rubbing sound came from upstairs. King Chen was searching his memory for similar sounds to compare. It was the sound of a zipper on clothes contacting the ground. Suddenly, King Chen opened his eyes. Someone upstairs was currently lying on the floor, listening, like a demon descending behind them in the night. After that, Kun Chen wrote to Jiangshu telling her to contact Kunlun on WeChat. However, the signal was blocked. This made their expressions even more serious. He did not expect that these thugs were so well prepared. At this moment, Kyung Chen took out the communicator he had gotten from Liu Dezu and found that it was working fine. It seemed that the Lai World products were indeed better. He then told Jiangshu and the others not to worry and to act natural. Latunyan trembled and gently tapped the porcelain bowl with her chopsticks, making normal sounds of eating. King Chen couldn't help but give her a thumbs up in his mind. That's exactly what they needed to do, to make the thugs think that they were eating. However, at this moment, the sound of the door opening came from the corridor. It was Huxianyu and the others who were back. From the conversation of Huxianyu and the others, it could be determined that they were preparing to continue their visit to Jiangshu. King Chen and the others looked at each other. They all realized what was about to happen, with Huxianyu and the others knocking on the door upstairs. Not long after, there was a sudden cry of surprise and the sound of things colliding, as well as the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. The sounds came fast, but disappeared quickly. It seemed that the thugs had ended the battle quickly, and then slowly dragged the four of them into the room. Kun Chen was shocked. He had underestimated the thugs' combat abilities. Jiangsu wrote on the paper in a terrified manner, "Should we save them?" with Huxianyu and the others being quickly taken down by the thugs. King Chen and the other two were also looking worried. And King Chen also underestimated the combat abilities of the thugs. Even if Huxianyu and the others were still ordinary people, they shouldn't have been taken down so quickly. However, Huxianyu and the others should not be dead. From the thug style and behavior, they should see the Time Walkers as a form of wealth and would not easily kill them. After that, Queen Chen closed his eyes and began to check the past memories in his mind. Not long after, he found the information he wanted. It was that Liu Dezu had once said that Kunlun was protecting him. After that, Queen Chen secretly sent a message to Liu Dezu in the toilet. He told him to immediately go squat outside the 12th floor of No. 4 Yardzingshu Road. This left Liu Dezu confused. What was this for? Queen Chen answered irrelevantly, "Remember to tell Huxianyu that the first transaction is completed. Tell him to pay the gold bars." Although Liu Desu didn't understand, he still obediently listened to his big boss. He immediately rushed out the door. Kun Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had Liu Desu come here not because he wanted to harm him. What he needed was not Liu Desu, but he needed Liu Desu to bring the Kunlun organization here. Slowly, the faint sound of a girl crying came from upstairs. It seemed that someone had woken up. The next moment, the sound of rubbing came from the floor again. It seemed that someone had been dragged into the bedroom alone. Liu Desu took a taxi as soon as he left the door. Behind him were two Kunlun members watching his every move. Liu Desu quickly reported the address to Xingshu Road and told the driver to go there quickly. And this driver was obviously also a Kunlun member. After finding out the address Liu Desu was going to, Liu Yuan informed all Tingxiao members to follow. Not long after, Liu Desu arrived at No. 4 Yardzingshu Road. As he got out of the car, the driver casually asked, "Handsome guy, this used to be an agency compound. What are you doing here?" Liu Desu subconsciously said, "To get gold bars." Then the driver informed the other members of the Kunlun organization. Not far away, Liu Yuan couldn't help but think that Liu Desu was probably in a transaction with a Time Walker. A Kunlun member beside him analyzed, "It's possible that his identity is special in the Li world, and he can help many people. If someone spends money to buy resources from the Li world, it's also normal." Didn't Team Liu have an incident like this with Tai Cheng a few days ago? The buyer got what they wanted but didn't pay the balance. Almost caused a fatality. The Kunlun brothers over there are having a headache. Liu Yuan also nodded. That must be the case. Damn it. I have to keep watch over him in the middle of the night, to prevent him from being kidnapped by those suspects. But what does he do? He goes and takes gold bars instead. Here Liu Desu was secretly sneaking in. When he arrived in front of Building 12, he squatted down to the side, as the big boss had instructed. Liu Yuan, seeing this from behind, wondered, what does this kid want now? Just then, a man in a jacket slowly emerged from the shadows of the building's corridor. His palms were exposed to the air. The mechanical palms made of sodium alloy were particularly strong and powerful. He was coldly observing the surroundings. As he slowly turned his head, he saw Liu Desu, who was squatting not far away. They were looking at each other directly. For a moment the atmosphere became eerily silent. Then he slowly walked toward Liu Desu and asked, "Friend, why do I find you so familiar?" Liu Desu was so startled and flustered that he started shouting "Aba aba aba." Seeing this, the gangster pressed his Bluetooth earpiece, saying directly, "There's a situation." Just as the gangster was speaking, Lu Deshu started walking faster and faster, and finally just started running while still yelling, "Abba abba abba abba." The gangster wanted to chase, but he suddenly stopped, as if he had discovered something. He turned around and ran back into the shadows of the building, making Lu Yuan and his people realize that they had been exposed. They saw that someone was watching Lu Yuan and his team from Jiangshu's home. Lu Yuan immediately told his team to move closer to Building 12 with Kunlun members. But then they heard the sound of glass breaking from behind the building. Lu Yuan's face changed. They're trying to escape by jumping out of the window behind the building. Lu Yuan and his team immediately went to the back of the building from the side. Just as they rushed to the corner of the road, a metal trash can exploded with flames. There was a loud bang, and several people were blown away. Lu Yuan shook himself and got up from the ground. He patted his head. He asked his teammates if they were okay. The teammates also got up from the ground. Only one teammate had a piece of iron stuck in his leg. The others were not directly injured. Then they continued chasing. When they arrived behind the building, the window in Jiangshu's home was completely destroyed. However, it was precisely because of this that Lu Yuan realized something was wrong. These gangsters had come to kidnap time travelers. As far as he knew, the gangsters' mechanical limbs were not high-grade. They should not be able to withstand the impact of jumping directly from the second floor. Perhaps the gangsters could jump down by themselves, but they definitely could not do it while carrying a person. Lu Yuan abruptly turned around. The sound of the glass breaking in the beginning, and the explosives on the road, were all just to lure them away from the front door. He immediately told the team to go back. "You read that right, this is a scene of catching bullets worthy of a Chinese drama." As Lu Yuan realized that he had been tricked, he went back and connected to the communicator. He instructed the team member Xiaoying, who was waiting nearby, to rush to the front door. Xiaoying also drove like crazy and rushed in. Lu Yuan continued running like crazy despite his injuries from the explosion. She knew that if she misjudged the situation, it would be like letting the gangsters escape through the window. But she believed in her judgment. When Lu Yuan returned to the front door, he happened to see 4 gangsters carrying a heavy black woven bag, preparing to get into a car. The leader saw this, and directly took out a pistol. The other gangsters quickly got into the car and started the vehicle to leave. Looking at the gangster who was trying to stop him preparing to shoot, Lu Yuan decisively predicted the trajectory of the bullet, and dodged the bullet. Then he shouted loudly, "Xiaoying, crash into the damn car." The next moment, the taxi driven by Xiaoying crashed directly into the gangster's black vehicle, stopping the gangster's intention to escape. Seeing this, Lu Yuan jumped up and, with the help of Lo Kang, he kicked the gangster who was holding the gun so hard. This kick had the power of 30 years of training. He knocked down both the gangster in the car and his accomplice with one kick. Then Lu Yuan ordered the members of the organization to beat them up thoroughly. In the end, these gangsters were successfully subdued. Hu Xiaoniu and the others were also taken away by the ambulance. At this time, Kyung Chen was watching the scene unfold. He didn't expect Lu Yuan to also be a superhuman. This group of gangsters made Kyung Chen realize that they were more cunning than he had imagined. They were not comparable to ordinary loose soldiers. Although their individual combat power was not high, they were able to organize and plan criminal actions. King Chen turned to Jiang Shu and her daughter and said that everything was all right. However, they could not go out yet. It was better to eat first. Jiang Shu expressed her gratitude. "If you weren't here, something might have happened to me and Xiaoyun. I'll go heat up the food first." In the living room, Li Tunjin was staring directly at King Chen. She felt that brother King Chen was not ordinary at all. It seemed that he could always turn something bad into something amazing. She asked King Chen, "Did you call Kunlun here?" King Chen still said that it had nothing to do with him. It seemed that he had revealed too many details today. Outsiders might not be able to guess anything, but sooner or later Lai Tunjin could discover some inside information through the details. But he didn't care. This little girl knew some secrets. He stroked Lai Tunjin's head and asked, "Are you still scared?" Lai Tunjin said, "A little." He continued to ask King Chen, "I know you don't want your identity to be discovered. But if I'm in danger in the inner world, will you come to save me?" King Chen smiled. He answered affirmatively, "Yes." Only then did Lai Tunjin become satisfied. But then she whispered to King Chen, It's fine if you don't tell other people your identity, but you're even hiding it from me. That's so mean. I'm just a kid. How could I have bad intentions? Kung Chen smiled, but he didn't continue to respond. You have to know that the best hunters often appear in the guise of prey. In the kitchen, Jiangshu's body was still trembling. If King Chen hadn't been here this time, something bad might have really happened to them. Then she heated up a table of delicious food. The few of them ate peacefully. If the two of them weren't still so young, Jiangshu might have opened a beer to celebrate. Sai Chen is so amazing, Li Tengyan said while joining in the fun. Brother King Chen is not small anymore. He can drink. Just as they were eating, their expressions suddenly became strange. Jiangshu's face was flushed. It turned out that she was too scared when she was cooking just now and forgot to add salt. King Chen also smoothed things over. It couldn't be helped, as we were all scared. After all, I was also very scared. Li Tengyan said to herself, you'd only be scared in a ghost story. On the other side, the usually deserted hospital room was filled with Kunlun members. When they were catching the gangsters, they were all full of vigor. But after the battle, they were all lying in bed, moaning and groaning, and asking the nurses to give them painkillers. Beside him, Huxiaoyu was pondering. This must be the overload sequela caused by the users who have been injected with low-level gene drugs. The Kunlun organization seemed to have some strength. They had managed to obtain the gene drugs so soon after transmigrating. That boss Zhang must have a place in the inner world. At this time, Lu Yuan was also the last one to be taken off the ambulance. He insisted that he be placed near Huxiaoyu. He had some questions for these four new friends. Finally, he ordered a subordinate named Wrench to investigate the identities of these people. Lu Yuan lay in the hospital bed next to Huxiaoyu. The two of them did not acknowledge each other. In the end, Huxiaoyu could not help but speak first. Thank you for saving us. Lu Yuan also accepted this without hesitation. That's something we should do. Then he started bragging about himself. Don't you see how brave I was just now? I remained calm and composed when facing the gangsters' guns. Wait, that's not right. You guys were all in those sacks just now. But if Boss Zhang saw it, he would definitely give me a promotion and a raise. Seeing this, Huxiaoyu asked Lu Yuan, how did you know we were in trouble? Lu Yuan said that someone else had found out and that they were just there by chance. As for who that person was, he could not say. Then Kunlun members sent 4 cell phones. They were Huxiaoyu and the others. After taking back his phone, Huxiaoyu was shocked to find that Liu Dezu had sent him a message. This is the payment for the first transaction, the gold bars. Huxiaoyu was stunned. Did Liu Dezu help find the Kunlun organization, seeing the message that Liu Dezu sent? Huxiaoyu mistakenly believed that the other party had saved him, which was why Liu Dezu had said that the first transaction was complete. So this so-called transaction was saving his life. How did the other party know he was in danger? And how did he mobilize Kunlun? Huxiaoyu thought about it, and sent a message to Liu Dezu. Thank you. This cooperation was very pleasant. I will pay double the price for this first transaction. Liu Dezu overjoyed. What a godlike partner. He is giving double just because he said so. Is this the world of the rich? This time he should be able to sneak out another gold bar without anyone knowing. At this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly asked Huxiaoyu, how did you get captured? At first, I thought the gangsters captured Jiangsu and Li Tengyan. But when I opened the sacks, I realized it wasn't them. I've also never seen you before. This was one of Lu Yuan's doubts. There were too many suspicious points in this encounter with the gangsters. Huxiaoyu explained, we are new residents in Building 12, students from Luo City Foreign Language School. We were going to visit our neighbor in room 201 today, but we didn't expect to encounter the gangsters inside and were captured. Lu Yuan looked at him in confusion. Is it really just a coincidence? You're not time travelers. Huxiaoyu nodded. Just a coincidence. At this time, a Kunlun member came in saying that Jiangshu had been found. She and her daughter had received the notice and were staying at a friend's house downstairs. There was also a small problem. They didn't have enough for the medical expenses. Lu Yuan also cursed inwardly. What terrible luck. My daily salary is just that little, and I still have to pay out of pocket. Seeing this, Huxiaoyu offered that he was willing to donate to the Kunlun organization in his own name. Lu Yuan interrupted Huxiaoyu, if you donate, then when the time comes, if you and a common person are in danger at the same time, who will I save first? At that time, I can only save the nearest one. Right? But if you really happen to be the nearest to me at the time, The impartiality of Kunlun will be questioned. This is not what I'm saying. It was what our boss said. Don't worry, our boss Zheng is very capable. He'll figure out how to make money himself. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he opened the document sent by a team member. Inside was the identity information of Hu Xiaoyu and the others. The Kunlun member leaned forward and whispered Hu Xiaoyu's background into Lu Yuan's ear. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was stunned. No wonder he offered to give money right away. This guy has such a rich background. Lu Yuan suddenly turned his head and asked, Hu Xiaoyu, you promised to give Li Dezu a few gold bars. How many grams? Hu Xiaoyu was stunned. At this time, Lu Yuan was staring at him, as if he knew everything. He hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally said, 100-gram gold bars. Give Li Dezu 10 this time. Lu Yuan thought to himself, that's right. Lu Dezu had mentioned gold bars before he got out of the car, so Hu Xiaoyu was Lu Dezu's buyer. It was reasonable for someone with money and power to buy resources from the inner world from Liu Desu. He said to the Kunlun member, register all 4 of them. Every single one of them. They are all time travelers. No mistake, at this moment, Lu Yuan felt that he knew the truth. So, he immediately sent his thoughts to Xing Yuandong. Hu Xiaoyu invited Lu Desu to trade first. During the process of Liu Desu taking the gold bars, he accidentally led Kunlun into encountering the gangsters. All 4 of Hu Xiaoyu's group were time travelers, and Liu Desu already had the qualification to trade with others. However, just as Lu Yuan was excitedly waiting for his boss to praise him, Xing Yuandong's reply poured cold water on him. Your analysis is wrong. After making an appointment with Liu Desu, Hu Xiaoyu didn't wait patiently at home. He actually went to visit his neighbors. Would you visit your neighbors before making an important trade? Lu Yuan suddenly understood what his boss meant. That is to say, Hu Xiaoyu didn't know Liu Desu was coming at all. They didn't have any appointment at all. Xing Yuandong replied, that's right. If you were Liu Desu, wouldn't you be arrogant since someone needs something from you? Would you crouch downstairs for more than 20 minutes without getting angry? Lu Yuan said, I wouldn't. I'd think the other party was too arrogant. I broke up with my ex-girlfriend because she was too slow. Every time we went out, I would have to wait half an hour. Xing Yuandong asked, what if I made you wait half an hour? Do you understand? Lu Yuan replied with a guilty conscience, boss, how could I not understand? Are you saying that Liu Desu has another boss? Lu Yuan suddenly understood. He had indeed found a lot of clues before, but they couldn't stand up to careful scrutiny. At this time, Xing Yuandong replied, someone deliberately hid a clue, which led you to a wrong conclusion. This clue is the most obscure but also the most crucial. Who exactly sent Liu Desu there? Forxing Shu Road. Who discovered the gangster's trail? Who can make Liu Desu willingly wait for more than 20 minutes? In other words, there is another person we don't know behind the scenes tonight. Lu Yuan suddenly felt a chill down his spine. It was as if he had been putting on a show as hard as he could on stage tonight, but there was a person in the darkness, outside the stage. Watching quietly, Xing Yuandong continued to reply, this person should be the one I mentioned, the third time traveler in prison 18. He manipulated Liu Deju's actions tonight. He connected us all together like a thread. But don't worry. At least the other party seems friendly for now. Lu Yuan suggested, boss, why don't I take the opportunity to interrogate Liu Deju? Maybe then we can find out who it is. Xing Yuandong denied this method, leaving aside the fact that it would turn a friend into an enemy. We also can't treat an innocent civilian like that. At this time, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered the kid hiding downstairs with Jiangsu. He always felt that he was very strange. Xing Yuandong asked, what was strange about him? Lu Yuan said, does it count that he's good-looking? After all, I remembered him after just one glance. But the gangsters had blocked the signals at that time. That kid shouldn't have been able to contact Liu Desu. At midnight, Chunchen was lying quietly on the living room floor. He reviewed everything that had happened tonight. Even if Liu Desu was interrogated, others would only know that behind Liu Desu, there was a mysterious person behind the scenes, but they wouldn't be able to know who it was. The events of tonight seemed to have nothing to do with him. However, the countless threads of cause and effect were all connected by him. Just like chess, he was always more suitable for the role of the chess player, not the chess piece. And he was not willing to be a chess piece. At this time, Lai Tongyan tiptoed over. He sat down beside Qin Chen. Brother Chen, you're not asleep either. Qin Chen looked at him, propped up on his arm. Why aren't you asleep yet? Where's your mother? Latunyan whispered, my mother is asleep. How's the thing I asked you about last time? Kunchen had forgotten what it was. Latunyan then reminded him, what we talked about last time, going out to play during the National Day holiday. After all, he was still a child. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes lit up. Kunchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you so intent on getting me to come? Latanjium was helpless. If brother Kunchen doesn't go out, mom won't go. Because that gangster organization still has 5 people out there. Kunchen had seen through him indeed. He asked, do you just want to go out and play? Latanjian was immediately embarrassed and lowered his head. It's not that I absolutely have to play. It's just that he doesn't want to go to cram school during the National Day holiday. Kunchen was taken aback. It seemed that children could never escape cram school. For now, Kunchen had no problem, but if Jiangshu didn't agree, there was nothing he could do about it either. Latunjian said it was fine, they wouldn't go far. Let's just go to Laojun Mountain nearby to see the sunrise. Kunchen then agreed. Lai Tunjin contentedly took his little nightgown back. At this moment, Nan Jingshan suddenly sent a message. Kun Chen, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Kun Chen replied with a puzzled face. What's up in the middle of the night? Kun Chen, who was just about to go to sleep, received a message from Nan Jingshan. Wang Yun invited some classmates, including Hu Xiaoniu and Lu Dezu, to go to Laojun Mountain to see the sunrise too. Kun Chen was stunned. What a coincidence! It's also Laojun Mountain. The 4 of them suddenly organized this event. They probably want to use this trip as an opportunity to further deepen their friendship with Liu Dezu. After all, Liu Dezu had just saved their lives. But Wang Yun invited Nan Jingshan, but didn't invite him. This is a little strange. Kun Chen sent a message to Nan Jingshan and asked, do they know that you're a time traveler? Nan Jingshan still denied it. No, they don't. Kun Chen replied helplessly, okay, if you say you're not, then you're not. This guy was practically writing time traveler on his face. Wang Yun must have already discovered Nan Jingshan's secret, so they would invite Nan Jingshan, this fool. The next day, there were 17 hours left on the countdown. A ray of morning sunlight woke Kun Chen. He saw Jiangsu making breakfast as soon as he went out. He greeted her. Jiangsu also said with a smile, it seems you often cook at home too. You have all kinds of seasonings. Kun Chen explained, because eating outside is too expensive. Jiangsu said, Auntie will cook for you from now on. You don't need to do it yourself. You just need to study hard. Also, do you go to tutoring classes or should I recommend a tutoring class for you? Kun Chen was stunned. She has already arranged a tutoring class for me as well. No wonder Xiaoyan wanted to go out to play. At this time Jiangshu asked Kun Chen. Xiaoyan said you agreed to go to Laojun Mountain with him. You spoil him too much. I didn't agree to him when he said he wanted to go out to play. Now that you've agreed, he's making a fuss to go. Although Jiangshu was blaming him, she didn't have a blaming tone. Kun Chen thought for a moment, and said, after all, we just went through 2 dangerous situations. It's good to go out and relax at this time. Kids haven't experienced this kind of thing before. Don't let it leave a psychological shadow. Jiangshu nodded in agreement. Then we'll take the bus this afternoon, after you get out of school. It will only take about 2 hours to get there. Then we'll stay there for 1 night, climb to the top of the mountain to see the sunrise the next day, and then come back. I looked at the reviews on a certain app. Several B and Bs have pretty good ratings, and the food they make is also especially delicious. Kun Chen thought, this is clearly a plan that has already been made. However, if it was only for 2 days and 1 night, wouldn't it be too rushed? Jiangshu thought for a moment. I wanted to go there early and come back early, so that Xiaoyan could make it back for cram school. But if you want to stay for a few more days, then let Xiaoyan have a few more days off. In class, Wang Yun's eyes were red as she was talking to Nan Jingshan about everything that had happened last night. Kun Chen, who had just arrived at the classroom, thought this scene looks more like a date. He suddenly felt like he had missed a lot of things because he had skipped classes. At this time Nan Jingshan asked, Kun Chen, have you decided whether you want to go to Laojun Mountain or not? Before Kun Chen could answer, Wang Yun whispered, we have enough people. Now, the students from both classes have filled up the spots. There are still 4 or 5 people who want to go but can't. Kun Chen smiled and said to Nan Jingshan, you guys go ahead. I also have other plans for the National Day holiday. Nan Jingshan replied, then I won't go either. What plans do you have for the National Day? How about taking me with you? Wang Yun's expression changed slightly. Seeing this, Kyun Chen put his arm around Nan Zhengshan's shoulder. If someone's offering, why wouldn't we go? I really have something to do, otherwise I would have agreed last night. By the way, when are you going? Wang Yun was visibly relieved and said, tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. We'll gather at the school gate. King Chen, it's a pity you couldn't go with us this time. We'll definitely invite you in advance next time. After last night's violent incident, Liu Deju's status seemed to have increased again. During breaks, you could see Hu Xiaoniu and the others surrounding him. But Liu Dezu was a little distracted, as if he was looking for someone. Hu Xiaoniu was the first to notice this. He asked curiously, Brother Liu, who are you looking for? Liu Dezu came back to his senses and said, I'm not looking for anyone. Only Liu Dezu himself knew in his heart that that mysterious big shot was probably watching him again somewhere. Then Li Dezu reminded Hu Xiaoniu, in this school, never make enemies with anyone. This left Hu Xiaoniu looking confused. Liu Dezu sighed inwardly, fearing that they would provoke someone they shouldn't, ruining his business. Cooperating with the big shot satisfied his vanity and got him real gold bars, which could improve his life back in prison. But the feeling of being watched at this moment was also not comfortable. On the other side, He Jinkyu, wearing a gray suit, walked in the courtyard on Hangshu Road, playing with a gold coin in his hand, rolling it back and forth between his fingers, as if it had a soul. He suddenly stopped on the sidewalk, looking up at the plane trees above. He didn't know how much time had passed when someone Li asked behind him, You're not staying in Beijing. How can you have time to waste in this small place? He Jinkyu came back to his senses. He looked at Zheng Yuandong, who was standing straight and tall behind him, and said with a smile, Boss Zheng is also here, isn't he? It shows that we thought the same thing. The spokespersons of Juzhou and Kunlun stood face to face under the plane trees, former comrades in arms, now rivals. Zheng Yuandong asked calmly, I'm curious. You're far away in Beijing, but you come to Luo City twice a month. Is there something attracting you here? He Jinkyu smiled and said, Boss Zheng is joking. Last night, Kunlun successfully captured 4 thugs. How could Juzhou not come to take a look? It's also to congratulate you. Zheng Yuandong replied casually, it's Kunlun's duty, so there's no need for congratulations. And there are still 5 fugitives. Everyone doesn't have time to celebrate. He Jinkyu said with a smile, Boss Zheng is reminding me that Juzhou has broken the rules recently. Then He Jinkyu suddenly asked, Boss Zheng, aren't you worried at all? Once the small group chat is established, then all the time travelers in the country will flock to Juzhou's side. By then, Kunlun will have no one. How will you ensure that you can fulfill your duties? But I do know that Boss Zheng has the ability to get genetic agents. In that case, even ordinary soldiers can be of great use. But have you ever told the young people in Kunlun about the side effects of those genetic agents? Zheng Yuandong said. Everyone's choices are different. Since they've chosen it, then there's no need to regret it. He Jinkyu didn't dwell on this topic. Instead, he turned to ask about Kunlun's actions. Why did you raise all of Liu Deju's information to the top secret level, although he crossed over to a Lie World big shot like Li Shutong? I just feel like something's wrong. I personally went to observe Liu Deju. Old squad leader, your vision definitely wouldn't see him as something special. So, why would you raise his profile to the highest level? Is it to protect him? Or is it to protect others by protecting him? Or is it to mislead me? While speaking, He Jinkyu continued to twirl the gold coin in his hand without forgetting the rules. He Jinkyu looked at Zheng Yuandong seriously. Old squad leader, what you want to protect is not Liu Dezu. But Zheng Yuandong did not answer the question. Instead, he looked at the gold coin in his hand and said, I wonder which transcendent left behind F099. The competition dance is also known as the correct gold coin, which can determine truth from lies. He Jinkyu said in surprise, Old squad leader, you really know everything. Zheng Yuandong replied, although the taboo item has 099 has disappeared for a long time, its use is not a secret. He Jinkyu said, it seems that I won't be able to find out anything today. After saying that, he left. However, he was not without gains. At this moment, the gold coin in his hand seemed to be roaring softly. After He Jinkyu left, he returned to the car. He took out a 100-gram gold bar from his pocket and gently touched it to the taboo item S099. In an instant, the gold bar flowed into the gold coin as if it had melted. The pattern on the gold coin also flowed like liquid, like a tranquil lake. He Jinkyu said softly to it, the debt is paid. In an instant, the front of the gold coin solidified back into a wheat ear ring, restoring its tranquil appearance. He Jinkyu looked out the window. It's a good thing I brought the correct gold coin with me this time. But Boss Zheng didn't give him the chance to find out the answer, and the prerequisite was that the gold coin had to be spun on the back of his finger. It's a bit too eye-catching. At this time the driver asked, Boss, our men haven't been able to find the whereabouts of the 5 fugitives. It said that Kunlun's interrogation has some leads. Do you want to try and get our hands on them? He Jinkyu indicated, no need. This is Boss Singh's home turf, so let him handle it himself. At 5:20 p.m., in front of the school gate, Hu Xiaoniu and others, because school ended early, changed their trip to Laojun Mountain, which was originally scheduled for tomorrow, to today. Not far, Kunlun members who had been following Liu Dezhu, upon seeing this, immediately reported the news to headquarters, saying that there were abnormalities with Liu Dezhu, and that they seemed to be renting a bus to go on a trip. What are your instructions? Should we send reinforcements? The colleague on duty at headquarters said. Team leader Lu received news that people suspected of being the thugs have appeared in Meng County, north of Luo City. They are chasing after them now. Team leader Lu told you two to follow them. We're not adding reinforcements for Liu Dezhu for the time being. Several of our brothers are injured and on leave. Wait until they come back from leave tomorrow, and they'll go take over for you. It's going to be tough on you guys today. Just as Hu Xiaoniu and the others were about to set off, King Chen's group had already arrived at Laojun Mountain. Li Tunjian jumped out of the car and stretched his body in the parking lot. Jiang Xu followed him with a smile, preparing to get out of the car. However, the next moment, King Chen reached out a hand and forcefully pulled him back into the bus. Jiang Xu asked in confusion, What's wrong? Is there danger? King Chen stared silently at a van outside. He saw 5 people with black bags getting out of the car, wearing identical black leather boots. King Chen clearly remembered seeing these kinds of black leather boots before. They were the ones worn by the thugs that were captured previously. That is to say, these 5 people were the 5 fugitives on the run. King Chen didn't understand why these people had come to Laojun Mountain. There was only one road to go up and down the mountain. If Kunlun discovered them, they wouldn't be able to escape. Then there was only one possibility. They must be here for the time travelers. Jiang Xu also asked at this time, Kun Chen, did you see something? Kun Chen said softly, I found 5 people, who are very likely to be the 5 fugitives still on the run. But first we can be reassured that they are not targeting you. Otherwise, we would have been blocked in the car by now. Jiang Xu worriedly asked. What do we do? Let's go back. King Chen shook his head. The bus we took was the last one anyway. There are no more buses to go back now. When the media reported on you, they only unintentionally revealed your address, but your photo wasn't exposed, so we're safe for the moment. La Tunjian comforted her from the side. Mom, don't worry. We'll just listen to Brother King Chen. King Chen thought for a moment and decided to go to their accommodations first. We won't climb the mountain tomorrow either. Once it's light, we'll take the first bus back to Lu City. After arriving at the homestay Jiang Xu had booked, King Chen first sent a message to Liu Dezhu. Stay home for the entire 7 days of the National Day and don't go anywhere. He hoped that Liu Dezhu could see it in time. He believed that as long as Liu Dezhu didn't come, Hu Xiaoniu and the others should cancel their trip as well. Little did he know that Liu Dezhu and the others, because of the early school dismissal, had also arrived at Laojun Mountain. Then King Chen returned to his room, closed the curtains, and stood quietly behind them, silently surveying the outside world. He stood like this for hours. Seeing that he had been standing for too long, Jiang Xu said, Let me keep watch for a while. Xiaochen, you go rest. Kun Chen refused, Aunt Jiang Xu. You don't know what they look like. Please make a cup of instant noodles for me and Xiao Yun. And please take out the beef jerky from my bag. I'm a little hungry. At this time Li Tungian silently stood on a chair, using her small hands to gently massage King Chen's shoulders, helping to relieve his fatigue. Brother King Chen, aren't you tired? How about resting for a while? You also said that they are not targeting us. There's no need to be so nervous. Kun Chen smiled after hearing this. It's okay, I can still hold on. Just as Jiang Xu was about to continue persuading King Chen to rest, Kun Chen indicated her not to make a sound. At this moment, 2 familiar figures were walking on the street outside the window. It was 2 of the thugs. The thugs had walkie-talkies clipped to their chests. One of them was using the walkie-talkie to say something, looking solemn, and their right hands were always on their waists. As the figures of the two gradually disappeared from view, King Chen lowered his head and glanced at his phone. The time was 11:55. At this time, there were 5 minutes left on the countdown. King Chen frowned. The thugs had already entered a state of alert. Just now, they had a stance ready for battle. King Chen said the thugs' target might be this guesthouse next door. Jiang Su was stunned for a moment. Yuncheng guesthouse, there are many people there. They are in danger. Then King Chen walked into the restroom and checked the communication equipment. After several hours, Lu Desu still hadn't replied. It seemed that there was trouble. At the same time, near Meng County, Luo City, Lu Yuan was leading his team to the village of Dazhuang. He went to the home of someone who had reported a crime and asked them when they had seen the old man. The old man, with a wandering gaze, said around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, "I saw them, so I called the police." Lu Yuan suddenly felt something was wrong. What kind of clothes were they wearing? The old man clearly looked guilty. Just those outdoor sportswear that you city people wear. I think they call them windbreakers. Lu Yuan's face became grave. Were there any women? The old man, sweating profusely, replied, "I don't think so." The next moment, Lu Yuan asked loudly, "What color were their windbreakers? Answer me within 10 seconds." The old man began to stammer, saying that he couldn't remember. At this point, Lu Yuan understood everything. He stood up angrily. "How much money did you take to file a false report? Do you know how many people can die because of your false report?" Lu Yuan turned around and walked out of the house. It's a feint. But what's the point of this feint? There are still 6 Kunlun team members on duty in the city. Even if he's not there, they wouldn't be able to retreat completely if the other party made a move. Suddenly Lu Yuan's face became serious. He had thought of Lojin Mountain. When the darkness dissipated again, the time travelers once again transmigrated to the Lie world. We're still in the process of injecting the gene serum into Liu Desu. At this time, Liu Desu spat out the gold bar in his mouth and said, "Two heroes, can you let me go first? The injection is done." Also Huxiani gave 5 gold bars this time. According to the agreement, I'll take one as a commission. At this time, Kun Chen, wearing his cat mask, walked in. He asked in a cold voice, "Liu Desu, why aren't you replying to messages?" Yi Wan and Lin Xiaoxiao looked at each other and went aside. It was unknown what these two were doing to express what had happened in the world. Lu Deju cautiously replied, "Big boss, it's not that I didn't want to reply to you. It's just that I've been with my classmates, so I didn't have a chance to check the communication equipment." But in his heart, he was thinking, "I was careless and got carried away, and didn't pay attention." Kung Chen didn't know all of this. So he instructed, "After this return, don't go out for 7 days during National Day." "Understand," but Liu Dezu replied, "Big boss, I'm already at Lojin Mountain. Can I hide at home after I get back from Lojin Mountain?" Immediately, King Chen was stunned. He really didn't know this situation. King Chen was silent for a while before asking, "Which guest house are you guys staying at?" Lu Deshu said, "It's called Yunqing Guest House. It's pretty famous on Lojin Mountain. We went with a total of 47 classmates. Those few transfer students paid for everyone to stay for 3 days." Kun Chen asked, "Was this an itinerary that you planned a long time ago? Why did you never mention it to me?" Lu Deshu hurriedly explained, "It wasn't planned a long time ago. It was also a spur-of-the-moment thing from the transfer students from High City, and the original plan was to set off on the morning of October 1st. But because school was dismissed early, they went earlier." At this time, Liu Dezu was thinking in his heart, "It seems that the big boss isn't one of my classmates. Otherwise, how would he not know about the Lojin Mountain trip?" And at this moment, the expression behind King Chen's mask had completely calmed down. "So the cheers and drumming from the Yuncheng guesthouse next door, just now, was what you guys caused. But why would the thugs know in advance that Liu Deju and the others were going to Lojin Mountain?" Then King Chen calmly said, "There's a mole. Someone gave the thugs your itinerary. They not only knew which guest house you were staying in, but they even told the thugs that you were arriving a day early." Lu Dezu was stunned. "Big boss, what are you talking about?" At this time, King Chen looked seriously at Liu Desu, instructing him, "I hope you remember every word I'm about to say, because it's related to your life. My current person is tracking 5 escaped thugs. Now, he's telling me that the thugs are surrounding Yunqing Guesthouse. They are carrying guns and weapons. It seems that they plan to take everyone in the guest house hostage. He's just observing from a distance, and doesn't know that you are also there. Ludezu was shocked. He had been thinking about how to pocket the gold bars, but now his life was about to be over. Immediately, Ludezu became anxious. Big boss, are your people nearby? Let them save me. The Kunlun people said that those people are especially ruthless. Kung Chen looked at him with disgust. Calm down. At least you can still live for 2 days in the Lie world. And the other party is also trying to use your identity in the Lie world, so they won't kill you. But Lu Dezu replied, that's no good, it's still dangerous to be used as a beast of burden, big boss. And the Kunlun people said that those thugs will kill ordinary people who know about it. There are more than 40 of my classmates here. That's more than 40 lives. This time King Chen was also stunned. They'll actually kill ordinary people. After a moment of silence, he said to Lu Dezu, after you go back, I need you to do 2 things. The first thing, I need you to immediately let all your classmates run away in all directions the first moment you return. Also, don't seek help from other tourists. That will implicate innocent people. Their target is you, the time travelers, not ordinary people. Asked solemnly, big boss. Will running away like that work? Kyung Chen replied, you can only gamble that they haven't finished their encirclement. There's no other choice. The second thing is, you must, in these 2 days of transmigrating, recall who left in the middle of the party, or who was constantly taking out their cell phones to send messages. Lu Deju thought for a moment, are you saying the mole could be among these classmates? Although I know it's a bit absurd, that's the biggest possibility. After saying all of this, Kyung Chen was about to leave the detention room. But just as he was about to go out, he suddenly turned around and stared intently at Liu Dezu. King Chen always felt like he had overlooked something. Suddenly, King Chen used his unique memory ability again, carefully looking for the key point in his memories. At this moment, King Chen felt like he was reliving the day of the hostage-taking. Suddenly, he remembered the ground friction sound he had heard. Among the 4 transfer students, someone had been dragged into the house alone. King Chen then asked Liu Desu, who suggested changing the itinerary. Liu Desu thought for a moment. It seems to be that transfer student from the next class, Bai Waner. King Chen didn't ask any more and left the detention room. In the dimly lit corridor, Yiwan asked curiously, it seems like a lot has happened these past 2 days. King Chen nodded, and then told them about the thugs. Yiwan asked, then are you in danger? King Chen took off his cat mask and said, I'm not sure for the moment if things will affect me. I don't care if Li Desu dies or lives, nor do I care if my source of income is lost. What's important is that Nan Jingchen might die. King Chen then said to Yiwan, let's go. We're going to train. Yiwan and Lin Xiaoxiu looked at each other. They hadn't expected King Chen's mental fortitude to be so strong. King Chen looked at their surprised expressions and said calmly, even if I don't train, I can only wait anxiously for the return. It's better to seize the time to become stronger, so that in the future, when I face this kind of thing, I won't be so helpless. Lin Xiaoxiu sighed in his heart. The other party had clearly not seen too much death, but he could choose the most correct path forward at a complex and confusing intersection. At this time, Lai Shudong was quietly looking at the chess endgame. Upon seeing King Chen return, this teacher smiled and said, looking at your face, it seems like you have encountered some trouble. King Chen threw the flash drive in his hand to Lin Xiaoxiu and then said to Li Shutong, these are all the classical music scores that I could find in the surface world. Li Shutong smiled and said, I like this gift. I'll owe you a favor. King Chen asked curiously, teacher, have you ever owed anyone a favor? Li Shutong smiled and said, I have. It's just that the other party hates me so much now, so I can't see them anymore. I'll repay what I owe them in the next life. King Chen always felt like there was a story in this. I bet what he owes isn't love. At this time, Li Shudong said, this time, I can tell that you have encountered a big problem, but I won't help you. You didn't ask me for help, while remaining clear-headed, which shows that I didn't misjudge you before. In this world, there is an eagle called the Azure Mountain Falcon. They are very timid when they are young, and they don't dare to fly into the sky on their own. So when the mature Azure Mountain Falcons have a chance, they grab the young birds to the edge of a cliff and push them off one by one. Those who open their wings will live, and those who don't will fall to their death under the cliff. According to the average rule, The Azure Mountain falcon can probably only raise about one chick in every two nests. But the one that survives will be the master of the sky from the moment it can fly. Qin Chen was very curious. There were no such Azure Mountain falcons in the surface world. Are they very powerful? Le Shudong recalled, of course, they are very powerful. Even humans, without the protection of a class flying ships, wouldn't dare to provoke them. In the early years, during our third life or death crisis, I accidentally entered their territory and was chased by one of those Azure Mountain falcons for more than 30 miles. I almost died there. At this time, Le Shudong suddenly said, it's not only after the death of transcendence that forbidden lands are created. Even some powerful creatures can also. Qin Chen then asked, is there a way to suppress the forbidden areas? This seems like a kind of exponential growth state. If we allow the forbidden areas to spread, won't there be no soil for humans to survive in a few hundred years? Le Shutong shook his head, indicating that there was no way. Perhaps this is the evolutionary principle of Earth. Maybe one huge creature similar to dinosaurs will reappear on Earth. Qin Chen asked in confusion, then how will humans cope? Lai Shudong smiled. Perhaps only superhumans will be able to survive then. Humans always think they are the masters here, but the world will use time to tell you that there is no true master. Then, Le Shudong suggested, do you want to go out for a trip? I'll take you to see the real forbidden areas. Qin Chen refused. In these 2 days, he wanted to think about how to deal with the bandits after he returned. Le Shudong asked curiously, then have you figured out how to deal with them? Qin Chen thought for a moment and said, kill them. At this moment in prison 18, Lai Shudong asked, then do you know how to kill people? Qin Chen said he didn't know, but I can learn. I thought of a way. That is for Yi Wan to spar with me these 2 nights, so I can remember all the combat techniques, and all the reactions the enemy will make when I fight, using an exhaustive method to gain the upper hand in battle. But then I found the method was feasible, but there wasn't enough time. Le Shudong was thoughtful, just like how you play chess, right? Yi Wan said, with breathing techniques, plus your own tireless training. Your physical fitness already has the foundation of a soldier. But if the other party is equipped with mechanical limbs, you will still have no advantage. At this time, Lai Shudong interrupted, there are many bones in the human body, so don't try to dominate all changes within 2 days. In fact, one move is enough for killing people. You only need to teach him one move, and then tell him how many reactions the enemy can have. That will be much simpler. Yuan thought for a moment and asked, boss, is one move really enough? Lai Shutong laughed. Yes, after all, life is very fragile. King Chen thought for a moment and said that 2 nights might still not be enough. Le Shutong said indifferently, then lock all the prisoners in their own cells. Only allow them to come out when eating. The rest of the time they can just get back. This way you can also train during the day. Kun Chen was stunned. Lin Xiaoxia was somewhat emotional. The boss is as willful as ever. Yuan said, after all, he's the only seedling in the Knights organization now. It's not an exaggeration that the boss would make such a move. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly said, the 2 corpses that were captured previously were killed by me. Kun Chen looked confused. I also interrogated them before they died. It seems to be the doing of the King family's 4th house. But we don't know why the 4th house wants you dead. After that, Yuan quickly began training with King Chen. Yuan said, let me reiterate, the boss is right, life is indeed extremely fragile. As long as you hit any part with enough force, it's enough to make the opponent lose their fighting ability. However, the times have changed. Many warriors will modify themselves to reduce fatal weaknesses. Some people will implant bionic alloy skin on their necks to prevent being throat-slitted, and others will modify their joints to make themselves able to withstand greater impacts. But there is one area that mechanical warriors often ignore, the protection of organs. Upon hearing this, Kyung Chen felt that something was wrong. We all know that organs are very important, so there must be many people implanting bionic skin there, Yi-Wen said, mainly because nanobionic skin is extremely expensive. 1 square centimeter costs tens of thousands of dollars. Under normal circumstances, not many people can protect all their organs because the area is too large. Kyung Chen was stunned. So it turns out that poverty limits strength. Yi-Wen continued. The spleen is different mainly because its position is very tricky. The spine cannot protect it, and neither can the ribs. It can be pierced regardless of whether from the back or front of the abdomen. Once you are sure that you have pierced the other party's spleen, then you don't have to worry about it anymore. they will definitely die. Then Yi Wan took out a switchblade for King Chen. Based on what you said, this should be something you can hold and take back. Let's use this thing to practice. Kun Chen asked, do we also need to use real things in sparring? Yi Wan nodded. Not only do you need to be familiar with all the attack methods and the other party's defensive methods, but you also need to be familiar with the weapon you are using and its feel. Kun Chen asked, then what should we do now? At this time, Yi Wan handed him a pair of night vision goggles. And then the entire prison suddenly went dark, and the world was plunged into darkness. Yi Wan took King Chen to a prison cell. He went inside and pinned the prisoner firmly to the bed. He didn't care about the struggling prisoner and just pointed at the area below the prisoner's ribs and said to King Chen, look, his spleen. The vital point is in this position. If you pierce it, death is guaranteed. After saying that, Yi Wan took King Chen to the next cell. Yi Wan pinned down another terrified prisoner and explained to King Chen the vital points of this person, how they are different from billions of others, and why they are different, and how to determine the differences based on the other party's body shape. This went on for a full 5 hours. King Chen felt like he was studying anatomy, with over 1,000 prisoners to gain experience from. After that, the two began to spar. Yi Wan instructed, if your strength is not as good as the other party's, then the best way to attack is to ambush. Of course, it's impossible for a person to always be in the dominant position. Although ambushes are important, solely pursuing how to ambush can only be regarded as opportunism. King Chen was constantly trying to make attacking movements, but Yi Wan was like a mountain. No matter how violently King Chen attacked, he could easily defend against them. Next, what Yi Wan was going to teach him was the routine. If you directly reveal your intentions, then you will always be at a disadvantage in battle. When your strength is not enough to crush anyone, then feints are your most effective killing technique. Then Yi Wan demonstrated various feints. You must remember one thing, battle is always erratic and unpredictable. You see, many tactical knife masters can attack many times in 1 second, but in reality only one attack is the real one. What Yi Wan could do was to teach King Chen these practical routines, so that he would have the most basic killing ability within 2 days. And what King Chen needed to do was to memorize all of these things. After training for 2 days, King Chen, who had hyperthermesia, was about to return to the surface world to face the bandits of Lajin Mountain. At this moment in prison 18, some time had passed since mealtime. The locked-up prisoners were gradually realizing that something was wrong. They began to bang frantically on the alloy doors. Among them, Go Huchen was banging on the door the most violently, as if he wanted to break the door open by force. However, after Li Shudong walked over and gave them a warning look, the prisoners did not dare to make any more noise. When they arrived at the training room, they saw that King Chen and the other were still training. At this time, King Chen, who had been training continuously all night, had already developed panda eyes. When Yi Wan finally said that they could take a break, King Chen tilted his head and fell straight to the ground, falling directly asleep. After lunchtime, King Chen gradually woke up. Le Shudong was watching King Chen with interest. How was it? Did you master the basics? King Chen said, not bad. The effect of memory and calculation abilities in combat is greater than I expected. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Wan. By your standards, how do you evaluate his training progress? Yi Wan gave a very high rating. Ordinary people are definitely far behind him. For example, when I first learned tactical knife routines, it took me 3 months to reach his level. Supernormal states are truly terrifying. Let's train again tonight, and then again during the day tomorrow. Killing a target dummy won't be a problem. Lin Xiaoxiao asked, what about the shortcomings? Yi Wan said, the shortcoming is that he still has too little actual combat experience and is too formulaic. It will be fine when he faces ordinary people, but when facing a real expert, he will suffer a big loss. This point must be solved by his own understanding. Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled, King Chen, don't be fooled by him. How can a group of desperate bandits have any experts? The people that Yi Wan considers to be experts are all well-known figures in the underworld. King Chen eased his state and said, let's continue training. At this time Lin Xiaoxiao stood out, let me spar with you. After speaking, he took the initiative to stand in the arena and raised his hand at King Chen. King Chen thought for a moment and suddenly exerted force in his legs. He stepped forward and swiftly thrust the switchblade in his hand towards Lin Xiaoxiao's spleen. Lin Xiaoxiao laughed. This kind of straightforward attack is too amateurish for me. However, the next moment, he guessed wrong. Kun Chen directly thrust at his thigh. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and clamped the tip of the knife with 2 fingers. Otherwise, he would have been bleeding profusely. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't expect that he would almost have a setback here. Kun Chen was also stunned for a moment. Lin Xiaoxiao had said before that he was not a combat-type talent, but rather a functional one. But even so, the ability of the other party to catch the blade with 2 fingers was too incredible. As expected, the gap between superhumans and ordinary people was an insurmountable chasm. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao roared, "Didn't you say you were focusing on the spleen? Your waist strength was up just now. Why didn't you raise the blade? What happened to the Yang Gong and the feints you mentioned?" Le Shudong asked Yi Wan with a smile. "How is his comprehension?" Yi Wan replied, "I wasn't as good as him at the beginning." Le Shudong instructed, "Keep practicing and don't slack off." After saying this, he was about to leave. At midnight, Kun Chen and Yi Wan came to this unlucky guy's room again. Yi Wan ordered directly, "Take off your top and lie on the bed." The prisoner could only obey obediently. Yi Wan then said to King Chen, "Yesterday, I showed you how to identify the front. Today I will show you how to identify the back. Actually, it's more difficult to find the spleen from the back. Also, to make sure you can stab faster, you might need to use your left hand to help." The poor prisoner could only be used as a demonstration subject. The next day, with 15 hours left on the return countdown, the prison's alloy gate suddenly opened. 2 mechanical guards suddenly entered the square and said to King Chen at the same time, "Number 010101. Prisoner, a relative is visiting." Yi Wan laughed. They actually sent 2 mechanical guards. King Chen turned his head and asked, "Is there a difference?" Yi Wan said, "The council judges the danger level of prisoners themselves, and then sends out the corresponding level and number of mechanical guards. Before, they only needed 1 to take you away. Now it's become 2. Lin Xiaoxiao explained, "Firstly, it's the artificial intelligence that manages prison 18. It seems he also thinks you're more dangerous now." Kun Chen was confused. Could it be any human prison guards in this prison? At this time, La Shudong threw a towel to Kun Chen. "It should be that little girl from the Shen Day family, right? You're soaked with sweat and the uniform is damp. It would be better to change your clothes before you go see her." Kun Chen shook his head while wiping himself off. "It's not necessary." Le Shudong asked, "Don't you care about your image? She is your fiancée after all, and I also investigated her for you. That girl is completely clean, a blank sheet of paper. Not like some of the hypocrites in the Shen Day family." As a result, Kun Chen explained, "Now all the prisoners in the entire prison are locked up, just to hide my identity. Although they haven't left the cell, they can guess that Yi Wan is teaching me assassination techniques. However, they can't know who I am. At this time, if I go see her and someone later checks the time, then everyone will know that Yi Wan was teaching me. So teacher, I can't go see her. Let's continue training." Le Shudong looked at King Chen's serious expression, and a surprised look gradually appeared on his face. That seems to make sense. With 9 hours left on the return countdown, Yi Wan walked barefoot on the ground, while King Chen sat sideways on the floor, watching quietly, his eyes moving back and forth with the large feet. Yi Wan's feet were very big, surprisingly big, but King Chen found that no matter how she walked or ran, she wouldn't make any sound. This ability was too strange. Muscle fibers contracted in sequence, from the soles of her feet to her ankles, and then to her calves and thighs. It seemed that every movement was calculated. Kun Chen recorded all of this in his mind. He knew that this last moment was the most important. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Li Shudong beside him and said in a low voice, "Boss, he's training too hard like this. We don't necessarily need to rush. How about I go get him some offensive weapons that he can take back?" Li Shudong shook his head. "The first time you see blood and kill someone, you have to use all your strength. Even if you break your teeth, you have to clearly remember what it really feels like to kill someone as a novice. When the dagger pierces the enemy's body, and the blood flows down the handle to your hand, carrying the warmth of the other person's body, that unique sensation will allow him to remember what death is." With the final 2 hours left on the return countdown, Lu Deju's cell door suddenly opened. He looked at the outside world timidly, looking the dark void, shouting loudly, "Is anyone there?" Seeing no one respond, he walked out tremblingly. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He suddenly turned his head, but there was nothing in the corridor behind him. He began to run frantically out of fear. He could only hear his breathing, but no footsteps. At this moment, he felt like he was playing a Silent Hill game. He ran out of breath, hiding behind a bookshelf in the reading area. The next moment, he turned his head in panic, only to see a cat mask right in front of his eyes. He was so scared that his eyes turned red. In prison 18 at night, when Liu Deju turned his head, he saw the cat-faced boss behind him. This feeling was too terrifying, as if he was experiencing a ghost movie in person. At this time, Yi-Wan and Lin Xiaoxiao walked out of the shadows of the bookshelf. Lin Xiaoxiao picked up Liu Dezu, while Yi-Wan said to King Chen, "There's been great improvement in the details. But the training time was too rushed, and it wasn't done very well." Liu Dezu also reacted. So these three had released him in the middle of the night, just to mess with him. "You three are too bullying," Lin Xiaoxiao said while carrying him. "Enough with the nonsense. That's all you're good for." Here Yi-Wan continued, "The most important thing about a sneak attack is not being discovered. You were in a hurry when you approached Liu Dezu the first time. There would be subtle changes in the air and sound in the corridor. Liu Dezu wouldn't be able to notice it himself, but his body would warn him. Later when the target moved quickly, you didn't control your breathing and footsteps well. To my ears that sound was as loud as a drum. Even Liu Dezu noticed it. If you had changed him to a well-trained soldier, you'd already be dead." King Chen understood in his heart. The greatest secret to eliminating footsteps lies in how to control the force of each step. However, his own shoes were too cheap, the rubber of the soles was too hard. No matter how he controlled it, it wouldn't work. As he spoke, King Chen took off his shoes and walked barefoot. Yuan reminded, "You've had too little time to learn, so you can only be silent when walking. Remember not to run. You're not able to eliminate footsteps when running yet." King Chen nodded. Yuan glanced at his soles. "Logically speaking, after returning, you'll be in the mountains. If you haven't been walking barefoot before, I'm afraid your feet will be a bloody mess after one night." King Chen said, "That's not important, the injuries will heal eventually." Yuan advised, "It's good for you to be like that with yourself, but after this is over, you should buy a pair of suitable shoes as soon as possible." "Do you have anything else you want to ask?" King Chen asked curiously. "In this battle, the most important thing for me is the sneak attack." "Why was it taught last?" "Because a sneak attack is not a simple mode of a virtual game. Enemies won't just stand there like NPCs in a game, waiting for you to kill them. When you kill the second person, you will most likely be discovered. After that, other enemies who know of your existence will use all means to kill you, and you won't be able to escape. That will be your most dangerous moment. So I taught you how to conceal your movements in the shortest amount of time. When their companions discover you, that's when you're most dangerous. That's why I taught you the longest time in frontal combat." King Chen said that he did not intend to risk his life for other people's lives. "If it's too dangerous, maybe I will give up." Yuan said, "I support you on this. Your own life is the most important thing in this world. If it's just to save yourself, an agent, and a classmate, it's not worth fighting to the death. But you must understand that if you can control your courage, then it's not called courage. Sometimes, you'll only understand your own choices when you really face something. The boss has said that you have courage in your bones, just like how you dared to play chess with the boss on your first day here. That's something that belongs to you. You can't forget it, and you can't erase it. Remember that game of Four Kings Capture that you played with the boss? The pawn that has crossed the river isn't that it doesn't want to turn back, but rather it can't." King Chen seemed thoughtful after hearing that. At this moment, Yi-Wan moved a chair and placed it in front of King Chen. King Chen was curious, "What is this for?" Yi-Wan thought for a moment and said, "You'll understand in 2 days. There's also a sentence that the boss didn't say, so I'll take the liberty of saying it for him. Come back alive." As time passed, the countdown had only 5 minutes left. Kun Chen came to Liu Deju and asked calmly, "Repeat the 2 things I told you." Liu Deju said fearfully, "First, when you go back, tell all the students to run for their lives. Second, if you can't run away, find a way to ask who was taken away alone by the thugs before." Kun Chen continued, "Have you remembered any details these past 2 days? Like who was constantly looking at their phone and sending messages? Or who went to the bathroom in the middle?" Liu Deju said that he really hadn't noticed. "Boss, I was only focused on playing games at the time. Chen sighed. If he had a better choice, he wouldn't have let this group of people be his agents. Finally, Kyung Chen instructed coldly, the thugs must want to know the secret you possess, but you must understand one thing. The moment they know your secret, that's when you die. Your mistake this time is unforgivable. When we return next time, I will help you understand this cruel world anew. Of course, that is if you can survive. After speaking, Kyung Chen returned to the room next door. Not long after, the countdown reached 0. The return time was still the breaking of time. Liu Desu returned to the party, looking at the surrounding classmates. He felt that everything seemed to be separated. The darkness and the light were separated. The tension and joy were also disconnected. In the next moment, he remembered the cat-faced boss's instructions in his mind. So he stood up and roared, "Everyone run, there's danger," but the scene of scattering and fleeing in his imagination did not appear. Everyone just looked at him blankly. The classmates couldn't understand how Liu Dezu, who was talking and laughing a moment ago, could suddenly look so panicked and frightened. Liu Dezu became anxious. For these ordinary classmates, they didn't know that the interworld transmigration was just a moment. How should he convince them? Only Huxiaoniu was the first to react and asked, "Brother Liu, what happened?" Seeing that the classmates still didn't care, Liu Deju could only slip away himself. Huxiaoniu's expression changed. He gave Zhang Shanzhen a look and quickly followed Liu Desu. But as soon as they reached the gate of the courtyard, two middle-aged men in police uniforms asked, "Hello, students. Where are you going in such a panic?" When Liu Dechu saw the police uniforms, he was overjoyed. "Police uncles, there are gangsters nearby." The two middle-aged men in police uniforms looked at each other, then took out their guns from their waists. One pressed it against Li Deju's chest, the other pressed it against Hu Xiaoniu's head. The leader whispered with a smile, "Gangsters, how come I didn't see them?" Li Deju still didn't escape. How will King Chen respond next? Liu Deju and the others who had returned to the outer world were already captured. At this moment, Liu Dezu was a little confused. The boss only told him that there were gangsters, but didn't say that they would put on police uniforms. At this time, the gangsters harshly warned, "Don't make a sound, or I'll shoot you dead." And Huxiani noticed that the other party was using Xiao Ying's Glock 34 pistol. He felt this group of people was likely made up of professional mercenaries from foreign countries. Then Huxiaoniu took a deep breath and said, "Do as they say. Let's retreat back to the courtyard of the guest house." Then the three were forced back into the courtyard at gunpoint. At the same time, there were 5 people at the back door, holding the guest house's waiters, the boss and the Kunlun members hostage. They walked out. The crowd gasped in surprise. The scene became chaotic. At this time, a gangster pulled the trigger directly, and the bullet decisively hit a Kunlun member's cough. The Kunlun member fell with a groan, but tightly closed his mouth and didn't let out a cry of pain. This scene also silenced the classmates. Then the gangsters asked what was going on outside. The gangster who was holding Liu Deju and the others hostage replied, "These 3 guys found out about our plan and tried to escape, but we caught them back." The gangster who shot the Kunlun member thought, "It seems these people got the news from another world. Fortunately, we took this factor into consideration and surrounded them in advance." The gangster turned his gun to Liu Deju and the others and said coldly, "Don't make a sound either, or your classmates will die now, and many innocent people outside the guest house will also die. Look, this Kunlun comrade is very smart. He knows that his cries would attract outsiders. But no one can save you at the moment, so he is holding back his screams to avoid attracting outsiders and causing more casualties. So everyone, please be quiet and don't cause trouble for yourselves." At this time, a gangster wearing a black windbreaker stood in front of the students. He said with a smile, "I'm very happy to meet everyone on this Mount Lao. Don't worry, I'm not interested in ordinary people. After I find all the time travelers among you, I will leave with them. So please cooperate." "Okay, if everyone cooperates, then it will end soon." At this moment, Wang Yun suddenly advised the students, "Everyone, don't panic first. Don't get Hu Xiaoniu and the others killed." Hearing this, the students could only sob quietly with their mouths covered. Then the windbreaker gangster ordered, "Confiscate all communication devices, and have Old Four keep watch outside the scenic spot. You can take action if necessary," he said, making a neck-slitting gesture. At this time, Liu Desu secretly calculated that there were actually 8 gangsters. Didn't the boss say there were 5? Now there were 3 more. He didn't know if the boss would be able to handle it. Suddenly, someone came to inquire about the noise outside. Old Four, wearing a police uniform, also explained to the passerby, "You drunken man, just making a ruckus. It's nothing serious, go back." The passerby left with some doubt. He was a little suspicious of this person. As he walked, he wanted to take out his phone and call the police to see. But before he could act, his mouth was covered by a black glove. Then a cold dagger was stabbed down. Finally, the passerby was dragged back into the guest house. Next, the gangster wearing the police uniform walked out again. He closed the door of the Cloud guest house tightly from the outside. At this moment, everyone in the Cloud guest house was gathered in the courtyard. The students were trembling with fear, hugging each other tightly. The gangsters were holding 2 black plastic bags, collecting their phones one by one. At this time, a gangster with a scar on his face came in front of them and asked fiercely, "Are there any more?" Huxiaonu sighed inwardly. He was still discovered. He then took out another phone from his pocket and threw it into the bag. After collecting all the communication devices, the windbreaker man came in front of Liu Dezhu. He said indifferently, "I'll give you a chance. Tell me why you suddenly found out about our actions after returning, and why you knew exactly that we were surrounding this place." Liu Dezhu trembled with his mouth shut, surprisingly stubborn and not saying anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak. The problem was that he really didn't know. The boss hadn't told him. The windbreaker gangster coldly looked at Liu Dezhu. "You don't plan on speaking, do you? Then let me guess. Outside this Cloud guest house, you have a fellow time traveler, right?" Liu Dezhu suddenly realized that even though the other party had guessed the truth, he didn't seem flustered at all. Could it be that the other party had other cards up their sleeve? Or were the gangsters in front of him still not the complete force? Was the Battle of Mount Law finally about to begin? King Chen's first murder was about to be carried out here. At this moment, King Chen was standing silently in the room. He was holding the switchblade he had brought back. Behind him were Jiang Xiu and her daughter, who had just returned as well. King Chen heard the faint muffled sounds, but he didn't know that they were the sounds of a silenced pistol. It was just that the passerby and the boss of their guest house had not returned after leaving. It seemed that the gangsters had begun to act. Then King Chen slowly took off his shoes. Jiang Xiu looked at the knife in his hand with some confusion. "Sao Chen, what are you going to do?" After King Chen took off his shoes, he turned back and instructed Aunt Jiang Xiu, "You take Xiao Yun and wait here. Lock the door and don't go out. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Jiang Xiu said from behind, "Maybe I can help you with something. I have a mechanical arm." King Chen said, "But you don't have any combat experience." "Believe me, I'll be back." After speaking, he disappeared outside the door. Le Tunjian looked at the door thoughtfully. Meanwhile, the gangster in the police uniform was still patrolling the surroundings. King Chen quickly jumped over his head in a flash, then landed at the corner behind him. At this moment, King Chen, wrapped in a scarf, was sizing up the lone gangster. The other party's right hand was always pressed against his waist. He guessed that the other party must have a gun. The police baton in his left hand was probably just for show. Also, the other party would look down at the walkie-talkie every 10 minutes to reply. It seemed that he would contact his companions every 10 minutes. He had to hurry. Suddenly, a gust of mountain wind came, and the bonfire next to him swayed abruptly. The next moment, the bonfire was blown over to the ground. The noise attracted the gangster's attention. He looked at the corner behind him and immediately became suspicious. Then he slowly approached. Seeing the other party's figure approaching, King Chen's heart tightened. "Oh no, I'm going to be discovered." However, at the critical moment, a voice saying "Police Uncle" rang out. Le Tungian actually appeared here. He said weakly to the gangster, "Police Uncle, have you seen my mom?" The gangster was stunned for a moment, thinking that he couldn't let the child ruin his plans. Then he said, "No, I haven't. I saw you, kid. Come here. Police Uncle will help you look for your mom." Okay, just then, King Chen's white foot struck out. In an instant, the gangster realized, something's not right, it's a sneak attack. By this time, King Chen had arrived behind the gangster. The gangster subconsciously raised his left hand, swung the police baton to the side, and extended his right hand towards his waist to draw his gun. However, King Chen easily dodged the other party's attack. Then, the flame pattern on King Chen's face suddenly bloomed. The next moment, Kyung Chen stabbed fiercely at the gangster's right hand. The gangster thought to himself, this isn't good. There's no time to draw the gun. He immediately let go of the hand that was drawing the gun, and his left hand swung the police baton down again. He had to control this kid's hands, but as if Kyung Chen had expected it, he took a small step back. The other party's swinging left hand and police baton both struck the air. The gangster immediately realized that the other party had feigned the movement. But it was too late to react. At this time, Kyung Chen slowly exhaled the word breathe. An energy was drawn into his body. La Shudong had said that the most important thing in the battle between beasts is breathing. That is the key to controlling your body's oxygen level and clear consciousness. Once you understand the importance of breathing, then you will control yourself, and then control everything. In a flash, it was as if all the power was surging, gathering on Kyung Chen's right hand, then transmitted to the tip of the knife, which was fiercely driven into the gangster's skin. The gangster's eyes instantly widened like bells. What exactly happened in this brief moment? Why does this teenager seem to have foreseen everything? The gray-uniformed policeman gave up drawing his gun, opting for grappling. Every step I take is being calculated by the other party. Knowing that I don't have much time left, the assailant struggles to notify his accomplices. However, Kyung Chen becomes fierce, pushing the assailant's body forward. He slams the other party hard against the courtyard wall. Kyung Chen covers the other party's mouth with his left hand, while his right hand holds the knife, stirring it forcefully. The assailant wants to exert his strength, but the intense pain is transmitted to his brain, almost blocking all of his effective thinking. The spleen is the body's blood storage machine. Instantly, large amounts of fresh blood flow out from the other party's ruptured spleen. Then it flows down the dagger and onto Kyung Chen's hand. It is warm blood. The rapidly dissipating warmth in the cold night reminds Kyung Chen what death is. Only after the assailant's heart stops beating and breathing does Kyung Chen slowly pull out the dagger. He stands before the corpse, panting as he observes. The blood is gradually cooled and solidified. The other party's heartbeat has gradually slowed down and stopped. So this is what killing feels like. He finally realizes why Li Shudong said that the first time you kill someone, you have to use all your strength. Even if you bite your teeth, you have to remember clearly what it feels like to kill someone with your own hands. If you don't see it with your own eyes and experience it yourself, how can you learn to respect life? This is Kyung Chen's first time killing. With the first time completed, Kyung Chen's second time follows closely behind. At this moment, Kyung Chen is quietly looking at the cold corpse in front of him. He did not expect that his first time would be spent here. Suddenly, Li Tunjian's cry of Keen Jeej brings him back to his senses. Kyung Chen looks towards Li Tunjian in the distance. He sees that the little girl is blank and speechless, obviously scared by the scene just now. Kyung Chen asks softly, "Are you scared?" Li Tunjian weakly replies, "A little." At this moment, Jiangshu hurriedly runs down the stairs and breathes a sigh of relief when she sees the two of them together. She had just gone to the restroom, and when she returned, Xiao Yun was gone, which had almost scared her to death. Li Tunjian explains, "I just wanted to help Kyung Chen Geej." Kyung Chen is stunned for a moment. It turns out that she didn't appear here by chance, she came specifically to help him. He wants to raise his hand and pack Xiao Yun's head, but then he remembers that his hands are covered in blood, so he retracts them. However, Xiao Yun doesn't care about that. She grabs Kyung Chen's hand and places it on her head. She instructs him, "Kyung Chen Geej, be careful. I and Mom are waiting for you to come back." Kyung Chen laughs, "Okay, it's a promise." After speaking, Kyung Chen drags the assailant's body to the side and hides it. Then he pats Li Tunjian's little head, "Be obedient this time. Wait for me to come back." At this moment, the assailant's walkie-talkie rings with someone speaking, "Start counting off now." Kyung Chen walks over and picks up the assailant's walkie-talkie. Then he immediately activates the breathing technique. With his perfect memory, he perfectly replicates the assailant's voice, slowly calling out the assailant's count-off number. Just as he is about to turn off the walkie-talkie, the speaker transmits a new count-off sound. The count-off of 6, 8 comes through. Kyung Chen is stunned. There are actually 3 more assailants. Kunlun was only looking for 5 assailants. Kyung Chen only saw 5 assailants on the bus. But now, there are 8 people reporting on the walkie-talkie. No wonder the other party so easily controlled 2 Kunlun members. It turns out that the other party's team is also growing. At this moment, Kung Chen remembers what Lin Xiaoxiao had warned him before. Kung Chen, when you return to the inner world, remember not to trust anyone, because interest will change too many relationships. Humans are profit-seeking, and never underestimate the greed of mankind. Guess who invented the intense combat communication equipment that you and Liu Dezu used? At the time, Kung Chen guessed it was a spy. However, Lin Xiaoxiao said, it was two stock traders from City 1 who secretly invented it to avoid being caught for insider trading. You see, this is the power of interest. It even promotes the progress of technology. At this moment, Kung Chen suddenly feels that there might be more and more people in the outer world who will enter the dark side of this world for the sake of profit. Because there are too many people who need this opportunity to change their lives. He puts the walkie-talkie in his pocket and waves goodbye to Jiang Shu. Then he walks into the night. Jiang Shu crouches down and hugs Li Tunjun. Gangzhen asks, were you scared just now? Are you still afraid? Li Tunjun thinks for a moment and replies, I was quite scared at first. But when King Chenjij patted my head, I wasn't afraid anymore. At this moment, the little girl recalls King Chen's smooth calculation and his swift actions, which were like performing a kind of art, the art of harvesting life. On this side, Kung Chen is quietly squatting on a tree by the side of the road, using the dense foliage to hide himself. He carefully observes that there are 6 people in the courtyard. There should be another person outside the courtyard, standing guard at the back door. It is impossible for him to defeat 7 people, especially when the assailants are all together. And since he is barefoot, the soles of his feet have started to hurt. He doesn't know what his feet will look like after tonight. The people in the courtyard are all cowering and sitting on the ground, not daring to make the slightest sound. Liu Deju is also being questioned by the trench coat assailant. At this moment, Kung Chen suddenly notices that the injured Kunlun member seems to be fiddling with something. He sees that his fingers are rhythmically tapping, as if he is transmitting information to the outside world. It's like Morse code, but King Chen doesn't know who the other party is sending messages to. Is it his other companion? Just in case, Kung Chen memorizes the frequency of the other party's tapping. At this moment, an assailant grabs Wang Yun's hair and drags her out of the crowd. She is eventually dragged into the inn. The students watch this scene in fear. Hu Xiaoniu and the others, along with the other Kunlun member, angrily want to stand up, but they are forced to crouch down by the cold gun muzzle. After a while, the assailant walks out of the inn. He pats his companion on the shoulder, saying, it's time to deal with them. Upon hearing this, the students become even more terrified. The assailant smiles and begins to scan the crowd again, as if he is going to pick another person. The female classmates all lower their heads, not daring to look directly, as if they think they won't be discovered that way. However, in the next moment, the assailant drags Nan Jingshan inside. Nan Jingshan panics, bro, I'm a guy. You're too perverted. Kung Chen is looking directly at this scene. He finally confirms a few things. He can't wait any longer. Now is the best opportunity. At this moment, an assailant at the back of the courtyard is quietly smoking. Suddenly, there is the sound of pebbles falling on the ground in the darkness. However, the assailant's first reaction is to look in the opposite direction of the sound. His gun muzzle points towards where the sound came from. No matter which side has a person, he can react quickly. This is the most correct way to handle things. After a while, he still doesn't see anyone. His tense mood gradually relaxes. At this time, a voice comes from the walkie-talkie. It's time for the next round of count-offs. In the darkness, Kung Chen is coldly staring at the assailant. After the assailant has finished reporting his 4th count-off number, our new killer, Kung Chen, quickly strikes. His left hand covers the assailant's mouth, while his right hand accurately stabs the spleen. With a poof sound, fresh blood gushes out. Only after confirming that the assailant is completely silent does Kung Chen slowly release his hand. As before, his second time is finally completed. Finally, Kung Chen activates the breathing technique again and replicates the first assailant's voice once more, calling out the number 5 on the walkie-talkie. In this way, none of the assailants discover that 2 of their companions are already dead. With Kung Chen's first and second kills completed, now his 3rd kill has been delivered. At this moment, on the 2nd floor of Cloud Inn, Nan Jingshan is being dragged into the room while crying and screaming. Seeing the assailant's evil smile, Nan Jingshan realizes that his chrysanthemum is about to be in danger. However, he still wants to struggle, to see if his kidneys can stand up for him. If he can just produce something that makes him nauseous, his little chrysanthemum won't have to suffer. However, after trying for a long time, he still can't produce anything. Seeing the assailant approach with a wicked smile, Nan Jingchen cries out, bro, please, don't touch me. I think Hu Xiaoniu and Zhang Qianjun are better looking than me. Go find them. But it's too late. Nan Jingchen's little chrysanthemum is about to unfold like a chrysanthemum. However, in the next moment, Nan Jingchen opens his eyes and finds that the assailant is untying him. It turns out the assailant just wants to ask him some questions. If he cooperates well, he can save his life. Nan Jingchen breathes a sigh of relief. Then the assailant takes out a gun and points it at Nan Jingchen, asking, "What is your identity in the Li world?" Nan Jingchen's relaxed state is tense again. How does the other party know his time traveler identity? However, under the threat of the gun, he can only obediently tell his identity in the Li world. His identity in the Li world is a hacker. The assailant's interest immediately vanishes. He's just a technical time traveler. What bad luck. All of this is because of the laws of transmigration. The worlds do not inherit the knowledge and memory of the other side. So, technical time travelers are worthless in their eyes. They only have an identity but no ability. The assailant continues to ask, "What city do you live in?" Nan Jingchen replies, "I live in the 1st district of City 18. Just moved in," the thug said, surprised. "So you're a rich person from the 1st district. Why did you just move in?" Nan Jingchen said, feeling wronged. "Actually, I was only just recently taken as a kept man." The thug was stunned. What was all this? To confirm the accuracy of what Nan Jingchen had said, the thug asked, "What is the latest holographic projection being shown at the Redwater Plaza in the 1st district?" Without hesitating, Nan Jingchen replied, "It's a projection of 3 killer whales jumping out of the water." After confirming that, the thug said into the walkie-talkie, "Boss, it's been confirmed. He's a time traveler from the 1st district of City 18. Let's get rid of him and clean up the scene." Upon hearing this, Nan Jingchen broke out in a cold sweat and realized that something big was about to happen. Just as the thug was about to take Nan Jingchen downstairs, a small knife appeared next to him, suddenly stabbing into the thug's spleen. The next moment, the small knife was pulled out fiercely, causing blood to spurt out. It was the third attack by the newly promoted assassin, Kung Chen. This scene terrified Nan Jingchen. Seeing murder for the first time, and blood spurting everywhere, Nan Jingchen was completely speechless. He could only stare blankly. At this time, the thug tried to use his last breath to turn on the walkie-talkie, but Qin Chen grabbed the walkie-talkie in time. Before long, the thug who had been stabbed in the spleen died quickly from blood loss. Nan Jingchen came to his senses at this time, seeing the familiar eyes and facial contours. He already knew it was Qin Chen. But seeing Qin Chen wearing a mask, he guessed that he didn't want to be recognized. Nan Jingchen had no choice but to pretend he didn't recognize him. However, Qin Chen calmly glanced at him. "No need to pretend you don't know me. Come with me. I don't have time to chat with you now." Nan Jingchen was immediately touched and said, "Okay, Brother Chen. I didn't expect it was you who came to save me. If you hadn't appeared, I might have been captured by them." Just as Qin Chen was about to leave through the back door with Nan Jingchen, someone yelled from below the inn, "Run, they were going to kill us." It turned out that a moment ago, the Kunlun members had tried to resist, but they failed. One Kunlun member had already been shot and had fallen. The other remaining Kunlun member was also being held at gunpoint by a thug. At the critical moment, the Kunlun member and the thug shot at the same time. However, the Kunlun member's gun was pointed at the door lock. This stunned the thug. He hadn't expected that the other party would use their own life to exchange for the opportunity for his classmates to escape. At this time, the Kunlun member, who was still clinging to life, yelled with all his might, "Run! They were going to kill us." Immediately, the students, not caring about anything, struggled to get up and fled outside. During this, the thugs hurriedly shot the fleeing students, instantly killing several students and causing a constant stream of screams. This scene was witnessed by Hu Xiaoniu and the others, who were shocked. At this time, the windbreaker thug instructed, "It's impossible to silence them now. Take the time traveler and leave behind the crowd." He took out the walkie-talkie and said to the thug on the 2nd floor, "Old 5, there might be an accident. Old 3 and Old 4, bring those upstairs down." What he didn't know was that his partners had already met their end. Upstairs, Qin Chen silently watched everything that had just happened, and was torn about whether or not to pursue them. However, after seeing the tragic state of the Kunlun members and his classmates again, Kung Chen decided to take the risk. He told Nan Jingchen to hide here, and instructed him not to mention that he appeared here tonight, and if he couldn't make it back, he shouldn't tell his parents. After saying that, he left under Nan Jingchen's worried gaze. As King Chen quickly advanced, he couldn't help but think, was this too reckless? He had already saved Nan Jingchen. Perhaps he shouldn't take this risk. But if he turned around and left now, he was afraid that he would regret being a coward today for the rest of his life. At this moment, Kung Chen felt that Yima was right. Once a soldier has crossed the river, he cannot turn back after staining himself with blood. It was not about rules, military orders, or the pros and cons, but about courage. As the long-hidden traitor finally appeared, Kung Chen, who was pursuing the thugs, suddenly paused. He had seen a familiar person. Wang Yun, with no signs of struggle or resistance, walked out of the room leisurely. When he saw the masked Kung Chen, his eyes were also full of surprise, but he did not recognize that it was Kung Chen. Instead, he mistook Kung Chen for one of the thugs and asked, "What's going on? Did your plan fail?" At this moment, Kung Chen finally realized that he was the traitor. No wonder he was so abnormal on September 30th. Something must have happened at Jiang Shu's home before that had turned him into a traitor. The next moment, Kung Chen raised his gun without hesitation. He couldn't let Wang Yun leave here safely. With several gunshots, Kung Chen shot Wang Yun in both legs. In just an instant, Wang Yun let out a painful scream. Seeing this, Kung Chen had no pity, and calmly walked past him, continuing to pursue the thugs. Although those who died tonight had nothing to do with Kung Chen, someone had to pay the price for this. As more and more students escaped from the Cloud Inn, the tragic commotion finally caught the attention of those around. The thugs calmly followed behind the students. Hu Xiaoyu still wanted to bargain. He said to the lead thug, "This matter is already beyond your plan. Now there is only one road up and down the mountain. Kunlun might have already set up checkpoints. As long as you let go of us few burdens, you can run directly into the mountains. After all, this Mount Nudu stretches for hundreds of kilometers. Kunlun can't possibly catch you. Of course, you can leave me an account. Aren't you after money? I guarantee that you'll be safe. I will transfer the money to you after I get back." The lead thug laughed. "You were quite considerate of us. But you were overthinking it." After saying that, he motioned to his companion behind him to open a plastic bag. In Hu Xiaoyu's shocked gaze, it was revealed to be a collection of ready-made Molotov cocktails. Hu Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder what these demons were planning to do now. The next moment, the leader took out a lighter and lit the cloth on the Molotov cocktails. He calmly said to his companions, "Take the bottles and throw them." After saying that, the companions directly threw the Molotov cocktails, mostly at the other guest houses along the road. As Molotov cocktails were thrown all around, the place was instantly filled with smoke. The fires quickly caught, causing more and more guest house guests to flee in panic. The whole scene instantly became chaotic. Hu Xiaoyu and the others were shocked by this scene. They were truly a group of demons. At this time, the leader suddenly said he couldn't let Liu Dezu live, because he was afraid that if Liu Dezu returned to the Li world, he would tell everything to Li Shutong. If Li Shutong were willing to help Liu Dezu, then they would be done for, so he had the idea of eliminating him. Killing Liu Dezu on the spot would make the tourists more panicked, and the more chaotic the scene, the easier it would be for them to escape. Hearing this, Li Dezu immediately felt that something was wrong. Then the leader instructed his companion to remove the silencer and fire a full magazine directly at Liu Deju, but no one responded. The leader immediately realized that something was wrong. He turned around and looked. The companion who was supposed to be holding down Baiwan was lying in a pool of blood. Seeing this, Li Dezu felt secretly happy. A big shot must have come to save him. But before he could be happy, the thug leader was about to take action against Liu Dezu personally. As a gunshot rang out, a bullet was fired towards Liu Deju's head. Just at the critical moment before it was about to hit, Liu Deju's genetic potion took effect, causing him to break out and push the thug next to him away. Then he quickly ran away into the distance. At this moment, Liu Dezu went all out. The thug leader didn't expect that a person who had been cowering all along would have the courage to resist. So he told the police uniform thug to chase after him. However, he had only taken a few steps before he was shot in both legs, followed by another shot to the head. It was King Chen, who was ambushing in the dark. His skills were getting more and more polished. The thug leader's face darkened. He hadn't even seen his opponent, and his companions were being taken out. In order to escape Mount Lajin, he decided he couldn't delay any longer. Then he stopped holding back. He fired a few random shots at the tourists in the crowd. The sharp gunshots woke all the tourists. The scene became even more chaotic. The leader thug seized the opportunity to leave with Hu Xiaoniu and Zhang Xianzhen. At this time, another companion appeared, asking the lead thug what had happened. The thug leader didn't say much, only urging them to leave quickly. Then the group sped off. And behind them, Qun Chen was coldly watching this scene. It turned out that the other side had another companion. While King Chen was in pursuit, a mysterious girl suddenly appeared, helping him block one of the thugs. At this moment, in the chaos caused by the raging fires, the thug leader and one companion with the hostages were preparing to leave. But at this moment, the thug leader's heart had an ominous premonition. He turned back and looked. Through the chaotic crowd, he saw a masked young man also looking at him through the crowd. Surrounding the young man were noisy, panicked tourists, and behind him was a towering fire. With just one look, the thug leader realized that the assassin tonight was this young man. If he hadn't been far away, it probably wouldn't have been his companion who died. The thug leader said to his companion Dongzi, if we don't kill that kid today, we definitely won't be able to leave. When we get to the parking lot, we'll lie in ambush and fight him. As he spoke, he pulled out a gun and shot Hu Xiaoniu and Zhang Qianzhen in the abdomen, leaving them to slowly fall to the ground. Onghu was stunned. Brother, what are you doing? The thug leader said. We can keep these two burdens. That kid might know these two students. Let's injure them and see if they can help us stall for time. Now hurry and come with me to the parking lot. There are at least hundreds of buses there that can block our view. They can provide us with cover. After saying that, he left Hu Xiaoniu behind. The two of them struggled in pain. Suddenly, Hu Xiaoniu saw a pair of bare feet walk in front of him. It was King Chen, who was covering his face. He said to Hu Xiaoniu, your injuries aren't serious. Just endure it. The ambulance will be here soon. I'll stay and watch over you. Hu Xiaoniu took a close look at him. Then he suddenly struggled to get up and grabbed King Chen. His voice trembling, he said, I know you're very powerful. Please help me kill those two thugs. There's no need to protect us. Hearing this, King Chen thought of the parking lot in the maze room. The two thugs had already hid inside. They were definitely lying in ambush there. It wasn't a good place to pursue and kill them. Before he could say anything, Hu Xiaoniu continued, you're the kind of person who will keep your word, right? Please, help me get revenge. Afterwards, I'll give Liu Zhu 10 gold bars, just like last time. The two heroes of Kunlun cannot die in vain. Don't worry about us. Kun Chen was silent for a while. He didn't know what exactly had happened in the inn when he was saving people that would cause Hu Xiaoniu to be so emotional. That he would risk his own life, just to avenge the people of Kunlun. Since things had come to this, Kun Chen decided to continue chasing down the two thugs. He placed Hu Xiaoniu gently on the ground, and instructed them to lie down and not move, so their injuries would heal as much as possible. He also told Hu Xiaoniu that the two thugs were sure to die. After saying that, he got up and went towards the parking lot. At night, in this labyrinth-like parking lot, for safety, Kun Chen decided to pursue them from the top of the buses. He climbed onto the roof of a bus. Like a frog leaping, he advanced several meters in an instant. Just as he was moving to the edge of the roof of a certain car, he saw that there was a thug below, standing still. It seemed like he had been frozen in place by an invisible force. Right in front of the thug, there was a girl standing there wearing a hooded sweatshirt and a pink face mask. It was impossible to see her true face. Only her palms were emitting a wave of energy. It was as if she was controlling a person's fate with just one hand. Seeing this, Kun Chen was astonished. The other party was also a time traveler and also a legendary metahuman. The girl then slowly said this person was sold out. The other one abandoned him and ran away. I'll leave him to you. Kun Chen immediately understood. The two thugs must have wanted to ambush him, but were stopped by this girl who suddenly appeared and captured one of them. Suddenly, Kun Chen heard the sound of a car starting behind him. He looked over and saw that it was the leader of the thugs, who was preparing to run away. The girl then urged, what are you waiting for? If you don't chase him, he'll get away. The next moment, Kun Chen, who had come to his senses, quickly gave chase. When he passed by the girl, she was staring straight at King Chen. She saw that King Chen was rushing away at a speed of 5 seconds per 100 meters. The girl, seeing the bloody footprints King Chen left behind, became puzzled. Can't he feel the pain? Then the girl increased the strength of her power against the thug, as if she had used a type of psychic ability, pushing his legs hard into the ground. In just an instant, the thug began to scream. The girl, seeing this, said casually, "This is just a small punishment for those who died tonight." After saying that, she pressed him down even harder, even cracking the floor. The thug howled continuously. On the other side, the leader of the thugs was driving on the road down the mountain. Unfortunately, the winding road in front of him didn't allow him to pick up any speed. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the car window. The leader of the thugs looked in the rearview mirror and saw a young man, like a lone wolf, biting hard at his heels. That terrifying speed closed in on the car in the blink of an eye. Under this relentless pursuit at dawn, what would be the fate of the leader of the thugs? Have you ever seen a scene of a person chasing after a car? At this moment, a chase scene was unfolding on the highway. King Chen relentlessly used his breathing techniques to accelerate, while continuously firing his gun to affect the thug's speed. The leader of the thugs was obviously frightened by this stubborn young man. The other party was not only able to multitask, but his marksmanship was also ridiculously accurate. But fortunately, the guns he had given his brothers were very poor quality, and their effective range was less than 20 meters. Otherwise, he would probably be done for. With the continuous firing, Kun Chen finally ran out of ammunition. The thug saw this in his rearview mirror and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He should give up now, right. However, Kun Chen's tenacity was not something that ordinary people could compare to. He decisively threw away the gun and continued to chase after him empty-handed. The leader of the thugs was also impressed. He never expected that the young man would not retreat, but instead speed up. The leader of the thugs was desperate. His gun still had bullets. Thinking of this, he decisively slowed down and took a turn. Right when he made eye contact with King Chen, the leader of the thugs took out his gun and aimed it at King Chen. The next moment, he was dumbfounded. King Chen didn't know where he had pulled out a second gun. In the two gunshots, both men pressed the fire button at the same time. In just an instant, one of the thug leader's ears was shot off, and in exchange, King Chen's right shoulder was injured. The severe pain made King Chen fall to the ground. The leader of the thugs was still having lingering fears. This guy is really a sly one. He deliberately made me think he was out of bullets, so he could trick me into slowing down. King Chen, who was bleeding all over, was watching the leader of the thugs drive away. After adjusting himself, he decided to drag his injuries and continue the chase. Then, he picked up a large, round stone from the side of the road and used this U-shaped road. He just needed to run to the next intersection ahead and block him. After all, the straight line distance is the shortest. As long as he could speed up, there was still a chance. Having made his decision, King Chen used his breathing techniques to accelerate again. It seemed like those badly worn shoes didn't affect him. No matter how much was blocking his path, he rushed straight through them. Fresh blood was still gushing out crazily. Before long, he arrived at the next intersection to wait for him. He decided to give the leader of the thugs a big surprise. At this moment, the thug's vehicle came driving over. King Chen calmed himself down and controlled his breathing. That mysterious power slowly gathered. After locking on the thug as his target, he suddenly gathered the power in his left hand. The next moment, he fiercely threw the stone like a cannonball. It flew rapidly towards the thug's vehicle. On the other side, the leader of the thugs was proudly looking in the rearview mirror, sighing that the young man had finally retreated. However, with a bang, the cannonball slammed hard into the car's windshield. Then, it even went through and hit the side of the thug's face. This sudden attack immediately scared the thug leader, who wildly turned the steering wheel, causing the car to lose control and crash into the side. The next moment, the vehicle exploded with a loud bang. The thug leader crawled out in a miserable state. Seeing this scene, he knew that he would most likely be done for. He couldn't help but think of Hu Xianyu's suggestion. He really had been right. If only he had escaped from the mountains earlier. At this moment, the thug leader glared at the front. He saw a familiar figure. He didn't expect that the young man who he thought had retreated was actually waiting for him up ahead. At this moment, the thug leader couldn't help but shiver. Where exactly did this ghost-like young man come from? His shoulder was clearly still bleeding, and his feet must have been worn down badly. Yet he was still able to relentlessly pursue him. Seeing this, the thug leader turned around and tried to escape again. But he had only taken 2 steps before losing his balance and falling to the ground. The next second, Kyung Chen appeared in front of him. The thug leader was exasperated. He immediately got up and angrily yelled at Kyung Chen, "Come on, don't you want to kill me?" The young man didn't waste any words. He suddenly flipped out a spring knife and stabbed hard at the thug leader's neck. Was the thug leader finally going to die? A young 17-year-old, who had just started out, was able to hunt down several notorious thugs all by himself. And now, he had pursued them until only the thug leader was left. At this moment, Kyung Chen was stabbing hard at the thug leader's neck, but it was blocked by the other party's strong mechanical limbs. However, in the blink of an eye, the knife in Kyung Chen's hand had changed direction in midair. This was a feint. The leader of the thugs was incredibly surprised. Then he decided to take the initiative. As long as he could seize the opportunity and crush the kid's wrist first, he would be the winner of this battle. What he didn't expect was that Kyung Chen was still using feints this time. The spring knife changed direction slightly once again. Before the leader of the thugs could react, Kyung Chen's knife had already stabbed deep into his skin. At this moment, the leader of the thugs knew why they had failed. The young man in front of him moved like the wind. He was impossible to grasp, yet could still kill people. It was as if he was precisely carrying out a predetermined strategy, leading people to expose their weaknesses step by step. It was simply an art form. As Kyung Chen pulled out the spring knife, the thug leader could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. At this moment, Kyung Chen was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. It was over. Now he had to go back to the homestay and treat his wounds. At this moment, the thug leader, using his last breath, asked, "Why did you insist on enduring the pain and going to so much trouble to chase me?" Hearing this, Kyung Chen turned his head and replied coldly, "Only because I promised someone that you would die tonight." After saying that, the thug leader's breath had faded. However, at this moment, his phone rang. Kyung Chen was confused. Who would be calling the thug leader at this time? After thinking about it, he took out the other party's mobile phone number, which showed an unknown caller. He pressed the connect button. After 2 seconds, the person on the other end of the phone still did not speak, seemingly waiting for the leader of the bandits to speak first. But Kyung Chen also remained silent. Before long, the person on the other end reacted. He laughed lightly and said, "They're already dead, right? Since that's the case, how about you and I have a chat?" Kyung Chen had not made a sound from beginning to end, and then decisively hung up the phone. What was there to talk about? Just dealing with these bandits who couldn't even afford bioskin. He had almost given his life for that. How could he get further involved? Looking at the bandit who had fallen in a pool of blood, Kyung Chen realized at that moment that his wonderful life seemed to have just begun. As time passed, after dawn the Kunlun organization finally arrived. One member spoke on the phone to Lu Yuan, saying, "The one on the winding mountain road should be the mastermind. He was stabbed through the spleen during the escape. We found other people's footprints by the side of the road. But what's puzzling is, the killer didn't seem to be wearing shoes. There was blood in the footprints." At the Cloud Inn, Lu Yuan listened silently to the report from the road, then hung up the phone. Looking at the tragic scene before him, Lu Yuan had a teammate report the situation here. The teammate said that they had found 8 bandits here, a total of 7 dead and 1 injured. The injured one in the parking lot. It seems that someone deliberately crushed his feet, as if they had been intentionally left for us to interrogate. Among the other 7 bandits, 3 were burned to death in the fire, and the remaining 4. One was shot dead, and the other 3 were all killed by being stabbed in the spleen. The assailant's techniques were extremely precise. It was very likely that the attacker was a professional killer. Also inside the inn, the teammates' tone became more serious. Team leader Lu, some students said that Ban Xiao and Shansha shot several bandits before they died, helping to open the door. Otherwise, over 40 students would not have been able to escape. They didn't bring shame to Kunlun. Although Lu Yuan felt heavy-hearted, he couldn't show it. He knew that now was not the time for sentimentality. Then, he told a teammate to go look at the place where the bandits' bodies were found. Arriving next to the corpses, Lu Yuan crouched down and checked the wounds of the bandits. The wounds on these bodies were all in the spleen area. What confused him was why the attacker only stabbed the spleen. Did they have some kind of special habit? At this time, a teammate said, the location where the first body was found was next to the Cloud Inn. But that was not the scene of the crime. They found bloodstains outside the door and signs of dragging. Someone must have killed him on the road under the cover of darkness, and then dragged him to the neighboring courtyard. The fire burned the building, but didn't spread to the courtyard. At this time, Lu Yuan asked how the students who escaped were doing. The teammate said that 3 of them were seriously injured, and the rest were fine. Among the seriously injured, 2 were called Hu Xiaoniu and Zhang Shanzhen. They were shot in the abdomen by the bandits. Now they were being sent down the mountain for surgery. They will definitely survive. There was also one called Wang Yun, but this girl's injuries were very strange. Lu Yuan frowned. How strange, according to her, she was injured in both legs by a masked bandit. In the end, a student named Nan Zhengqin dragged her out of the inn, otherwise she would have been burned to death inside. But there were no masked bandits, so we speculate that it was done by the person who killed the bandits. Lu Yuan said, no need to doubt it, it must be him. Pay more attention to this Wang Yun. The attacker couldn't have shot her for no reason. Also, why was that Nan Zhengqin inside the inn? The teammate explained. According to Nan Zhengqin, he was dragged in by the bandits. However, before the bandits could make a move, the attacker came in and saved him. And according to Nan Zhengqin's description, the attacker was around 1.7 meters tall, had slight crow's feet at the corner of his eyes, and seemed to be in his 30s. Lu Yuan did not suspect much for the moment, and told his teammate to look for clues based on this description. At this time, another teammate came to report that they had found countless bloody footprints nearby, which should all belong to the attacker. Lu Yuan immediately had a teammate lead the way to take a look. Arriving by the road, a neat row of bloody footprints came into view. At this moment, Lu Yuan could hardly imagine what kind of willpower the attacker possessed to kill the bandits one by one with his bloody spirit. At this moment, a row of hostels in Laojun Mountain had all turned into a dilapidated gray-black scene. Lu Yuan came to the place where the corpses were placed. He carefully observed the traces. 8 of the 9 bandits were dead, and 4 of them died from ruptured spleens. That means the attacker always killed them at close range. This kind of person was clearly very dangerous, but Lu Yuan didn't want to investigate any further, because it was this person who had taken revenge for his fallen comrades. Suddenly, Lu Yuan noticed a detail. One of the bandits' walkie-talkies was missing. He immediately asked his teammates if they had found the missing walkie-talkie or any remnants. The teammates all said no, so there was only one possibility: it was on the attacker. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan picked up one of the walkie-talkies and then pressed the talk button. Hello, this is Lu Yuan from Kunlun. But no one answered him. It seemed that the other party was unwilling to respond. It was not that easy to find the other party after all. He still had to wait for the on-site Dina investigation. On the other side, Kyung Chen, who had changed his accommodation, was lying on the bed, biting a towel tightly, his face pale, staring at the walkie-talkie. Only after the walkie-talkie hung up did he let out a sigh of relief. He slowly said, "It's okay, Aunt Jiangxu. You can continue." Then, Jiangxu continued to tend the abrasions on King Chen's feet. You got so seriously injured just from going out once. I really don't know what you experienced last night. As she spoke, Jiangxu couldn't help but shed tears. Little did she know, Kyung Chen didn't feel it was that serious at this time. He didn't know why, but the pain from last night's wounds wasn't as bad now. Maybe it was because, after the battle, his pituitary gland secreted a large amount of endorphins, which temporarily made him forget the pain. Speaking of which, last night was the first time that King Chen had fought with the breathing technique for so long. He wondered if it was because of this reason, but he felt that a strange change had occurred in his body. The bones in his whole body were making cracking noises. Also, the ball of Kai in his body had grown a bit bigger. At this time, Jiangxu had also bandaged his wounds. She was about to go make something to eat for King Chen and the others. After Jiangxu left, La Tungyan asked, "Brother King Chen, when you came back in the early hours of the morning, you scared me and Mom to death. We thought you were going to die. Luckily, Mom checked your body and found that you were only injured on your shoulders and feet. Don't try so hard next time, okay? If you die, I'll be scared." As she spoke, Lai Tung couldn't help but wipe away tears. Kun Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Suddenly, Latunjian whispered, "Brother King Chen, I've probably guessed your identity. It's just that it's not quite the same as the information I had before. I still need to confirm it." King Chen was stunned for a moment. Could it be that something happened while I was unconscious and she found out? King Chen asked curiously. "Why? Are you so determined to find me in the other world?" Lai Tunyan changed the subject. "I can't tell Mom about me being a time walker, and you're not by my side. I'm scared when I sleep alone in the big house at night. I won't be scared when I find you. Brother King Chen, you know, I'm all alone in that other world." King Chen laughed. "Are you putting on a sob story?" Lai Tungyan immediately pouted. "You know it again. So boring." Then King Chen asked if Li Tunjin had made any new friends in the other world. Li Tunyan said, "There are a brother and a sister who are very nice to me, and Mr. Lai in the other world is also very kind to me. But the Li family is very complicated. That very kind old man is in poor health, and many people are secretly planning what will happen after he dies." Kun Chen frowned and started thinking. The brother, sister, and Mr. Lai she's talking about must be the direct descendants of the Li family. He had heard Li Shudong say that the current head of the Li family was already very old, and his health was deteriorating. And the current generation head of the divine family seemed to be even older than him, but their way of prolonging life wasn't honorable. But there's no use in thinking about this now. I should just wait for the current matter to pass first. Saying this, he was about to take a rest. But then he remembered something he hadn't done. He asked Xiao Yun to help him sit up and also bring him paper and pen. Then he wrote down a bunch of things. It turned out that during the time he rescued Nan Zhengqian, he didn't know what happened in the inn. What made Hu Xiaoniu beg so much? He was taking revenge for the Kunlun members. What he was writing down now were the Morse code that he remembered from the Kunlun members before. After translating it, he got the words "no regrets in this life, take care." And they were repeated twice. This was the message that the Kunlun member with leg injuries had passed on to another member present. Now King Chen finally understood what had happened. Seeing this, Lai Tungyan asked, "What's wrong?" King Chen didn't say much, and asked her to put the note in his wallet. Lying on the bed, King Chen's mood became heavy. It turned out that from the moment he was shot, that person had already planned to die for a cause. On the road to Laojun Mountain, Lu Yuan was reporting to Zheng Yuandong, who had arrived late, the results he had obtained after the previous investigation. In addition to that, they had also collected 2 bloody bullets, but the blood samples showed the blood stains on the bullet came from different people, meaning that the masked man who killed the gangsters was also injured. At this time, Zheng Yuandong was standing where King Chen threw the stone. This made sense. The masked man was injured on the highway, knowing that he could not catch up with the gangsters if he stayed on the highway. So he went through the forest and arrived here to throw out the boulder. Lu Yuan looked at the wreckage of the business car behind him, amazed. "That's too accurate, right?" Zheng Yuandong said. "Compared to accuracy, the opponent's greatest skill is calculation." Lu Yuan shook his head. "It's a pity. This person doesn't seem to plan to join us." He erased all kinds of traces left at the scene. If it wasn't for the blood footprints being too difficult to handle, they would probably have been cleaned up too. At this time, Zheng Yuanding asked, "Have the DNA comparison results of the blood come out?" Lu Yuan replied, "They have, but there is no matching person in the DNA database." "Does he have no previous criminal record?" Zheng Yuandong then instructed, "Check for similar types again. Maybe we can find their relatives." Lu Yuan nodded. "This might take a bit longer, but we should have an answer in 3 days at most." Zheng Yuandong's face was heavy. "If he's found, be polite. Kunlun needs people like this now, people who can stand alone." On the other side, Kun Chen and the others settled down near Laojun Mountain, temporarily waiting to heal their injuries first. At this time, Jiangshu was reapplying medicine to King Chen. "If I had known you would be injured, I would have gone to the inner world to buy special trauma medicine from there. The medicine there is definitely better than the medicine in the outer world. I can put the medicine in small bottles, hold it in my mouth, and bring it back." Kun Chen smiled and said, "It's all right, Aunt Jiangshu, it doesn't hurt as much now." Suddenly Jiangshu thought, "You left so many bloody footprints at the scene. Surely someone will be able to find you through DNA comparison." She immediately worried about Kun Chen. "Although your DNA hasn't been recorded, but your father was detained. These days, They collect blood samples from everyone who has been detained. However, King Chen shook his head and said, "It won't happen. I know what I'm doing." Jiang Shu glanced at King Chen, feeling a little surprised. She realized that there must be something else about his background that he didn't want to talk about. She didn't want to press him for answers. In fact, there were two key factors in the whole incident that could expose King Chen's identity. One was Nan Zhengchen, but the other party would definitely keep it a secret for him, so there was no need to worry too much about that. The other was the blood sample, but because of some old matters, Kunlun could not find corresponding genetic samples for comparison. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to chase after people barefoot. At this time, Kyung Chen said, "Aunt Jiangsu, I want to be alone for a while. There are things I need to handle." Seeing this, Jiang Shu took Xiao Yun out for a walk. After the two left, Kyung Chen took out the communicator. He saw that Liu Desu had sent a bunch of messages, all praising King Chen's subordinates' abilities. He also respected King Chen, the big boss, even more. King Chen looked at the time the other party sent the messages, which was 9, and that was not long after the battle at Laojun Mountain had just ended. This guy had already bombed him with messages. On the other side, Liu Dezu was waiting by the communicator for the boss's reply. But after so much time had passed, and he still hadn't replied, he wondered, could the boss be the masked man? Is he treating his wounds and dealing with the aftermath? But shouldn't the big bosses all be strategizing behind the scenes? Why would he go into battle himself? Just then, Kyung Chen replied, "The subordinate is reporting on last night's events." This dispelled Liu Deju's guess. The boss is indeed the boss. He's even developed his own forces in the outer world. Suddenly, there were messages from the grade group, all praising Liu Dezu for his timely reminder last night and for being so tough without succumbing to the gangsters. Unbeknownst to them, it wasn't that Liu Dezu didn't want to say anything. It was just that he really didn't know the information the gangsters were asking for. At this time, Bei Wanner also came out and praised Liu Deju's companion. Not only did they save people, they also avenged the two Kunlun members. This is truly commendable. Everyone agreed. After learning about this, Kyung Chen couldn't help but think, in the future, Liu Deju's reputation will become even more well-known. Perhaps in the future, Liu Dezu can be used to gather some reliable time travelers. Whether for business or mutual assistance, they may be able to help at some point. Then, Kyung Chen also went online to check if any media outlets had reported on the incident. First, he saw that Kunlun Luyuan had published the news. The others were just people who made statements after the fact, all of which were unimportant information. Plus, the fire yesterday must have destroyed the check-in information. Judging from this, no one should be able to find any traces of his entering the city. As long as he made another trip, this matter with Liu Desu would be considered over. Suddenly, King Chen thought of something. He quickly found the message that Liu Desu had sent earlier, and saw that the last part said, they were going to visit Huxianyu and the other person together, and he would take the opportunity to collect the money. Recalling what Huxianyu had asked him to do last night, Huxianyu had said, afterwards, I will pay Liu Deju 10 gold bars to give to you, just like last time. But last time Liu Deju only handed over 5 gold bars. In other words, this guy had actually pocketed half. Thinking of this, Kyung Chen couldn't help but sneer. Now the gold bars in his mind were a very special keyword. He needed to think about how to deal with this guy Liu Desu. On the other side, Liu Desu suddenly felt a shudder, with a bad feeling. Ever since King Chen told him the news, after Liu Desu kept half of the gold bars, for some reason he felt a sense of panic. At this moment, he and his classmates were visiting Huxianyu. After arriving at the hospital, they were stopped by the bodyguards. A majestic middle-aged man at the back looked at them. Who are you? It was Huxianyu's father, Hu Daiqing. One of the students greeted, hello, uncle, we are Xianyu and Tianzhen's classmates. We wanted to come see them. But Hu Daiqing was stunned for a moment. May I ask which student is Liu Dezu? Liu Dezu in the crowd was also surprised for a moment and then said, that's me. Hu Daiqing excitedly approached, thank you, young student. Thank you for saving Xianyu's life. When he first woke up, he told me it was you and your subordinates who saved him. Otherwise, he would have been taken away or killed by the gangsters by now. Liu Dezu really wanted to say, it's not actually my doing, but he still politely responded. Hu Daiqing laughed, it's good for a young person to be humble, but being too humble isn't good. He thought to himself, a time traveler like Liu Dezu who can foresee danger and then turn the situation around. will definitely have a bright future. I have to find a way to invest in him. Hu Daiqing thought for a moment and said, I discussed with Xianyu this morning. I wanted to transfer him back to Haicheng High School, but he didn't agree. I think it's because he wants to be closer to you, so I think I'll just transfer you to Haicheng as well. There are better educational resources there. What do you think? Lu Dezu was stunned. Is this what rich people are like? They just use superpowers to take people away. But in order to keep close to the boss, he still refused. Uncle, I don't have any plans to go to Haicheng for the time being, and this is where I was born and raised. My parents and friends are all here. Hu Daiqing continued. I can prepare a house for you in Haicheng. You can take your parents with you. I will also give you an additional settlement fee. Although it was a very generous reward, the problem was that the boss wasn't there. It was safer to stay close to the boss. So Lu Dezu shook his head again. No, thank you for your kindness, uncle. He knew that his future was in the hands of the boss. Lu Dezu was still counting on getting that gene. He wanted to become a B-level expert. He had heard that B-levels were considered experts in the inner world. By that time, he wouldn't be short of money either. And he had already made half of the boss's reward. He wasn't short of money now. As he was speaking, a message from King Chen came. Lu Dezu hurriedly gave the flowers to Hu Daiqing, and then went to the toilet, using a stomach ache as an excuse. Hu Daiqing, seeing this, didn't know what he was thinking. In the toilet, Lu Dezu excitedly opened the communicator. He thought it would be good news from the boss, but it turned out to be a message exposing how he had pocketed half of the gold bars. In an instant, cold sweat poured down his back. Hu Xiaoyu had unintentionally spilled the beans. Lu Dezu was speechless. That Xiaoyu, why does he say everything? I'm done for. It was the second time he had been caught making a profit off the difference. Will the boss kill me next time in the inner world? Lu Dezu immediately admitted his mistake. Boss, I'll bring you the gold bars next time I time travel. You can punish me. Outside the restroom, everyone was still whispering, why has Lu Dezu been gone for so long? At this moment, Lu Dezu walked out dejectedly. Hu Daiqing didn't know about his situation, and continued to try and win him over. You might not like things like houses. How about this? You tell me what you like, and I will definitely arrange it for you. Lu Dezu hesitated for a moment and said, Uncle, you might not know this. I like to wish people an early Happy New Year when I have nothing to do. I wish you a Happy New Year, may all your wishes come true, and may your wealth grow. Hu Daiqing was immediately confused. Are young people these days so unique? A classmate next to him said to his companion, do you think maybe he has a system? His companion was bewildered. What do you mean by system? He explained, it's like the systems in online novels, giving the host missions, to make the host stronger. His companion suddenly understood. But why would you think that? Because if there is no system, it can't be explained at all. Lu Dezu was both awesome and incredibly foolish. A tearful Lu Dezu heard their conversation. In a way, they were not wrong. The boss was also a system, but he was too greedy. What the boss gave was more of a punishment for his greed. Afterwards, they exchanged some pleasantries with Hu Daiqing and then bid farewell. After everyone left, Hu Daiqing turned and entered the ward. Hu Xiaoyu asked weakly, Dad, what do you think of this Lu Dezu? Hu Daiqing shook his head. It's still too early to tell. But Hu Xiaoyu said, after this experience, he could see that there was something wrong with Liu Dezu. He didn't seem capable at all. Would such a person really be valued by Lai Shudong? Hu Daiqing said slowly, actually, there are two possibilities. Do you know how many incompetent eunuchs there were in history, like Wang Zhen from the Ming dynasty, who destroyed the elite three great camps, and single-handedly got Emperor Yingzong of Ming captured? How did such a person get to the top? It could be because of his flattery, or his extreme loyalty, earning the approval of those in power. Hu Xiaoyu retorted, even wise rulers are not surrounded by only elite troops and powerful generals. All kinds of people are around them. Hu Daiqing said, there is another possibility, that is, he is kept for appearances. Perhaps he is a puppet pushed out by others, like someone holding some of our family's shares on our behalf. Hu Xiaoyu asked in confusion, Dad, which possibility do you think is more likely? Hu Daiqing shook his head. There's no need to make a conclusion so early. No matter which possibility this kept one is, it is all your opportunity. Don't worry, the family will fully support you, so don't have any worries. I know you envy your brother for starting to take over some family businesses. But you're still young. What he can do, you may not be able to do. Hu Xiaoniu didn't expect that his father had thought that far. He asked in confusion, "Father, why did you ask me not to give the other party too many gold bars at once? The other party saved my life twice. Logically speaking, even 100 gold bars wouldn't be too much." Hu Xiaoniu's father laughed. "Let's assume that Liu Deju is a puppet pushed out by someone. Then the other party must be very short of money, otherwise they wouldn't be so focused on the gold bars. But if you give him 100 gold bars in one go, he won't be short of money anymore. What else can you give him then?" Hu Xiaoniu worried. What if someone offers a higher price? Hu Daiqing immediately looked at him meaningfully. "Then you need to become friends with that person before that." Speaking of friends, Hu Xiaoniu suddenly thought of something. His fist clenched tightly, and then he asked with a ferocious expression, "Father, how is the family's traitor Wang Yun now?" At this moment, Hu Xiaoniu anxiously asked his father, "Where did the traitor Wang Yun go?" Hu Daiqing explained. Wang Yun's legs were broken then. He was originally going to be sent to the hospital for treatment, but later his parents secretly took him away. Hearing this, Hu Xiaoniu said excitedly, "Why didn't Kunlun send someone to keep an eye on him? It's obvious that Wang Yun's broken legs by the masked man are evidence of him being a traitor." Hu Daiqing said, "You can't blame Kunlun. There was no human evidence or physical evidence in the first place. We didn't expect that he would really be a traitor. Of course, it may also be that Kunlun used him as bait." Hu Xiaoniu asked in confusion, "How can there be no human evidence? Bei Wan'er should know that Wang Yun is a traitor. Why didn't she say so?" Hu Daiqing said, "She probably didn't want to see her good friend go to prison." Then he meaningfully urged Hu Xiaoniu, "You must remember, when the other party becomes your enemy, any act of forgiveness is not kindness, but cowardice." Hu Xiaoniu said, "I remember." Hu Daiqing continued, "Wang Yun is now missing, and even the people I arranged can't find him." Hu Xiaoniu suddenly asked, "We are about to travel to the Lai world. Can I take revenge on Wang Yun?" Hu Daiqing glanced at him. "Are you sure you want to take revenge on him?" Hu Xiaoniu's face became hesitant. Seeing this, Hu Daiqing muttered to himself, "He's still a child. Even though he made the decision, he is still hesitant and cares too much about other people's opinions." Hu Daiqing then laughed, "Of course you can. But I want to know why you are so persistent on revenge this time. You said this morning, as soon as you woke up, that last night, for revenge, you even told that assassin not to care about your own life. That's not like you. There is some righteousness in your character, but you haven't yet figured out what kind of person you really want to be." Hu Xiaoniu suddenly recalled the past. When he was young, his grandfather would always tell him and his elder brother the story of when he fought in the war, telling the story of his old company commander's heroic sacrifice to cover the others' retreat. Perhaps because the war era was too long ago, I always thought my grandfather was bragging. But until yesterday, I understood that there really are people like that in this world. I may not be able to become one of them, but I hope to do something for them." Hearing this, Hu Daiqing was very pleased. A great tribulation has matured this child a lot. Since that is the case, Hu Daiqing immediately revealed some information. He and the Zhang family had joined forces and found out that someone had bought a high-priced escape route in the Low world. They are currently hiring time travelers to ensure the escapees' safety. Later, I will have someone give you the information of the hired time travelers. Xiaoni, you must remember, within the scope of the family's ability, we will fully support your decision." Times by silently, and without realizing it, it was almost time for the time travelers to travel again. With the end of the battle at Laojun Mountain, the masked man played by King Chen was also reported on the news. But everyone did not know his true identity. They only knew that this masked man had annihilated a group of thugs. He chased and avenged in the dark, and became famous in the domestic time traveler circle. Another masked man like King Chen was added, as mysterious as Xiaoxio. At this moment, there were 10 minutes left on the countdown. In Osaka, in a suite on the highest floor of a hotel in the small country, Kodekar Odo and Zheng Guangxi sat on the bed looking at their phones. It was news about the battle at Laojun Mountain. She didn't expect it to have spread here. Looking at everything, Kodekara Odo felt a bit lost in her heart. She only wanted to be an artist, so how did she suddenly get involved in this kind of thing, in the surface world? She had to worry about being discovered as a time traveler to prevent herself from being involved in kidnappings and murders. Similarly, in the Li world, she also needed to deal with the Kodekara family at all times to prevent herself from being discovered. lest she end up like the time travelers who had been discovered, and the method of investigation was based on their Mandarin accent. Because in the Li world, the Kodekara family had long been integrated into the Federation, so Mandarin had long been popularized. Only direct descendants of the family still retained the tradition of speaking Japanese. They considered this to be the noblest tradition. They communicated with outsiders in Mandarin, but the family records and family sacrifices were all done in Japanese. The time travelers who traveled to the three cities of northern Kodaikara, respectively, came from Tokyo, Osaka, and Kobe. Except for Kodaikara Odo, none of them could speak Chinese at all. Furthermore, she was fortunate enough to be brought to City 18, because of the marriage alliance, to meet the young man named Kyung Chen. The Kodaikara family was very concerned about the result of this marriage alliance, and the power after the marriage alliance, so the level of investigation into her wasn't very high. Thinking of the young man, Kodaikara Odo searched for the words King Chen on the search engine, but there was no relevant information. It seemed that at the moment, she could not confirm whether that young man was a time traveler or not. She hadn't even seen him last time. She didn't know if she could see him again this time. Suddenly, Kodaikara Odo realized that she cared about that young man a lot. Could it be that she had fallen in love with him? Would it be too presumptuous to go see him too often? Perhaps it would be better to go again after a while. At this moment, the bustling night view of Osaka was like a nebula. While the girl's thoughts were swaying in the night sky, Kodaikara Odo inexplicably blushed. She didn't know what her little mind was thinking about. At the same time, the countdown finally reached 0. With another shattering of time, the time travelers once again traveled to the Lie world, and it is with regret that we announce some bad news. With the update of this 64th episode, the comic side has designated this episode as the end of the first season. That is to say, it has ended in the form of the first season. As for whether there will be a second season, the comic side has not made any notification. If the comic side releases a second season later, I will continue to update it, but for now, the naming count of the pages will come to a temporary end. Thank you very much for everyone's support for the comic and for Juching. At this moment in Prison 18, Lai Shudong asked, "Do you know how to kill people?" King Chen said, "I don't know, but I can learn. I thought of a way. That is to train with you every night. Let me memorize all the combat skills and all the reactions the enemy will make when I fight. By exhausting all the possibilities, I could gain the upper hand in battle." But later, I found that the method was feasible, but there wasn't enough time. Le Shudong thought to himself, "It's like when you play chess, right?" Yuan said, "You have breathing techniques. Plus, your own physical training has given you a soldier's foundation. But if your opponent has mechanical limbs, you still don't have any advantage." At this time, Lai Shudong interrupted, "There are many bones in the human body, so don't try to master all changes within 2 days. In fact, to kill someone, one move is enough. Yuan, you just need to teach him one move. Then tell him how many kinds of reactions the enemy will have. That will make things much simpler." Yuan thought for a while and asked, "Boss, is one move enough?" Li Shudong laughed, "It's enough. After all, life is very fragile." Kun Chen thought for a while, and said that 2 nights might not be enough. Le Shudong said absent-mindedly, "Then lock all the prisoners in their cells, only allowing them out during meal times. The rest of the time they better get back. That way, you can train during the day as well." Kun Chen was stunned on the spot. Lin Xiaoxia was somewhat emotional. "The boss is as willful as ever." Yuan said, "After all, he is the only remaining seedling of the Knight organization now. It's not an exaggeration for the boss to take such an action." Lin Xiaoxia suddenly said, "The 2 corpses we captured before, I killed them." Kun Chen looked confused. "Before they died, I also interrogated them. It should be the work of the King family's 4th branch. But as for why the 4th branch wants your life, we don't know." After that, Yuan quickly started training with King Chen. Yuan said, "Let me reiterate. The boss is right. Life is indeed extremely fragile. As long as you use enough force to strike any part of the body, it's enough to make the other party lose their combat ability. However, with the changing times, many warriors will modify their bodies to reduce vulnerable areas. Some will implant bionic alloy skin on their necks to prevent being throat slashed. Others will modify their joints to withstand greater impact. But there is one area that is often overlooked by mechanical warriors: protection of the internal organs." King Chen heard this and felt that something was wrong. We all know that the internal organs are very important, so There must be a lot of people who implant bionic skin in that area, right? Yi-Won said. The main thing is that the nanometer bionic skin is extremely expensive. 1 square centimeter costs over 100,000 yuan. Generally speaking, not many people can protect all of their internal organs because the area is too large. Kun Chen was stunned. It turned out that poverty limited his strength. Yuan continued. The spleen is different because its position is very tricky. The spine cannot protect it. The ribs cannot protect it either. It can be penetrated regardless of whether it is from the back or the abdomen. Once you have confirmed that you have pierced the other party's spleen, then you don't need to worry about him anymore. He will definitely die. Then Yi-Won took out a spring-loaded knife and gave it to King Chen. According to what you said, this should be something you can hold and bring back. Use this thing for the practical training. Kun Chen asked. Then do we also need to use real things for the sparring? Yi-Won nodded. You not only have to be familiar with all the methods of attack and the other party's methods of defense, but also be familiar with the weapon you're using, the feel of it. Kun Chen asked. Then what are we going to do now? At this time, Yi-Won gave him a pair of night vision goggles. Then the entire prison suddenly went dark. The world was plunged into darkness. Yi-Won brought King Chen into a cell. He went in and pinned the prisoner firmly on the bed. He didn't care about the prisoner struggling desperately. He just pointed below the prisoner's ribs and said to King Chen, look at his spleen. The vital point is at this location. A single stab and he's guaranteed to die. After that, Yi-Won took King Chen to the next cell. Yi-Won pinned down another terrified prisoner and explained to King Chen the difference between this person's vital points and those of billions of other people, and why they were different, and how to judge the differences based on the other party's body shape. Just like that, a full 5 hours passed. King Chen felt like he was studying anatomy with more than 1,000 prisoners to gain experience from. After that, the two began practical combat. Yi-Won instructed, if your strength is inferior to others, then the best way to attack is with a sneak attack. A core person cannot always be in an active position. While a sneak attack is important, only focusing on how to sneak attack can only be considered as taking a shortcut. King Chen constantly tried to attack, but Yi-Won was like a mountain. No matter how fierce King Chen's attack was, he could easily defend against it. Next, what Yi-Won was going to teach him were routines. If you directly reveal your intentions, then you will always be at a disadvantage in battle. When your strength is not enough to crush someone, then feints are your most effective killing technique. Then Yi-Won demonstrated various feints. You have to remember one thing. Combat is always unpredictable. You can see a lot of tactics, where a knife master can strike many times in 1 second, but in reality, only one of those is the real attack. What Yi-Won could do was to teach King Chen these practical routines, allowing him to possess the most basic killing ability within 2 days. And what King Chen needed to do was to memorize all of this in his mind. After training for 2 days, King Chen, who had hyperthermia, was about to return to the surface world to face the bandits on Mount Low. At this moment, in prison 18, some time had passed since the meal time. The locked-up prisoners were gradually realizing that something was wrong. They began frantically banging on the alloy doors. Among them, Go Huchen was banging on the door the most violently, as if he was going to break the door open by force. However, after Li Shutong walked by and warned them with a look, these prisoners didn't dare to make any more noise. He arrived at the training room, where he saw King Chen and Yi-Won were still training. At this time, after training continuously for a night, Kun Chen had already developed panda eyes. Finally, when Yi-Won said that he could rest for a while, Kun Chen directly fell to the ground, head first, and immediately fell asleep. After lunchtime, Kun Chen gradually woke up. Le Shutong was watching him with interest. How is it, have you grasped the basics? Kun Chen replied, it's not bad. The role of memory and calculation ability in combat is greater than I expected. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi-Won. According to your standards, how is his training progress? Yi-Won gave a very high evaluation. Ordinary people are definitely far inferior to him. For example, when I was learning tactical knife routines, it took me 3 months to reach his level. The hyperstate is indeed terrifying. Let's train some more tonight, and train some more tomorrow during the day. Killing a target dummy is no problem. Lin Xiaoxiao asked, what about his shortcomings? Yi-Won said, the shortcoming is that he still has too little practical combat experience. He is too formulaic. It's okay when encountering ordinary people, but he would suffer greatly if he encountered a real expert. He must solve this problem by himself through his comprehension. Lin Xiaoxia chuckled. Kyung Chen, don't let him scare you. What kind of experts can a group of desperados be? The people that Yiwan can consider as experts are all famous figures in the underworld. Kyung Chen recovered and said, let's continue training. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxia stepped forward. Let me spar with you. After speaking, he stepped into the arena and raised his hand to Kyung Chen. Kyung Chen thought for a moment, and suddenly his leg muscles fired. Lunging forward, and the spring-loaded knife in his hand quickly stabbed towards Lin Xiaoxia's spleen. Lin Xiaoxia laughed and said, such a simple attack is too elementary for me. However, the next moment, he guessed wrong. Kyung Chen's blade was actually aimed directly at his thigh. Fortunately, his reaction was quick, and he clamped the tip of the knife with 2 fingers. Or else he would have been bloodied. Lin Xiaoxia also did not expect that he would almost capsize in a gutter. Kyung Chen was also stunned for a moment. Lin Xiaoxia had said before that he was not a combat-type talent, but a utility type, but even so, his ability to catch a blade with 2 fingers was too incredible. Indeed, the gap between superhuman and ordinary people was an insurmountable chasm. At this time, Lin Xiaoxiao angrily said, weren't you supposed to focus on the spleen? You just used your waist strength. Why didn't you raise your blade? Where was the open attack and the feint attack that you promised? Le Shudong asked Yiwan with a smile. How is his comprehension? Yiwan replied, I was not as good as him back then. Le Shudong instructed, keep training, don't slack off, then he was about to leave. At midnight, Kyung Chen and Yiwan once again went to the room of this unlucky guy. Yiwan directly ordered, take off your shirt, and lie on the bed. The prisoner could only obediently do as he was told. Then Yiwan said to Kyung Chen, yesterday, I brought you to identify the front side. Today I'll bring you to identify the back side. In fact, finding the spleen from the back is even more difficult. Also, in order to ensure the stab is faster, you might need to use your left hand to assist. The poor prisoner could only be used as an example. The next day, with 15 hours left on the return countdown, the alloy gate of the prison suddenly opened. 2 mechanical guards suddenly entered the square and said to Kyung Chen, inmated 0101. 01, your family is here for a visit. Yiwan laughed. They even sent 2 mechanical guards. Kyung Chen turned his head and asked, is there any difference? Yiwan said, the council will determine the prisoner's level of danger, and then dispatch the corresponding level and number of mechanical guards. Before, they only needed 1 to take you away, but now it's 2. Lin Xiaoxiao explained, 1 is the artificial intelligence that manages prison 18. It seems he thinks you're more dangerous now too. Kyung Chen was confused. Could it be that the entire prison is managed by that artificial intelligence? That's why I haven't seen any human prison guards in this prison. At this time, Lei Shutong threw a towel to Kyung Chen. It should be that young lady from the Shindai family. You're soaked in sweat. You've even soaked your prison uniform. It would be better to change your clothes before you see her. Kyung Chen wiped himself while shaking his head. It's not necessary. Le Shudong asked, don't you care about your image? After all, she's your fiancée. And I also helped you investigate. This girl is as clean as a blank sheet of paper, unlike some of the hypocrites of the Kamishiro family. Then Kyung Chen explained, now all the prisoners in the entire prison are locked up, just to conceal my identity. Although they haven't left their cells, they can guess that Yiwan is teaching me killing techniques. It's just that they can't figure out who I am. Now, if I go to see him and someone checks the time afterwards, then everyone will know that Yiwan is teaching me. So, teacher, I can't go see him. Let's continue training. Le Shudong looked at Kyung Chen's serious expression, and an astonished look gradually appeared on his face. That also seems to make sense. There are 9 hours left on the return countdown. Yiwan walked on the ground with bare feet, while Kyung Chen was sitting sideways on the floor, quietly watching. His eyes followed those big feet back and forth. Yiwan's feet were very large, unusually large, but Kyung Chen noticed that no matter how the person walked or ran, they wouldn't make any sound. This ability was too bizarre. The muscle fibers were exerting force one by one, from the soles of the feet to the ankles, then to the calves and thighs. It seemed that every movement was calculated. Kyung Chen recorded all of this into his mind. He knew that this last moment was the most important. Beside him, Lin Xiaoxiao said to Li Shudong in a low voice, Boss, he's training too hard like this. We don't necessarily need to rush it. Or else, I'll go get him some killing weapons that he can take back. Le Shudong shook his head. The first time you see blood and kill, you must give it your all. Even if you break your teeth, you must remember clearly what the feeling of a newbie killing someone is like. When a dagger pierces an enemy's body, the blood flows down the handle to your hand. It still carries the temperature of the other person's body. This unique sensation will make him remember what death is. With 2 hours left until the return, Lu's isolation cell door suddenly opened. He looked at the outside world timidly. Looking at the dark world outside, he shouted loudly, "Is anyone there?" Seeing no one respond, he walked out tremulously. But at this moment, he suddenly felt something was off. He suddenly turned his head, but there was nothing in the corridor behind him. He began to run frantically out of fear. He could only hear his breathing, but no footsteps. At this moment, he felt like he was playing the Silent Hill game. Panting, he ran behind the bookshelf in the reading area to hide. The next moment, he looked back in panic, and saw a cat face mask was already closed in front of him. He was so scared that his eyes became bloodshot. Late at night, in prison 18, Liu Dezu looked back, and saw the cat-faced boss behind him. This feeling was too terrifying, like personally experiencing a horror film. At this time, Yiwan and Lin Xiaoxiao walked out of the shadows of the bookshelf. Lin Xiaoxiao picked up Liu Dezu, while Yiwan said to King Chen, "There's been great improvement in the details, but the training time is too rushed. It's not considered too good." Liu Dezu also reacted. "So these three released him in the middle of the night, just to play with him. You three are too bullying." Lin Xiaoxiao said while lifting him. "Stop nonsense. That's all you're good for." Yuan continued. "The most important thing about an ambush is to avoid being detected. You were too hasty when you approached Liu Dezu for the first time. There were subtle changes in the air and sound in the corridor. Liu Dezu himself couldn't detect it, but his body would warn him. Afterwards, when the target moved quickly, you also didn't control your breathing and footsteps well. The sound was like a drum to me. Even Liu Deju could perceive it. If you replaced him with a well-trained soldier, you would already be dead." King Chen understood in his heart that the greatest secret to eliminating footsteps was in how to control the force of the footfall and retraction. However, his own shoes were too cheap. The rubber of the soles were too hard, and no matter how he controlled them, it didn't work. Saying that, King Chen took off his shoes and walked with bare feet. Yuan reminded, "You have had too little time to learn, so you can only achieve silence while walking. Remember not to run. You can't yet eliminate the sound of footsteps when running." King Chen nodded. Yuan glanced at the soles of his feet. "Logically speaking, after returning, you will be in the mountains. If you haven't been walking barefoot before, I'm afraid your feet will be covered in blood and gore after one night, right?" King Chen said. "That's not important. The injuries will heal sooner or later." Yuan advised, "It's good to be hard on yourself, but after this is over, you should buy a pair of suitable shoes as soon as possible." "Is there anything else you want to ask?" King Chen asked curiously. "In this battle, the most important thing for me is the ambush." "Why did you teach it last?" "Because ambushes are not a simple mode of a virtual game. The enemies will not be like the Nepean games, standing there stupidly waiting for you to kill them. After you kill the second person, you will most likely be discovered. After that, the other enemies who know you exist will do everything they can to kill you, and you will have no way to escape. That will be your most dangerous moment. That's why I taught you the shortest time for concealment. When their companions discover you, that's when you are the most dangerous, so I taught you the longest time for direct combat." But King Chen said that he didn't intend to trade his life for other people's lives. "If it's too dangerous, I might give up." Yuan said, "I support you on this point. In this world, your own life is the most important. If it's just to save yourself, an agent, and a classmate, it's not worth risking your life, but you must understand. That kind of thing called courage, if you can control it, then it wouldn't be called courage. Sometimes, you will only understand your own choices when you really face a situation." The boss said, "That there's a kind of courage in your bones, just like how you dared to challenge the boss to play chess on the first day you came in. That is something that belongs to you. You can't forget it or erase it. Do you remember that Four Kingdoms Capture King chess game you played with the boss? The pawn that has crossed the river is not that it doesn't want to go back, but that it can't." King Chen seemed to be in thought upon hearing this. At this time, Ye-won moved a chair and placed it in front of King Chen. Kun Chen asked curiously, "What is this for?" Ye-won thought for a moment and said, "You'll understand after 2 days. There's also one more thing the boss didn't say. Then I'll take the liberty of adding it for him. He would say, 'Come back alive.'" As time went on, there were only the last 5 minutes left on the countdown. Kun Chen went to Liu Deju and asked calmly, "Repeat the 2 things I told you." Liu Deju said in fear, "First, after returning, tell all your classmates to run away. Second, if they can't escape, find a way to ask who was taken away separately by the bandits." Before, Kun Chen continued to ask, "In the past 2 days, have you remembered any details? For example, who was constantly looking at their phone and sending messages, or who went to the restroom in the middle?" Liu Deju said that he really hadn't noticed. "Boss, I was just busy playing games at the time." Chen sighed. If he had had a better choice, he wouldn't have let this group act as agents. Finally, Kun Chen coldly warned, "The bandits must really want to know the secret on you, but you must understand one thing. The moment they know your secret is the moment you die. This time your mistake is unforgivable. When we return next time, I will help you understand this cruel world again. Of course, that's if you can survive." After saying that, Kun Chen returned to the next room. Not long after, the countdown ended. The return time was still the shattering of time. Liu Dezu returned to the gathering and looked at the surrounding classmates. But he felt that everything was fragmented. Darkness and light were fragmented. Tension and joy were also fragmented. The next moment, he remembered the cat-faced boss's warning in his mind. So he stood up and roared, "Everyone run, there's danger." But the scene of people scattering in all directions that he had imagined did not appear. Everyone just looked at him blankly. The classmates couldn't understand how Liu Dezu, who was just chatting and laughing a moment ago, was suddenly looking so flustered and afraid. Liu Dezu became anxious. For these ordinary classmates, they didn't know that the other world crossing was only a moment. How was he supposed to convince them? Only Huxianiu reacted first and asked, "Brother Liu, what happened?" Seeing that the classmates still hadn't noticed, Liu Deju could only slip away himself. Huxianiu's expression changed. He gave Zhang Shanzhen a look and quickly followed Liu Desu. Just as they had just reached the gate of the courtyard, 2 middle-aged men in police uniforms asked, "Hello, students. Where are you going in such a panic?" When Liu Desu saw the police uniforms, he was immediately overjoyed. "Police officers, there are bandits nearby." The 2 middle-aged men in police uniforms looked at each other, and then pulled out their pistols from their waists. One of them pointed it at Liu Deju's chest, while the other pointed it at Huxianiu's head. The leader chuckled softly, "Are there bandits? Why haven't I seen any?" Liu Deju still hadn't escaped. How will King Chen respond next? Liu Deju and the others who had returned to the real world had already been caught. At this time, Liu Deju was a bit confused. The boss had only told him that there were bandits, but he hadn't said that they would put on police uniforms. At this time, the bandit warned fiercely, "Don't make a sound, or I'll shoot you dead," and Huxianiu noticed that the other party had fitted it with Xiao Ying's Glock 34 pistol. He thought, this group of people might be professional mercenaries from foreign countries. So Huxianiu took a deep breath and said, "Do as they say. Let's go back to the courtyard of the guest house." Then the 3 of them were forced back into the courtyard at gunpoint. At the same time, there were 5 people at the back door. Holding the guest house's staff hostage with guns, the boss and Kunlun members walked out from inside. The crowd gasped, and the scene became chaotic. At this moment, a thug directly pulled the trigger in his hand. The bullet crisply hit a Kunlun member's calf. The Kunlun member fell with a groan, but tightly closed his mouth, not letting out a cry. This scene quieted the students down. Then the thug asked about the situation outside. The thugs holding Liu Deju and others responded, "These 3 guys knew about our business and tried to run away, but we caught them back." The thug who injured the Kunlun member thought to himself, "It seems that these people got news from another world. It's a good thing we considered this factor and surrounded them in advance." The thug then turned his gun at Liu Dezu. He said coldly, "You guys better not make a sound, or your classmates will die now, and many innocent people outside the guest house will die too. Look how smart this Kunlun comrade is. He knows his cries will attract people from outside. But no one can save you right now, so he is enduring it without crying to avoid attracting outsiders and increasing casualties. So everyone, Keep quiet and don't cause trouble for yourselves. At this moment, a thug wearing a black windbreaker stood in front of the students. He said with a smile, "It's a pleasure to meet you all on this Lao Jun mountain. Don't worry, I'm not interested in ordinary people. After I find all the time travelers among you, I'll leave with them. So please cooperate. Okay, if you all cooperate, then everything will be over soon." At this moment, Wang Yun suddenly advised the classmates, "Everyone, don't panic. Don't cause Hu Xianyu and the others to be killed." Hearing this, the classmates could only sob quietly with their mouths covered. Then the windbreaker thug ordered, "Confiscate all their communication devices. Also let Old Four keep an eye on the scenic spots outside. If necessary, he can make a move." He made a neck-slitting gesture. At this moment, Liu Deshu thought to himself, there are actually 8 thugs. Didn't the boss say there would be 5 people? There are 3 more now. I don't know if the boss can handle it. Suddenly, someone outside came to inquire about the sound just now. Old Four, wearing a police uniform, explained to the passerby, "You drunk, you're just causing trouble. It's nothing serious. Go back." The passerby left, somewhat doubtful. He was a bit suspicious of this person. As he walked, he thought about taking out his phone to call the police. But before he could take action, a black glove covered his mouth. Then a cold dagger stabbed him. Finally, the passerby was dragged back into the guest house. Immediately after, the thug in the police uniform walked out the door again and closed the door of the Yun Shang guest house tightly from the outside. At this time, everyone in the Yun Shang guest house was gathered in the courtyard. The students were trembling with fear, hugging each other tightly. The thugs were carrying 2 black plastic bags, collecting their phones one by one. At this moment, a thug with a scar on his face came in front of them. He asked fiercely, "Anything else?" Hu Xianyu sighed inwardly, "We were still discovered." He took out another phone from his pocket and threw it into the bag. After collecting all the communication devices, the windbreaker man came in front of Liu Deshu. He said calmly, "I'll give you a chance. Tell me why you suddenly discovered our actions after returning and accurately knew that we were surrounding this place." Liu Deshu trembled with his mouth shut, and surprisingly, he didn't speak stubbornly. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but the problem was that he really didn't know. The boss hadn't told him either. The windbreaker thug looked coldly at Liu Deshu. "You don't plan to speak, do you? Then let me guess. Outside this Yunsheng guest house, you also have companions who are time travelers, right?" Liu Deshu suddenly realized that even if the other party guessed the truth, he didn't seem flustered at all. Could it be that the other party still had other cards up his sleeve? Or that the thugs in front of him were still not the whole story? Was the Battle of Laojun Mountain finally about to begin? King Chen's first kill was about to take place here. At this moment, King Chen was standing silently in the room, holding the spring knife he had brought back. Behind him were Jiang Xiu and her daughter, who had also just returned. King Chen heard a faint muffled sound, but he didn't know it was the sound of a silenced pistol. He just knew that the passerby boss of this guest house had not returned after leaving. It seems that the thugs have begun to act. Then King Chen slowly took off his shoes. Jiang Shu looked at the knife in his hand, somewhat puzzled. "Sao Chen, what are you going to do?" After taking off his shoes, King Chen turned back and instructed, "Auntie Jiang Shu, you take Xiao Yun and wait here. Lock the door and don't go out. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Jiang Shu said from behind, "Maybe I can help you with something. I have a mechanical arm." Kun Chen replied, "But you have no combat experience. Trust me, I'll be back." After saying that, he disappeared outside the door. Le Tunjin looked thoughtfully at the door. Meanwhile, the thug in the police uniform was still patrolling the surrounding area. King Chen quickly flashed past and jumped over his head, then landed behind him in the corner. He guessed that the other party should be carrying a gun. The police baton in his left hand was probably just for show. Also, the other party would lower his head to press a walkie-talkie every 10 minutes, answering. It seems that he's contacting his accomplices every 10 minutes. I need to hurry. Suddenly a gust of mountain wind blew. The bonfire next to him suddenly swayed. The next moment, the bonfire was knocked over, and the noise attracted the thug's attention. He looked at the corner behind him, and immediately became suspicious. Then he approached step by step. Seeing the other party's figure approaching, Kun Chen's heart tightened. Not good, I'm about to be discovered. However, at the critical moment, a voice saying police uncle rang out. Latungian actually appeared here. He said weakly to the thug, police uncle, have you seen my mommy? The thug was stunned for a moment. He thought, I can't let a child ruin the big plan. Then he said no. If you see a little kid, come over. Police uncle will help you look for your mommy. Okay, just then, Queen Chen's white feet began to attack. In an instant, the thug realized something was wrong. It was a sneak attack. At this moment, Queen Chen had already come behind the thug. The thug subconsciously raised his left hand to swing the police baton to the side. His right hand reached for his waist, preparing to draw his gun. However, King Chen easily dodged the other party's attack. Then, the flame-like patterns on King Chen's face suddenly bloomed. The next moment, King Chen fiercely stabbed the thug's right hand, where he would draw his gun. The thug thought, not good. No time to draw the gun. He immediately let go of his hand that was going to draw the gun. At the same time, his left hand swung the police baton again. He needed to control this kid's hands, but King Chen seemed to have expected it. He took a small half-step backward. The other party's swinging left hand and baton hit the air. The thug immediately realized that the other party's move was a feint. However, it was already too late to react. At this time, King Chen slowly let out the word breath. A surge of energy was drawn into his body. Lai Shudong had said that the most important thing in a battle between beasts was breathing. It was the key to controlling your body's oxygen levels and your conscious will. Once you understood the importance of breathing, then you would control yourself, and thus control everything. In the blink of an eye, it was as if all the power rushed and gathered on King Chen's right hand, then transmitted to the tip of the knife, and violently plunged into the thug's flesh. The thug's eyes widened instantly. What exactly happened in this short moment? This young man? Why did it seem like he had predicted everything? He abandoned the baton and tried to draw his gun. Every step of my resistance was calculated by the other party. He knew that he didn't have much time left. The thug struggled to notify his accomplices. However, King Chen became ruthless and charged forward, pushing the thug's body and pinning him firmly against the courtyard wall. King Chen used his left hand to cover the other party's mouth, while his right hand held the knife and violently stirred it. The thug tried to exert his strength, but the severe pain transmitted to his brain almost blocked all of his effective thinking. The spleen is the human body's blood storage machine. In an instant, a large amount of blood flowed out from the other party's ruptured spleen, and then flowed down the dagger onto King Chen's hand. It was warm blood. The quickly disappearing temperature in the cool night was reminding King Chen, what exactly was death? Only after the thug stopped breathing and had no heartbeat did King Chen slowly pull out the dagger. He stood in front of the corpse, panting and observing. The blood had gradually cooled and solidified. The other party's heartbeat also gradually slowed down until it stopped. So this was the feeling of killing someone. Only then did he realize why Li Shutong had said that for the first kill, you had to use all your strength, even if it meant grinding your teeth to dust. You had to clearly remember the feeling of killing someone with your own hands. If you had not seen it with your own eyes and experienced it firsthand, how could you have learned to revere life? This was King Chen's first kill. With the first one taken care of, King Chen's second kill quickly followed. At this moment, King Chen was quietly looking at the cold corpse in front of him. He didn't expect his first kill to happen here. Suddenly, Li Tungjian's cry of King Chen Jij brought him back to his senses. King Chen looked at Li Tungjian not far away. He saw the little girl standing there dumbfounded, obviously frightened by the scene just now. King Chen asked softly, "Are you scared?" Li Tungjian replied weakly, "A little." At this time Jiang Shu ran downstairs in a panic. Only after seeing the two together did she breathe a sigh of relief. She had just gone to the bathroom and Xiao Yun had disappeared. This almost scared her to death. Li Tungjian explained, "I just wanted to help brother King Chen." King Chen was taken aback. So she didn't appear here by chance. She came specifically to help him. He wanted to raise his hand to pat Xiao Yun's head, but he remembered his hands were covered in blood, and so he was about to pull it back. However, Kaiyan didn't mind. She grabbed King Chen's hand and put it on her own head. She also instructed, "Brother King Chen, be careful. Mom and I will wait for you to come back." King Chen laughed and said, "Okay, it's a promise." After saying that, King Chen dragged the fallen thug aside and hit him. Then he patted Li Tunglin's small head, "Be obedient this time, Okay, wait for me to come back. Just at this moment, the thug's walkie-talkie rang, saying start reporting the numbers now. King Chen walked over and picked up the thug's walkie-talkie. Then he immediately activated the breathing technique, and with his perfect memory, he perfectly replicated the thug's voice and slowly called out the thug's reporting number. Just when he was about to turn off the walkie-talkie, another new reporting number was transmitted from the loudspeaker. The reporting number of 6-8 was transmitted. Kun Chen was stunned. There were actually 3 more thugs. Clearly Kunlun was only after 5 thugs. Kun Chen only saw 5 thugs on the bus. But now, the number of people reporting on the walkie-talkie was 8. No wonder it was so easy for the other party to control the 2 Kunlun members. It turned out that their team was also growing. At this moment, King Chen remembered what Ling Xiaoxia had instructed. King Chen, when you return to the Watcher space, remember never to trust anyone, because interests can change too many relationships. Humans are prone to self-interest. Never underestimate human greed. Guess who invented the combat communication equipment you and Liu Dezu used? At the time, King Chen guessed that it was a spy. However, Lin Xiaoxiu stated, it was 2 securities traders from the first city. In order to avoid being caught for evidence of insider trading, they secretly invented it. You see, this is the power of profit, which can even promote the advancement of technology. At this moment, King Chen suddenly felt that there might be more and more people in the real world who would enter the dark side of this world for their own benefit, because there are too many people who need this opportunity to change their lives. He put the walkie-talkie in his pocket and waved to Jiangsu. Then he walked into the night. Jiangsu squatted down and hugged Li Tunjun. Guanxin asked, were you scared just now? Are you still afraid? Li Tunjun thought about it and said, I was pretty scared at first. But when Brother King Chen patted my head, I wasn't scared anymore. At this moment, the little girl was recalling the scene just now. King Chen's smooth and skillful calculations and actions were like an artistic performance, an art of reaping lives. Here, King Chen was quietly squatting on a tree by the side of the road, using the dense canopy to conceal his figure. He carefully observed the situation. There were 6 people in the yard. There should be another person outside the yard, on guard at the back door. It was impossible for him to deal with 7 people, especially with the thugs all grouped together. And being barefoot, the soles of his feet were beginning to get injured. He didn't know how his feet would be after tonight. The people in the yard were huddled on the ground, not daring to make the slightest sound. Liu Dezu was also being questioned by the trench coat-wearing thug. At this moment, King Chen suddenly noticed that the injured Kunlun member seemed to be fiddling with something. He saw that his fingers were tapping rhythmically as if to transmit information to the outside world. It was like Morse code, but King Chen didn't know who the other party was sending the message to. Was it his other companion? Just in case, King Chen recorded the other party's tapping frequency. At this time, a thug grabbed Wang Yun's hair and dragged her out of the crowd, and eventually dragged her into the inn. The students watched this scene with fear. Hu Xiaoniu and the others, along with another Kunlun member, were angrily trying to stand up, but were forced back down by the cold and dark gun muzzles. Not long after, the thug walked out of the inn. He patted his companion's shoulder. It's time to screw around. The students became even more afraid after hearing this. The thug smiled and began to survey the crowd, as if he was going to pick someone else. The female students all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly, hoping that they would not be found. However, the next moment, the other party actually dragged Nan Jingchen in. Nan Jingchen panicked, bro, I'm a guy. You're too perverted. King Chen was just watching this scene. He had finally confirmed some things. He couldn't wait any longer. Now was the best opportunity. At this moment, a thug in the backyard was quietly smoking. Suddenly, there was a sound of a pebble falling on the ground in the dark. However, the thug's first reaction was to look in the opposite direction of the sound. The gun muzzle was pointing at the source of the sound. No matter which side someone was on, he could react quickly. This was the most correct way to handle it. After a while, he still didn't see anyone. His tense mood slowly relaxed. At this moment, a voice came from the walkie-talkie. It's time for a new round of reporting numbers. In the dark, King Chen was coldly watching the thug. After the thug finished reporting his 4th number, our new killer, King Chen, acted swiftly. His left hand covered the thug's mouth, while his right hand accurately stabbed the spleen. With a poof sound, blood gushed out. Only after confirming that the thug was completely silent did King Chen slowly release his hand. Like before, his second attempt had also succeeded. Finally, King used the breathing technique again, and replicated the voice of the first thug again, calling out the reporting number of 5 on the walkie-talkie. That's how it was. The thugs still didn't realize that 2 of their companions were dead. After King Chen's first and second attempts, his third attempt was now also successful. At this time, on the second floor of Yunchang Inn, Nan Jingshan was dragged into a room while crying and wailing. Seeing the thug's malicious smile, Nan Jingshan realized that his chrysanthemum was about to be destroyed. However, he still wanted to struggle a little, to see if his kidneys could put up a fight. As long as he could produce something to make the other party feel nauseous, his little chrysanthemum would not have to suffer. However, after trying for a long time, he still couldn't produce anything. Seeing the thug approach with a wicked smile, Nan Jingshan cried out, "Bro, please don't touch me. I saw that Hu Xianyu and Zhang Qianzhen are better looking than me. I'll go find them," but it was too late. Nan Jingshan's little chrysanthemum spread out like a chrysanthemum. However, the next moment, Nan Jingshan opened his eyes and found that the thug was untying him. It turned out that the thug only wanted to ask him some questions. If he cooperated well, they would let him live. Only then did Nan Jingshan breathe a sigh of relief. Then the thug took out a gun and pointed it at Nan Jingshan, asking, "What is your identity in the other world?" Nan Jingshan's relaxed state tensed up again. How did the other party know about his time traveler identity? However, under the threat of a gun, he could only obediently reveal his otherworld identity. His otherworld identity was that of a hacker. The thug's interest was immediately lost. Turns out he's a technical time traveler. What a waste. All this was because, according to the principles of traveling, the otherworld does not inherit the knowledge and memories of this world. Therefore, technical time travelers were the most worthless in their eyes. It could only be said that they had an identity but no ability. The thug continued to ask, "What city do you live in?" Nan Jingshan said that he lived in the first district of City 18. He had just moved there. The thug was confused and said, "So you're a rich person living in the first district? Why did you only move there recently?" Nan Jingshan said pitifully, "Actually, I was only recently taken care of by someone." This stunned the thug. What was all this about? To confirm the accuracy of what Nan Jingshan was saying, the thug asked again, "What is the most recent holographic projection at the Chishui Plaza in the first district?" Nan Jingshan replied without hesitation, "It's the projection of 3 killer whales jumping out of the water." After confirming, the thug said into the walkie-talkie, "Boss, it's been confirmed. He's a time traveler from the first district of City 18. Let's move to clean up the scene." Upon hearing this, Nan Jingshan broke out in a cold sweat and realized that something big was about to happen. Just as the thug was about to take Nan Jingshan downstairs, a small knife suddenly appeared and stabbed into the thug's spleen area. The next moment, the small knife was pulled out violently, and blood gushed out. One look, and it was King Chen's third attack, the new killer. This scene scared Nan Jingshan silly. It was the first time he had seen someone killed and blood gushing out. Nan Jingshan was completely speechless. He could only stare blankly. At this time, the thug tried his best to use his last breath. As he opened the walkie-talkie, Kun Chen grabbed it in time. Before long, the thug who had been stabbed in the spleen quickly bled to death. Nan Jingshan had recovered by now. Seeing those familiar eyes and facial features, he knew that it was King Chen. However, seeing that King Chen was wearing a mask, it seemed that he did not want to be recognized. Nan Jingshan had to pretend that he didn't recognize the other party. However, King Chen looked at him calmly and said, "There's no need to pretend you don't know me. Come with me. I don't have time to chat with you now." Nan Jingshan was immediately moved. "Okay, Brother Chen, I didn't expect it was you who came to save me. If you hadn't appeared, I might have been captured by them." But just as King Chen was about to lead Nan Jingshan out of the back door, someone from below the inn shouted, "Run, they're going to kill everyone." It turned out that moments earlier, the Kunlun members wanted to launch a counterattack. However, they had failed. One Kunlun member had been shot and fell. The other remaining Kunlun member was also being aimed at with a gun. At this critical moment, this Kunlun member and the thug fired their guns at the same time. However, the Kunlun member's gun was pointed at the door lock. This made the thugs stunned. They didn't expect that the other party would use his own life to buy time for the students to escape. At this moment, the Kunlun member, with one last breath, shouted, "Run! They want to kill us all." The students, struggling to get up, rushed outwards without a second thought. During this time, the thugs shot at the escaping students. A group of students were killed immediately, their screams echoing. Hu Xiaoniu and the others witnessed the scene, and they were instantly shocked. At this time, the trenchcoat thug instructed, "Now it's impossible to kill everyone. Take the time traveler and leave in the crowd." He pulled out his walkie-talkie and said to the thugs on the second floor, "Old 5, there might be an accident. Old 3, you and Old 4 bring the others down." Little did he know that his companions were already dead. Upstairs, King Chen was quietly observing everything that had just happened. He was struggling with whether to pursue them. When he saw the miserable state of the Kunlun members and the students again, King Chen decided to take a risk. He told Nan Zhengshan to hide here and instructed him not to reveal that he appeared here tonight. Also, if he couldn't return, he didn't need to tell his parents either. After saying that, he left under Nan Zhengshan's worried gaze. As King Chen moved out quickly, he couldn't help but think, was it too reckless? Nan Zhengshan had already been saved. Perhaps he shouldn't take risks. But if he turned around and left now, he would probably regret that he had backed down today for the rest of his life. At this moment, King Chen felt that what Yima had said was very true. A Han Chinese who crossed the river, once stained with blood, could not turn back. It was not about rules, military orders, or pros and cons. It was about courage. Was the long-hidden mole finally showing himself? King Chen, who was chasing the thugs, suddenly froze. He had seen a familiar person. Wang Yun, with no signs of struggle or resistance, leisurely walked out of the room. When he saw the masked King Chen, his eyes were filled with surprise. But he didn't recognize King Chen. Instead, he mistook King Chen for one of the thugs and asked, "What happened? Did your plan fail?" At this moment, King Chen finally realized that he was the mole. No wonder he was so abnormal on September 30th. Something must have happened at Jiangshu's home before. It was that which turned him into a mole. The next moment, King Chen didn't hesitate at all and raised his gun. He couldn't let Wang Yun leave here safely. With a few gunshots, King Chen hit Wang Yun's legs. In just an instant, Wang Yun let out a painful cry. King Chen didn't have any pity. He calmly walked past him and continued to pursue the thugs. Although the deceased tonight had nothing to do with King Chen, someone had to pay the price for this. As more and more students escaped from the Cloud Inn, the tragic commotion finally attracted the attention of the people around. The thugs calmly followed behind the students. Hu Xiaoniu still wanted to try to negotiate. He said to the leading thug, "This matter has already exceeded your plan. There is only one road up and down this mountain now. Kunlun might have set up checkpoints. If you let us few burdens go, you can run straight into the mountains. After all, this Ox Mountain is hundreds of miles across. Kunlun won't be able to catch you either. Of course, you can leave me an account. Aren't you seeking money? I guarantee safety. I will transfer the money to you after I get back." The lead thug laughed. "You are quite considerate of us. But you're worrying too much." After saying that, he signaled his companion behind him to open a plastic bag. Under Hu Xiaoniu's shocked gaze, it was revealed that inside was a bag of ready-made Molotov cocktails. Hu Xiaoniu couldn't help but think, what do these demons want to do now? The next moment, the leader pulled out a lighter and lit the cotton fabric on the Molotov cocktail. He said calmly to his companion, "Take the bottles and throw them." After saying that, his companion directly smashed the Molotov cocktails onto other homestays beside the road. As Molotov cocktails were thrown all around, smoke billowed everywhere. The fire spread instantly, causing more and more homestay guests to flee in panic. The whole scene became chaotic in an instant. Hu Xiaoniu and the others were also shocked by this scene. They were simply demons. Just then, the leader suddenly stated that they couldn't let Liu Dezu live because he was afraid that Liu Dezu would return to Li and tell Li Shudong everything. If the other party was willing to help Liu Dezu, then they would be done for. So he had the idea of killing him. He wanted to eliminate Liu Dezu on the spot. This could also make the tourists even more panic. The more chaotic the scene, the easier it would be for them to escape. As soon as he said this, Liu Dezu had a bad feeling. Then the leader ordered his companions to remove the silencers, and directly shot a full magazine of bullets at Liu Dezu. But no one responded to him. The leader immediately realized something was wrong. He turned around and saw that the companion who should have been holding down Bai Wan was already lying in a pool of blood. Liu Dezu was secretly excited. The big boss must have come to save him. However, before he had the chance to rejoice, the thug leader was going to personally attack Liu Dezu. With a gunshot, a bullet shot towards Liu Deju's head. Just at the critical moment before impact, Liu Deju's gene medicine took effect, causing him to explode and push the thug beside him away. Then he quickly ran away. At this moment, Liu Dezu was also fighting for his life. The thug leader didn't expect that someone who had been so timid would have the courage to resist. He told the police uniformed thug to chase after him. However, he had only taken a few steps when 2 shots hit his legs. Then came another shot. A final shot blew his head off. It was King Chen who was ambushing him in the dark. His technique was becoming more and more skilled. The thug leader's face turned gloomy. He hadn't even seen the other person and his companion had been killed. In order to escape Ox Mountain, he decided he couldn't delay any longer. He no longer had any concerns. He fired randomly at the tourists, and the crisp gunshots startled all the tourists. The scene became even more chaotic. The lead thug took the opportunity to leave with Hu Xiaoyu and Zhang Shenzhen. At this time, another companion appeared and asked the lead thug what had happened. The thug leader didn't say much, just urged them to leave quickly. Then, the two of them accelerated their escape. Behind them, King Chen was coldly staring at the scene. So the other party had another companion. In King Chen's pursuit, a mysterious girl suddenly appeared. She helped him stop one of the thugs. At this moment, in the chaos caused by the raging fire, the thug leader and a companion, with their hostages, prepared to leave. But at this moment, the thug leader felt a sense of foreboding. He looked back, and through the chaotic crowd, he saw a masked teenager also looking at him through the crowd. Around the teenager were noisy, panicked tourists. Behind him was a raging fire. With just one look, the thug leader realized that the assassin tonight was this teenager. If it wasn't for him being far away, it was estimated that he, not his companion, would have been killed. The thug leader said to his companion, Dongzi, if we don't kill this kid today, we definitely won't be able to escape. We'll ambush him in the parking lot. As he said this, he pulled out his gun and shot Hu Xiaoyu and Zhang Qianjun in the abdomen, letting them slowly fall to the ground. His companion was stunned. Big brother, what are you doing? The thug leader said. We can't have 2 burdens. That kid might know these 2 students. By injuring them, we might buy some time. Now quickly go to the parking lot with me. There are at least hundreds of buses that can block the view there, giving us cover. After saying that, he left Hu Xiaoyu and the others struggling in pain. Suddenly, Hu Xiaoyu saw a pair of bare feet walking in front of him. It was the masked King Chen. He said to Hu Xiaoyu, your injuries aren't serious. Just endure it. The ambulance will be here soon. I will be here to watch over you. After a careful look, Hu Xiaoyu suddenly struggled to get up and grabbed King Chen. His voice trembling, he said, I know you are very strong. Please help kill those 2 thugs. You don't need to protect us. Hearing this, King Chen thought of the parking lot in the maze. The 2 thugs must have already hidden inside. They would definitely be ambushing there. It would not be easy to go after them. Before he could say anything, Hu Xiaoyu continued, you are someone who can be trusted, right? Please help us get revenge. Afterwards, I will pay Liu Deju 10 gold bars, just like last time. Those 2 Kunlun heroes cannot die in vain. Don't worry about us. Kun Chen remained silent for a long time. He didn't know what had happened inside the inn when he was saving people that would make Hu Xiaoyu so agitated. He was even willing to risk his own life to get revenge for the people of Kunlun. It had come to this point. Kun Chen decided to continue pursuing the 2 thugs. He gently placed Hu Xiaoyu on the ground, instructing them to lie down and not move as much as possible. He told Hu Xiaoyu that the 2 thugs would definitely die. After saying that, he stood up and went towards the parking lot. In the depths of the night, in this maze-like parking lot, Kun Chen, for safety's sake, decided to pursue them from above the buses. He climbed onto the roof of the bus. Like a frog jumping, he advanced several meters in an instant. When he moved to the edge of a certain bus roof, he saw a thug below standing frozen in place. It seemed that he had been frozen by an invisible force. In front of the thug stood a girl wearing a hooded sweatshirt, with a pink mask covering her face. Her real face was hard to see. A burst of energy was emanating from her palm. It was as if she controlled a person's fate with one hand. King Chen was stunned by what he was seeing. The other party was also a time traveler, and also a legendary transcendent. The girl slowly said, "This person was sold out, and another one ran away leaving him behind. I'll leave him to you." Kun Chen immediately understood. It must be that the two thugs wanted to ambush him. But they were stopped by this girl who suddenly appeared. Suddenly, the sound of a car starting came from behind King Chen. Looking back, it was the leader of the thugs preparing to escape. The girl urged at this time, "What are you still hesitating for? If you don't chase him, he'll get away." The next moment, King Chen, coming back to his senses, hurriedly chased after them. As he passed the girl was staring straight at King Chen. She saw King Chen speeding away at a speed of 5 seconds per 100 meters. The girl saw the bloody footprints left behind by King Chen, looking puzzled. Can he feel pain? Afterwards, the girl increased the force on the thug, seemingly having some kind of special power. She pressed the thug's legs hard to the ground. In just an instant, the thug started screaming. The girl, upon seeing this, said casually, "This is just a punishment for the people who died tonight." After speaking, she pressed down again even harder. Even the floor was crushed, and the thug began to wail ceaselessly again. On the other side, the leader of the thugs was driving down the mountain road. But what was unfortunate for him was that the U-shaped bend ahead didn't allow him to pick up speed at all. Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot shattered the car window. The thug leader looked at the rearview mirror and saw that the young man was like a lone wolf, biting at his tail, not letting go. That terrifying speed closed in on the car in the blink of an eye. Under King Chen's fierce pursuit, what would be the thug leader's fate? Have you ever seen someone chase a car on foot? At this moment, a chase scene was unfolding on the road. King Chen, not letting up, was using his breathing technique to accelerate. He continued to fire shots, using it to affect the thug's speed. The thug leader was clearly scared by this stubborn young man. Not only could the other party do two things at once, his marksmanship was also ridiculously accurate. Fortunately, the guns he provided his brothers this time were terrible. Their effective range was less than 20 meters. Otherwise, he would probably be done for. With the continuous shooting, Kun Chen finally ran out of ammunition. The thug, seeing this in the rearview mirror, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He should give up now, right? However, Kun Chen's tenacity was not something that ordinary people could compare to. He decisively threw away his gun and continued to chase empty-handed. The thug leader was in awe. He didn't expect the young man not only to not retreat, but to actually increase his speed. The thug leader was desperate. His gun still had bullets. With this in mind, he decisively slowed down and took the corner. Just as he made eye contact with King Chen, the thug leader took out his gun and aimed it at King Chen. The next moment, he was dumbfounded. He saw King Chen pull out a second gun from who knows where. In two guns, the two of them pulled the trigger at the same time. In just an instant, one of the thug leader's ears was shot off. In exchange, King Chen was shot in his right shoulder. The intense pain caused King Chen to fall to the ground immediately. The thug leader was still in shock. "This kid is a sneaky old fox. He deliberately made me think he was out of bullets, to deceive me into slowing down." King Chen, who was lying on the ground with blood everywhere, was watching the thug leader drive away. After adjusting himself, he decided to drag his injury and continue the pursuit. Then he picked up a large, smooth stone from the roadside and used this U-shaped road. As long as he got to the next intersection before him, after all, the straight line distance was the shortest. As long as he could accelerate, there would still be a chance. Having made up his mind, King Chen once again accelerated using his breathing technique. It seemed that the severely worn corners didn't affect him. No matter the obstacles along the way, he just bulldozed right through them. The fresh blood was still gushing out crazily. Before long, he arrived at the next intersection to wait. He decided to give the thug leader a big surprise. The thug's car also approached. At this moment, King Chen calmed down, controlling his breathing rhythm. That mysterious power slowly gathered. After confirming the thug's target, he focused all the power in his left hand. The next moment, he swung the stone out like a cannonball. It quickly flew toward the thug's car. Meanwhile, the thug leader was smugly looking in the rearview mirror, thinking that the young man had finally retreated. However, with a bang, the stone slammed heavily into the car's windshield, and then smashed through it, hitting the thug on the side of his face. This sudden attack immediately startled the thug leader, causing him to violently turn the steering wheel, which resulted in the car losing control and crashing to the side. The next moment, the vehicle exploded. The thug leader climbed out in a disheveled state. Seeing this, he knew that he would most likely be done for. He couldn't help but think of Hugh Xianyu's suggestion. It's just as he said. If only I had escaped from the mountains earlier. At this time, the thug leader glared forward. He saw a familiar figure. He didn't expect that the young man he thought had retreated was actually waiting for him ahead. At this moment, the thug leader couldn't help but shiver. Where did this ghost-like youth come from? Clearly his shoulder was still bleeding, and he didn't know what state his feet were in. Yet he was still chasing after him as if nothing was wrong. Seeing this, the thug leader turned around and wanted to continue to flee, but he lost his balance and fell to the ground before he could run 2 steps. The next second, Kyung Chen appeared in front of him. The thug leader was exasperated. He immediately stood up and yelled at Kyung Chen, "Come on, aren't you trying to kill me?" The young man didn't waste his breath. A switchblade suddenly appeared in his hand and fiercely stabbed the thug leader's neck. Was the thug leader finally done for? A newly fledged 17-year-old youth was able to hunt down several wicked thugs on his own. Now he had chased down the thug leader, leaving only one left. At this moment, Kyung Chen was stabbing at the thug leader's neck, but it was blocked by the other party's strong, mechanical limbs. However, in the blink of an eye, the knife in Kyung Chen's hand turned in mid-air. This was a yangong. The thug leader was astonished. Then he decided to strike first. As long as he grabbed the small ghost wrist first, he would win this fight. What he didn't expect was that Kyung Chen used yangong again. The switchblade changed direction again. Before the thug leader could react, Kyung Chen's knife had been stabbed deep into his spleen. At this moment, the thug leader knew why they had failed. The young man's moves were like the wind. They couldn't be grasped or touched, yet they could kill. It was as if he was precisely executing a predetermined strategy. He would lead others step by step to expose their weaknesses. It was simply an art. As Kyung Chen withdrew the switchblade, the thug leader could no longer support himself and fell to the ground. At this moment, Kyung Chen could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was over. Next, it was time to go back to the guest house to treat his wounds. At this time, the thug leader, holding on to his last breath, asked, "Why did you insist on chasing me down despite the pain?" Kyung Chen heard this, turned his head, and said coldly, "Because I promised someone that you had to die tonight." After saying that, the thug leader's breath stopped. However, at this time his phone rang. Kyung Chen was puzzled. Who would be calling the thug leader at this time? After thinking about it, he still took out the other party's phone. It was an unknown number. He pressed the answer button. After 2 seconds, the other end still did not speak. It seemed to be waiting for the thug leader to speak first, but Kyung Chen remained silent as well. After a while, the person on the other end reacted. They chuckled lightly. "They are already dead, right? If that's the case, then how about you and I have a chat?" Kyung Chen didn't make a sound from the beginning to the end. Then he decisively hung up the phone. Chat my... It was already too much trouble just dealing with these few thugs who couldn't even afford bionic skin. He almost lost half his life just dealing with them. There's no way he would get further involved. Looking at the thug lying in the pool of blood, at this moment Kyung Chen realized that his wonderful life had just begun. As time passed, after daybreak, the Kunlun organization finally arrived. One of the members was on the phone with Lu Yuan, saying, "The one on the mountain road should be the mastermind. He was stabbed through his spleen while trying to escape. We found other people's footprints by the side of the road. But what's confusing is, the killer seems to have been barefooted. There's blood in the footprints." At the Cloud Guest House, Lu Yuan listened silently to the report from the road. Then he hung up the phone and looked at the tragic scene before him. Lu Yuan asked his teammate to report the situation here. The teammate said, "We found 8 thugs here, a total of 7 dead and 1 injured. The one who was injured in the parking lot seems to have had his feet deliberately crushed, specifically left for us to interrogate. The remaining 7 thugs, 3 were caught in a fire and burned. The remaining 4, one of them was shot and killed, and the other 3 were all stabbed in the spleen. The person who did it was extremely precise. They are very likely to be a professional killer." Also, inside the guest house the teammates' tone became heavier. "Lu team, students say that Ban Shou and Shan Jia shot and killed a few thugs before they died, helping to open the door. Otherwise the 40-plus students wouldn't have been able to escape. They did not shame Kunlun. Although Lu Yuan's mood was heavy, he couldn't show it. He knew that now was not the time to be sentimental. Then, he asked his teammate to go and look at the location where the thugs' bodies were found. When he arrived at the bodies, Lu Yuan squatted on the ground to examine the thugs' wounds. The wounds on these bodies were all in the spleen area. What he didn't understand was, why did the person only stab the spleen? Was it some kind of special fetish? A teammate said, the location where the first body was discovered was next to the Clouds Inn. But that wasn't the scene of the crime. They found bloodstains and drag marks outside the door. It's likely that someone killed him on the road in the cover of night and then dragged him to the neighboring courtyard. The fire engulfed the building, but didn't spread to the courtyard. Lu Yuan asked how the students who had escaped were doing. The teammate said, 3 were seriously injured. The others are mostly fine. Among the seriously injured, 2 are called Hu Xianyu and Zhang Shanzhen. They were shot in the abdomen by the thugs, and are being sent down the mountain for surgery. They'll definitely survive. There's also a girl named Wang Yun, but this girl's injury is strange. Lu Yuan frowned. How is it strange? According to her, she was injured in her legs by a masked thug, and was eventually dragged out of the inn by a student named Nan Zhengchen. Otherwise, she would have been burned alive inside. But none of the thugs wore masks. So we're guessing that it was the person who killed the thugs who did it. Lu Yuan said, there's no need to doubt it. It was definitely him. Pay more attention to this Wang Yun. The shooter wouldn't open fire on her for no reason. And why was Nan Zhengchen inside the inn? The teammate explained. According to Nan Zhengchen, he was dragged in by the thugs. But before the thugs could attack, the shooter came in and saved him. And according to Nan Zhengchen's description, the shooter is about 1.7 meters tall and has slight wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He seems to be in his 30s. Lu Yuan didn't have too many suspicions for the time being. He asked the teammate to look for clues based on this description. Then another teammate came to report. They found countless bloody footprints nearby. They must all be the shooters. Lu Yuan immediately asked his teammate to lead the way to take a look. They arrived at the roadside and saw a neat row of bloody footprints come into view. At this moment, Lu Yuan could hardly imagine what kind of willpower the shooter had to rely on to kill the thugs one by one with a body full of bloodlust. At this moment, the row of B&Bs on Old Monarch Mountain had all turned into a broken, gray-black scene. Lu Yuan arrived at the place where the bodies were laid out. He carefully observed the traces. 8 out of the 9 thugs were dead. 4 of them died of ruptured spleens. In other words, the shooter was killing them all at close range every time. This kind of person is obviously very dangerous, but Lu Yuan just doesn't want to investigate further. Because it was this person who avenged his dead teammates. Suddenly Lu Yuan discovered a detail. One of the thugs' walkie-talkies was gone. He immediately asked his teammates, did you find the missing walkie-talkie or its debris? The teammates all said that they had not. Then there was only one possibility. It was on the shooter. Thinking this, Lu Yuan picked up one of the walkie-talkies and pressed the talk button. Hello, I'm Lu Yuan from Kunlun. But no one answered him. It seemed that the other party was unwilling to respond. It was indeed not that simple to find the other party. They could still only wait for the D9 investigation at the scene. Meanwhile, Kun Chen, who had changed his accommodation, was lying on the bed, biting on a towel tightly, his face pale as he stared at the walkie-talkie. Only after the walkie-talkie was disconnected did he breathe a sigh of relief. He said slowly, it's okay now, Aunt Jiangsu. You can continue. Then, Jiangsu continued to tend to the abrasions on the soles of King Chen's feet. You got such serious injuries just from going out. I really don't know what you went through last night. As she said this, Jiangsu couldn't help but shed tears. But King Chen didn't think it was that serious at this moment. He didn't know what was going on. The pain from last night's injuries wasn't that bad now. It was probably after the battle that the pituitary gland secreted a huge amount of endorphins, which temporarily made him forget the pain. Speaking of which, last night was the first time King Chen used the breathing technique for such a long battle. He wondered if that was the reason. He felt that his body had undergone a mysterious change. All of his bones were creaking, and the ball of qi inside him had also become larger. At this moment, Jiangsu finished bandaging the wounds and was about to make some food for King Chen and the others. After Jiangsu left, Le Tungyan asked, Brother King Chen, When you came back in the early morning, you scared my mom and me to death. We thought you were going to die. Luckily, Mom checked your body and found out that you were only injured in your shoulder and feet. Don't push yourself so hard next time. Okay, if you're gone, I'll be scared. As she said this, Li Tunjin couldn't help but start to cry. King Chen then smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Suddenly, Li Tunyin said quietly, "Brother King Chen, I think I know your identity. But it's not quite the same as the information I had before. I still need to confirm it." King Chen was stunned for a moment. Could something have happened while he was unconscious that allowed the other party to discover it? King Chen asked curiously, "Why are you so obsessed with finding me in the other world?" Li Tunyin changed the subject. "I can't tell Mom about me becoming a time traveler, and you're not around. I get really scared when I sleep alone in the mansion at night. I won't be scared after I find you. Brother King Chen, do you know, I'm all alone in that other world." King Chen laughed instead at the sight. "Are you acting out a sob story?" Li Tunyin immediately pouted. "You knew it again. How boring." Then King Chen asked Li Tunjian if she had made any new friends in the other world. Li Tunjian said, "I have a brother and a sister who are very nice to me. Grandfather Li also treats me very well. But the Li consortium is quite complicated. That very kind old grandfather is very ill. Many people are secretly discussing what will happen after he's gone." King Chen frowned in thought after hearing this. This brother, sister, and grandfather she's talking about should all be the direct descendants of the Li consortium. He had heard Li Shudong say before that the current head of the Li family was already very old, and his health was deteriorating, and the previous family head seemed even older than him. However, his way of prolonging his life was not glorious. But there's no point in thinking about this now. It's better to wait for the current situation to pass. As he was saying this, he was about to rest, but he recalled something he hadn't done, so he asked Xiaoyan to get up herself, and to bring him some paper and a pen. Then he wrote something down in a flurry. It turned out that during the time he was saving Nan Zhengchen, he still didn't know what happened at the inn that made Hu Xiaoniu so desperate. He avenged the Kunlun members. What he was writing now were the Morse code messages he had memorized from the Kunlun members before. After translating it, he found that it meant, "No regrets in this life, take care," repeated twice. This was the message that the Kunlun member whose leg was injured was sending to another member who was present. Now King Chen finally understood what had happened. Li Tunjin, seeing this, asked, "What's wrong?" King Chen didn't say much, and asked her to put the note in his wallet. Lying on the bed, King Chen's mood turned heavy. It turned out that from the moment he was shot, the other party had already planned to die for his cause. On the highway leading to Old Monarch Mountain, Lu Yuan was reporting to Zheng Yuandong, who had arrived late, about the results he had obtained from the previous survey. In addition to this, they had also collected 2 bloody bullets. But blood samples showed that the blood stains on the bullets came from different people. In other words, the masked man who killed the thugs was also injured. At this moment, Zhang Yuandong was standing where King Chen had thrown the rock. That explains it. The masked man was injured on the highway. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to catch up with the thugs by going by road, he crossed this mountain forest and came here, throwing this boulder out. Lu Yuan looked at the state of the battered commercial vehicle behind him and was amazed. That's too accurate. But Xing Yuandong said, compared to his accuracy, that is the most amazing method the other party used. Calculation. Lu Yuan shook his head. It's a pity that this person doesn't seem to intend to join us. All the traces he left at the scene were wiped away. If it weren't for the fact that blood footprints were too hard to remove, they would probably be cleaned up as well. At this time, Zheng Yuandong asked, "Have the DNA matching results of the blood come out?" Lu Yuan replied, "Yes, they have. But there was no match in the Na database." "Does the person not have a criminal record?" Zheng Yuandong then instructed, "Check for similar types. Maybe we can find the other party's relatives." Lu Yuan nodded. "This might take a little longer, but we should have an answer in 3 days at most." Zheng Yuandong's face was grave, and he said, "If we find them, be polite. Kunlun needs this kind of person right now, someone who can stand on his own." On the other side, King Chen and his group were staying near Old Monarch Mountain to temporarily let their injuries heal first. At this time, Jiangxu was applying medicine to King Chen again. "If I had known that you would be injured, I would have bought some special wound medicine from the other world." The medicine There must be more effective than the ones in the outer world. I could put the medicine in small bottles and bring them back by holding them in my mouth. Chen smiled. It's okay. Aunt Jiangxu, it doesn't hurt that much now. Suddenly Jiangxu thought, you left so many bloody footprints at the scene. Someone will definitely be able to find you through the matching, right? She immediately became worried for King Chen. Although your DNA hasn't been recorded, wasn't your father detained? Nowadays, blood samples are collected for everyone who is detained. But King Chen shook his head. And it won't. I have everything under control. Jiangxu looked at King Chen, feeling somewhat surprised. She realized that the other party's background must have other secrets, but he was unwilling to say more. She didn't pursue the matter further. In fact, in this entire incident, there were two key factors that would expose King Chen's identity. One was Nan Jingchen, but he would definitely keep it a secret for him. There was no need to worry too much about that. The other one is a blood sample, but because of some old matters, Kunlun wouldn't be able to find a corresponding gene sample to compare it with, otherwise he wouldn't dare to chase people barefoot. At this time, Kyung Chen said, Aunt Jiangsu, I want to be alone for a while. I have something to deal with. Seeing this, Jiangxu took Xiao Yun out for a walk. After the two left, Kyung Chen took out the communicator. He saw that Liu Desu had sent a pile of messages, all praising the abilities of Kyung Chen's subordinates. He also respected King Chen, this big boss, even more. Kyung Chen glanced at the time the other party sent the message. It was 9:00 am, which is not long after the battle at Laojun Mountain had just ended. This guy started bombing him with messages. On the other side, Liu Desu was waiting next to the communicator for the boss to reply. But it's been so long without a reply. Could it be that the boss is that masked person? Now he is healing or cleaning up the aftermath. But shouldn't the boss be the one planning things from behind the scenes? How could he go into battle personally? Just then, Kyung Chen replied with the message, the subordinate is reporting the events of last night. This dispelled Liu Deju's guess. The boss is indeed the boss, and he had already developed his own power in the surface world. Suddenly, the class group chat started buzzing. Everyone was praising Liu Dezu for his timely reminder last night, and for being so tough, not giving in to the thugs. Little did they know that Liu Deju didn't want to talk, but that he really didn't know the information that the thugs were asking about. At this time, Bei Warner also came out and praised that Liu Deju's companion not only saved people, but also helped the two Kunlun members get revenge. This is truly commendable. Everyone agreed. After learning of this, Kyung Chen couldn't help but think that Liu Deju's name would be more famous from now on. Perhaps in the future, he can use Liu Desu to gather some reliable time travelers. Whether it's for doing business or mutual help, perhaps they could be of assistance at some point. Then, Kyung Chen went online again to see if any media had reported on the incident. First, he saw that Kunlun's Liu Yuan had released the information. Most of the others were just people being wise after the event, and the information was mostly unimportant. Plus, the big fire yesterday must have burned the check-in information. Looking at it this way, no one should be able to find his traces of entering the city. He just needed to find Liu Dezu again. This time Liu Deju's matter would be settled. Suddenly, King Chen thought of something. He quickly found the information that Liu Dezu had sent earlier, and he saw that at the end he said that they were going to visit Hu Xiaoyu and the others together. He would take the opportunity to collect the money. Recalling what Hu Xiaoyu had asked him to do last night, Hu Xiaoyu had said that after the event he would pay Liu Dezu 10 gold bars as a transfer to him, just like last time. But last time Liu Dezu had only handed in 5 bars. That is to say, this guy dared to take half for himself. Thinking of this, Kyung Chen couldn't help but sneer. Now gold bars are a very special keyword in his mind. He needed to think about how to deal with Liu Dezu. On the other side, Liu Dezu suddenly felt a shiver. He had a bad premonition. Ever since King Chen had given Liu Dezu a hint about him keeping half of the gold bars, Liu Dezu had been feeling a little panicked for some unknown reason. At this moment, he was visiting Hu Xiaoyu with his classmates. After arriving at the hospital, they were stopped by the bodyguards. A dignified middle-aged man looked at them from behind. Who are you? This man was Hu Xiaoyu's father, Hu Daiqing. A classmate greeted, Hello uncle, we are Xiaoyu and Tianzhen's classmates, and we wanted to see them. But Hu Daiqing was stunned for a moment. May I ask which classmate is Liu Deju? Liu Deju in the crowd was also stunned for a moment, then replied, "That's me." Hu Daiqing excitedly approached him and said, "Thank you, young man. Thank you for saving Xiaoniu's life. He told me as soon as he regained consciousness that you and your subordinates had saved him. Otherwise, he would definitely have been taken away or killed by the thugs by now." Liu Deju really wanted to say, "It's actually nothing to do with me." But on the surface, he was being polite. Hu Daiqing laughed. "It's good for young people to be humble, but being too humble is not good either." In his mind, he was thinking that a time traveler like Liu Dezu, who can avoid danger in advance and can turn the tide afterwards, definitely has a bright future. He should find a way to invest in him. Hu Daiqing thought for a while and said, "This morning, I discussed it with Xiaoniu. I wanted to transfer him back to Haicheng High School, but he didn't agree. I think he may want to be closer to you. So I think it's better to transfer you to Haicheng as well. There are better educational resources there. What do you think?" Liu Dezu was stunned. Is this how rich people act, directly pulling people over with superpowers? But in the end, he still refused. "Uncle, I don't have any plans to go to Haicheng yet. And this is where I was born and raised. My parents and friends are all here." Hu Daiqing continued, "I can prepare a house for you in Haicheng. You can take your parents there. I will give you an additional settlement fee." Although it was a generous reward, the problem was that the boss was not there. It was safer to be closer to the boss. So Liu Dezu shook his head again. "No, thank you for your kindness, uncle." He knew that his future was in the hands of the boss. Liu Dezu was still counting on the subsequent genes. He wanted to become a B-grade expert. He had heard that B grades were considered experts in the inner world. When that time came, he wouldn't be short on money. And he had earned half of the boss's reward. He wasn't short on money now. As he was speaking, Kyung Chen's message arrived. Liu Deshu hurriedly handed the flowers to Hu Daiqing. Then he went to the toilet on the pretext that he had a stomachache. Hu Daiqing, seeing this, didn't know what he was thinking about. In the toilet, Liu Deshu excitedly opened the communicator. He thought it would be good news from the boss. But it was a message exposing the information about him pocketing half the gold bars. In an instant, Liu Desu was sweating profusely. Hu Xiaoni had inadvertently revealed this. Liu Desu was speechless. That kid Sanyu, why did he say everything? He was done for. This was the second time he had been discovered making a profit from the difference. Would he be killed by the boss in the next timeline? Liu Deju immediately admitted his mistake. "Boss, I'll bring the gold bars to you during the next time travel. Please punish me." Outside the bathroom, everyone was whispering, "Why has Liu Dezu been gone for so long?" At this moment, Liu Dezu walked out dejectedly. Hu Daiqing didn't know his situation. He just continued to try to win him over. "You might not like houses, or that kind of thing. How about this? Tell Uncle. What do you like? Uncle will definitely arrange it for you." Liu Deshu hesitated for a moment and said, "Uncle, you may not know. I like to wish people a happy new year when I'm free. I wish you a happy new year, all your wishes will come true, and that you will have lots of wealth." Hu Daiqing was immediately puzzled. Are young people these days so special? A classmate nearby said to his companion, "Do you think Liu Dezu might have a system?" The companion was confused. "What do you mean by a system?" He explained, "It's like the system in those online novels. It gives the host missions, and helps the host become stronger." Only then did the companion realize. "But why do you think so?" "Because without a system, there's no way to explain it. Liu Deshu is so awesome, yet so stupid at the same time." Liu Dezu, who was crying but had no tears, heard their conversation. Actually, in a way, he wasn't wrong. The boss was also kind of like his system, it was just that he was too greedy. The boss was giving him more of a punishment for his greed. Then, they chatted with Hu Daiqing for a while, and then said goodbye. After everyone left, Hu Daiqing turned around and entered the ward. Hu Xiaoni asked in a slightly weak voice, "Dad, what do you think of this Liu Dezu?" Hu Daiqing shook his head. "It's still too early to say." But Hu Xiaoni replied that after this experience, he saw that there was something wrong with Liu Dezu. He didn't seem like a capable person at all. Would this kind of person really be valued by Li Shutong? Hu Daiqing slowly said, "Actually, there are two possibilities. Do you know how many incompetent eunuchs there were in history? For example, Wang Zhen of the Ming dynasty, who lost the elite 3 great camps, and who single-handedly ruined Emperor Yingzong of Ming. How could a person like that ascend to power? It could be because he was good at sucking up, or perhaps he was extremely loyal and gained the recognition of his superiors. Huxiaoni retorted, even the most brilliant superiors are not necessarily surrounded by elites. There will be all sorts of people. Hu Daqing replied, there is another possibility, that Liu Desu might be a puppet pushed out by someone else. Just like someone is holding shares of our family on their behalf. Huxiaoni asked in confusion, Dad, which possibility do you think is more likely? Hu Daqing shook his head. There is no need to come to a conclusion this early. No matter which situation Liu Desu is in, this is your opportunity. Don't worry, the family will fully support you. You don't need to have any concerns. I know that you envy your brother for starting to take over some family businesses, but you are still young. The things he can do, you might not be able to do them. Huxiaoniu didn't expect that his father had thought of this as well. He also asked in confusion, Father, why did you ask me not to give the other party too many gold bars at once? The other party has saved my life twice. It would not be excessive to give even 100 gold bars. Huxiaoniu's father laughed. Let's assume that Liu Deju is a puppet being pushed out by someone. Then that person must be very short on money right now, otherwise they wouldn't be fixated on gold bars. But if you give him 100 gold bars in one go, he won't lack money in the future. What else can you give him? Huxiaoniu worried. What if someone offers a higher price? Hu Daqing then looked at him meaningfully. Then you have to become friends with that person before that happens. Speaking of friends, Huxiaoniu suddenly remembered something. His fists clenched tightly, and then he asked with a ferocious look, how is Wang Yun, the internal spy in the family? At this moment, Huxiaoniu anxiously asked his father, where did the traitor Wang Yun go? Hu Daqing explained. Wang Yun's legs were broken at the time. He was supposed to be sent to the hospital for treatment, but his parents secretly took him away. Huxiaoniu heard this, said excitedly, why didn't Kunlun send someone to keep an eye on him? It was obvious that the masked man broke Wang Yun's legs, which was clear evidence of him being a traitor. Hu Daqing said, you can't blame Kunlun either. There were no witnesses or material evidence. No one expected it would really be an internal spy. Of course, it could also be a trap set by Kunlun. Huxiaoniu asked in confusion, how could there be no witnesses? Bai Wanner should know that Wang Yun is a traitor. So why didn't she say so? Hu Daqing said, that should be because she couldn't bear to see her good friend go to prison. Then he meaningfully urged Huxiaoniu, you must remember, when the other party becomes the enemy, all acts of forgiveness are not kindness, but a form of cowardice. Huxiaoni said, I remember. Hu Daqing continued, Wang Yun's whereabouts are currently unknown. Even the people I arranged haven't found him. Huxiaoniu suddenly asked, I'm about to cross over to the Lai world. Can I find Wang Yun for revenge? Hu Daqing glanced at him. Are you sure you want to seek revenge on him? Huxiaoniu hesitated when he heard this. Hu Daqing saw this and muttered to himself, still a child. Although he had made a decision, he was still hesitant and indecisive, caring too much about the opinions of others. Hu Daqing then laughed and said, of course you can, but I want to know why you are so persistent on revenge this time. You also said, when you woke up this morning, that you were willing to let the assassin not care about your life or death for the sake of revenge, which is not like you. There's some integrity in your character, but you haven't figured out what kind of person you want to be. Huxiaoniu suddenly recalled the past. When he was a child, his grandfather always told him and his older brother stories about his battles, and about how his old company commander heroically sacrificed himself to cover the retreat of others. Perhaps because the war era was too long ago, I always felt that my grandfather was bragging. But only yesterday did I realize that there are really such people in this world. I might not be able to become one of them, but I hope to do something for them. Hu Daqing was very gratified. A major tribulation had indeed made the child more mature. Since that was the case, Hu Daqing immediately revealed some information. He and the Zhang family had worked together to find out that someone had purchased a high-priced escape route in the Lai world this morning. They were currently hiring time travelers to ensure the safety of the escapees. In a while, I will have someone give you the information of the hired time travelers. Xiaoni, you must remember, within the family's ability, we will fully support your decisions. Pass quietly, and unknowingly, it was almost time for the time travelers to cross over. With the end of the battle at Mount Lao, King Chen's masked persona had also been reported in the news. However, everyone did not know his true face, only that this masked man had wiped out a gang of thugs. He had been branded a vengeful pursuer in the night. So, in the circle of well-known time travelers in the country, another mysterious figure, Kyung Chen, the masked man, had emerged, similar to He Xiaoxiu. At this moment, there were 10 minutes left on the countdown. In Osaka, in the small country of Japan, in a suite on the top floor of a hotel, Kaminomiya Q and Zheng Quanxi were sitting on the bed looking at their phones. It was the news about the battle on Mount Lao. They didn't expect it to have spread here. Kaminomiya Q looked at all this, and a trace of confusion rose in his heart. He clearly only wanted to be a good artist, so how did he suddenly get caught up in this kind of thing, in the outer world? He had to worry about being discovered as a time traveler and avoid being involved in kidnapping and murder cases, etc. Similarly, in the Lee world, he also needed to constantly deal with the Kaminomiya family to avoid being discovered. Otherwise, he would end up like other time travelers who had been discovered. And the key point of investigation was Mandarin Chinese. Because the Kaminomiya family in the Lie world had long been incorporated into the Federation, Mandarin Chinese had long been popularized. Only the direct members of the family still retained the tradition of Japanese. They regarded this as the noblest tradition. They communicated with the outside world in Mandarin, but the family tree and family sacrifices were all in Japanese. The time travelers who had crossed over to the 3 northern cities of the Kaminomiya family in Japan were from Osaka and Kobe. Except for Kaminomiya Q, no one spoke Chinese at all. In addition, even more fortunately, because of a marriage alliance, he had been brought to City 18 to meet a young man named Kyung Chen. The Kaminomiya family cared a lot about the result of this marriage alliance and the power it would bring after the marriage. So, the intensity of the investigation on him was not very high. When he thought of the young man, Kaminomiya Q searched for the name Kyung Chen on the search engine. However, there was no relevant information. Currently, it seemed. He still couldn't confirm if that young man was a time traveler. He hadn't seen him last time. He didn't know if he would be able to see him again this time. Suddenly, Kaminomiya Q realized that he cared about that young man very much. Could it be that he had fallen in love with him? If he went to see him frequently, wouldn't he be too forward? Perhaps it would be better to go after a while. At this moment, the bustling night scene of Osaka was like a nebula, and the girl's thoughts swayed in the night sky. Kaminomiya Q inexplicably blushed. Who knows what her little head was thinking? At the same time, the countdown finally reached 0. With another shatter of time, the time travelers crossed over to the Lie world once again. Old City. Unfortunately, I have to announce some bad news. With the update of this episode 64, the comic side has positioned this episode as the mid-season of the first season. In other words, it has concluded as the first season. As for whether there will be a second season, the comic side has not given any notice. If the comic side releases a second season in the future, I will continue to update. But for now, the page naming is temporarily over. Thank you very much for your support for the comic and for Old City.